Okay, hope that we are live now. Let's hook it up. Okay, friends. We put a couple finishing touches on here. I'm not ready to go live, but I decided to right now because there's a brush fire near Badger Mountain in Washington, and this is some incredible live video. So, whoops, I don't want to go completely full screen. Hang on a sec. There's a happy medium between full screen and not. That I had it on a second ago. Like I said, it's live video. It's by Wenatchee, Washington, and this is a Facebook channel. I can't read that logo. What is it? It was a link that I followed on Watch Duty. What is this channel? It says something life. I don't know, but I've got the link in the description, so you can see. The fire's looking way better. I've been struggling for 30 minutes to go live with the tech problem. But out of, I believe that's the Columbia right there, a whole bunch of scoopers have been working. And if you go back in the video, it's pretty incredible. Hurricane Heather, hey, how you doing? So what I wanted to do was set up this live video so you guys could see it, and then do a couple of check-ins. I'm not quite ready. I have to take care of some affairs during the day before we do a big wildfire roundup and check on the flat fire and the status of the others. But while this was an ongoing kind of present moment emergency, and with pretty incredible video, there we go, you have to click the video and you get a different view. Yeah, NCW Life, that's the channel. A reflection and spotlight on the communities we call home, whatever that is. ncwlife.com, I guess, is the courtesy of this stuff. So if you look back, let's see, make sure that's the right correct size. The camera will change views every so often. I spent a long amount of time, more than I should have, trying to screen grab one of the more compelling shots. We've been seeing, like, here's the scoopers on the left side of the screen. Hey Vanessa, C-Probe, thanks for being here. C-Probe's behind me again. I was supposed to work with him on rearranging the room furniture. Rated, how are you? Good seeing you. And I need to go back to that. I'm trying to set up this room for better live streaming in person. So you can see they're doing an awesome job with these cams, and I guess it says Ome or Ome Gardens camera. But it's a brush fire near Badger Mountain Road, milepost 6. So isn't this awesome? You can see these scoopers going in. I've got flight radar up that I'll show you in a second, and then you can see every once in a while them doing a drop right here on the screen. So it's an incredible video. If you can go back and watch the start of it. I'd heard about the fire, but nobody told me, hey, there's incredible live cameras on it right now. You can see that this is going back in time, I think an hour and 15 minutes ago, something like that. It's a little bit hard to understand these timestamps, because there's a little timestamp down there that says minus 2 hours and 49 minutes. And then this timestamp I mouse over says minus 1 hour and 18 minutes. So, heck if I know. This is the weird way that Facebook does video. Then it began freezing up on me. Julie says, audio sounds great tonight. Thanks. I got the old headset working. That's another thing I was not ready to go live. I actually found out it's my USB port. I have 1 or 2 dying USB ports in the front of the computer. Here I am blaming the headset because I had dropped it on the floor. And I know the on and off switch is a little bit wonky. Hey Urban, how you doing? So just today I said to myself, why don't I plug it in one of the back of the computer ports, and it worked. So don't ask me why, but you can see the start of the fire. I want to scroll back to it. In fact, we don't need chat, and I don't know how to get a different view that has no chat. See, if I go full screen, I can't see anything because it's full screen on my 42-inch TV, which is my main monitor. so I won't be able to see anything including chat. So I'm just trying to move chat out of the way, and if Facebook was modern, it looks so much like an aging website anymore. There would be this little button like an arrow, and you could just move chat out of the way. But since it's not modern, I don't know. It's like continue watching while you browse, whatever it's. Why don't you just call that picture-in-picture mode, because that's what that's called, Facebook. Hide comments and reactions. There we go. Jeez. Okay, here's the view I wanted in the first place. You'd think they'd make it easy to use. I'm an advanced user and an actual video editor, and I still don't even know how to do this crap. But it's just bad interface design. But anyway, rant aside. You can see how it climbed up this mountain. And it's got that sagey, brushy stuff. If I show you where this is on a map, stuff that flashy fuels is what they call it. Stuff that burns really intensely, really quickly, races up hills. This is central Washington, so it's a high desert. Michael Vanderveer de Bont says wildfire season is here. We're not too far from the flat fire. Yeah, we'll be covering that a little bit later tonight once I do a little bit of room arrangement. But like I said, this is an incredible video. And some of these little clips that I've been watching of this Badger Mountain fire, which they're just calling the Badger fire, it shows, I mean, like a zoom in so far that you can see firefighters and observers getting out of their pickup trucks nearby. And you can all practically read the letter on their shirts. So this is how it looked like when it first began. Now I do see that there are some power lines over there. I have not looked at it on Count Topo. You see there's a camera at the top of the bluff too. So this is just pretty wild. So this awesome channel here in CW Life is in control of the cameras and what you're seeing here on this Facebook video. So this is what it looked like perhaps 2+ hours ago. And the camera will switch between different views and different zoom levels. And then they went split screen, show the fire, and then show the Columbia. I believe that's the Columbia River, where the yeah, see what I mean? The top of the plateau. Now that's a good sign right there. You can see the sage stuff will go right up to a recently plowed field. So this is really the world's best fire break. The fact that the field is plowed up at the top of that ridge. But you can see here the type of fuels, sagey, brushy, dry grass stuff. So it raced right up the side of the mountain. You see these high tension power lines. I don't know what caused this. Don't think anybody knows right now. See what I mean? Practically can read the shirt off somebody's back or a license plate here. We did have some camera views like this back in 2020 when I covered the glass fire, and it was incredible. Julie Gumbeter, Julie says, am I saying your name right? Oh. This is by Wenatchee in Washington. I'll show you in a second. Let me pause that video, give people an idea where this is at. So if you go to watch duty, just due east of Seattle over the Cascades. When you get into the high desert of eastern Washington, everything east of the Cascades, which is this mountain range here, is high desert stuff. Until you get to either the Rockies or the Blue Mountains. Now the Blue Mountains are like these right here in eastern Oregon, and they go into Idaho. This is the Blue Mountains down here. But for Washington, most of the state is just sort of like a high desert thing. But what people don't know about the Columbia River is they know that it goes and splits between, Washington and the state of Oregon, and it goes due east. But a lot of people forget or don't know that right around here near Kennewick, Columbia River goes almost due north, and it goes to Canada. So they're able to irrigate off the Columbia, and there's a series of dams, etc., of this deserty, high, plainsy kind of a region. So some of it will be completely flat, but it'll be punctuated by basaltic lava ridge tops and such from ancient volcanic activity, some of which was during the time of the dinosaurs, and some of which is a little bit more recent as in maybe just several million years old. Don't ask me. Ask the people who know, like Nick Zentner, right? His amazing YouTube channel explains everything. So Wenatchee is closer to the Cascades, as the Columbia gets a little bit closer to the Cascades here at that point. So you've got that is the Columbia that right here the scoopers in the split screen are getting their water from. But I've seen some red retardant splashes, which means that there's the very large aerial tankers and the other tankers that don't scoop dropping actual retardant. Retardant always comes from an airport. So there's no real terrain layer, just a street and a satellite map. When it's at Badger Mountain Road, which doesn't really look like there's too many inhabitations that are at risk here. I think they've got everything going for them. The fact that it went up here to this is the plowed field area, I take it, at the top of that plateau. But if the wind were to shift to the southwest, then, northeastern sections of Wenatchee could possibly be at risk, especially this little neighborhood right here, which we're able to see in some of those shots, like in my thumbnail of the video. So here's the problem, though. After I scrub a whole bunch of times, it gets stuck on, perpetually buffering. So I was unable to capture some amazing screenshots, because once you do this and it just buffers for forever. I got a more than $2,000 computer here with hardware acceleration for my browser from a really expensive video card, just to have Facebook not have powerful enough servers to just scrub back and forth in the video and load it to me. This just really makes me mad. So you have to do a refresh of the entire dang thing, go back to the start, try to redo the setup however I set up the thing before, then hit this button to hide the chat, and then I'll only be able to go back and show you clips from the past a couple of times where I have to reset this entire thing, and this is just driving me insane. I would expect this from like a 1998 website. From $1 billion affair that Facebook is? Are you kidding me? This primitive. Why have high-speed internet and fiber and all this stuff and powerful hardware just for the websites? The $1 billion company websites to be this slow and chuggy and primitive. See, there's one of the scoopers flying out right there. But I was able to see live a whole bunch of the water drops over there. So if you hit the live button right here, you can go back to it. So Julie says, Watch Duty is a terrific resource. Absolutely. I'm so glad that they branched out into Washington. It's been, my experience with Watch Duty lately has been troubled, but I don't know whether or not I should blame my phone. Hey Cheryl, how are you? I basically put all of California's counties on the notification thing for Watch Duty, but you'd think my phone would constantly be going off and I can look at it and see new fires, and I never get any blink, blink, blink from Watch Duty. In fact, I have to manually check it. So if I scroll down to my notifications, I don't know if it's Android that's doing this or Samsung, I don't, or the app, but I've got 24 Watch Duty notifications from today, but they're all in like a collapsed version where it just says Watch Duty with no indications of what the hell's going on. And then I have to hit the caret, which looks like the caret is that, if you look at your keyboard and it's if you press Shift 6 on your keyboard, that thing looks like a little pyramid. That's caret. It means that there's a menu, right? And I see all these notifications. Look at all of them. But I don't hear any of them. So I think what either Android's fault is or something is that if an app is giving you constant notifications, it thinks that, maybe that would be irritating to a person. So let's just collapse them all in one little place. I don't want that. I want it to work the way that Android used to work before 12 or whatever that stupid version of it was, where you got a notification, boom, it was on your phone and on your screen until you got rid of it. So you couldn't miss the damn thing. See, look at that scooper right there. That is just so dang cool. So this is live. That scooper is there live. And it's just incredible. Hey, Austin Lambert, what's going on? This is the fire near Wenatchee. I don't believe it's threatening any structures, but see all that black on the landscape? It just raced right up Badger Mountain up to a plateau, and this is looking much better than it was even 3 hours ago. But I thought that what I would do is go live and show you, leave this on, right? Hey, Unofficial, how are you? Unofficial Washington State Wildfires. Have you checked how many updates I posted on Twitter? Nope. I've been in bed much of the day with my cold thing still affecting me, or sinus infection or whatever. I found it really hard to sleep last night with breathing problems from my sinuses, so I'm not 100% well yet. I have a lot of people on Twitter that I also have the notifications from. Twitter doesn't alert me to anything either, because there's so many people I'm plugged into on Twitter. Just like Watch Duty, it folds them all into one big fold-out menu, and I do not hear a ding on the phone. So I have to somehow do this manually, which is the whole point of notifications, so I wouldn't have to do this manually. Like, I have to somehow remember, what? Oh, the live video just ended. Crap. Alright. Great. Okay, what I was about to do was try to rearrange my furniture still while I had good light, from the windows, and leave this exciting video on and then come back to you. Dang
Good
it.
evening and welcome to the NCW. These funds provide assistance to indigent
Okay, so I guess this is a news channel. Where did it go? Where's the, I want to just play play all of it up until now, at least. Okay. Okay, we got it back. Hide the chat. What I was going to do is say, here guys, watch this video, and I'll check in every 30 minutes. And then do the main live broadcast as soon as I've finished moving my furniture a bit. The idea of moving my furniture in here, and it's pretty major, is to, including assembling some IKEA furniture, is to set up a streaming platform so I can have all 3 monitors around me. Oh, thank you so much, Ryan B, for your kind donation. And have room for the good microphone stand. Right now, since I'm half done with the job, my dining room and living room is completely messed up with just tons and tons of boxes everywhere, and paperwork and stuff just kind of strewn about. So I had to shove everything from one corner of the room to the center of the room so that I can put some IKEA bookcases and cabinets up. So I got the cabinet assembled, but I've got to do stud finding and drill the wall and put up this, it's basically like a bar, a metal bar. And then once the metal bar is up, there's hooks on the back of this really huge, elaborate cabinet. I don't know if you've ever seen a Besta cabinet at IKEA. And you hoist it up with 2 people, and hooks on the back hook into the bar so that it won't come off the wall. It's a more earthquake-safe way of mounting furniture to the wall so that, I don't have hundreds of pounds of stuff flying off, during an earthquake, since Portland is a pretty seismically active potential area. But I cannot thank you enough, guys, for your donations. I'm actually really, really concerned, counting the beans, that I may not be able to continue Firestream through the month of August unless I get more donations. The not having income much at all during the time that I was sick for 6 months, with the kidney problems and the incredibly rough recovery after my early January surgery to explore and try to figure out what was wrong. that was like 6, 7 months without, income. So every little dollar helps right now, and I'm so incredibly grateful. PayPal is the best way to donate because they're not going to take 30% like uh, like YouTube does. Like a $10 donation on YouTube, they take away $3. But either or, I'm not complaining. Man, is awesome. So unofficial. Have you been tracking this Badger fire? I'm thinking that it might be just about wrapped up. I want to check. See, there's a helicopter in that image. I think they ended the broadcast. This news channel did because it wasn't looking crazy exciting anymore. Like, I believe what it did is it pretty much burned up all of its fuel. See, there's the scoopers. And when it got to the recently plowed field up at the top, it probably just stopped. So it looks like the efforts of the scoopers and the retardant drops and most of the ground crews was trying to prevent the grass fire from going west towards Wenatchee down at the base of the plateau. So if I'm reading that right, do let me know. But that's my assessment, my quick assessment. Oh yeah, pin the link to my PayPal. That would be a good idea. So if you mods ever want to help me out, you can click, like say you're on desktop, you can click on the purple K, which goes to my channel, and then you hit the About section. That's where my Twitter link is and the donate via PayPal link. So let me click that, and Strange Reverend helps out a ton. He just made so here's the donate via PayPal right there, so I can then pin the comment. So you guys can get the link that way too, and put it in the chat, then I can just pin your comment. But thank you so much for reminding me. I have not tweeted that I was live yet either, and if you guys do that, you can take the link and do it for me because I'm so dang forgetful. You can just take the link from this broadcast right here and say Catherine's live, and then hashtag the fires, like you would do hashtag flat fire, hashtag Badger fire, I guess is what they called this one. And so that's incredibly helpful because, boy, especially when multiple fires are going at once, I'm just trying to cover them, and I'm just trying to keep up with chat and just trying to get people their info. So, yeah, when did the Badger fire start out unofficial? I had heard about it about an hour ago, something like that. But I'm really frustrated with Android, and it's not, even though Watch Duty's probably functioning as normal, Android may be what's messing up and not making a notification sound for every notification I get. So the irony of this is, if I want notification sounds from these apps, I have to turn down the frequency that they notify me, or Android just won't allow them to do every one. So what will that do? That will also keep me in the dark, because if I turn off notifications for other counties in California, I won't get any at all. So, yeah. But I have the link in the description. So now that this broadcast is not actually live anymore, and I don't want to confuse people, let's check and see if any of the, let me just pause this, and let's check and see with flight radar where the planes are. Let's go up to Wenatchee. Not that I know my Washington State. Yeah, we've still got planes working this fire. Now I'd like to know, maybe we can look at it ourselves on a different camera. Like, that may have been a news agency, so they may have been using their own cameras in Wenatchee, for example. But is there a way that we can tap into them and see if there's, say, a webcam and set that up? So the current aircraft I see at this Badger fire is a K-Max, which is a single-seater helicopter. They're super ugly, but we love them. A Bell Iroquois helicopter. And we got the, wow, Rockwell 500S Shrike Commander. A Shrike is a pretty intense bird of prey that's small, but kind of like a Tasmanian devil, like super super ferocious, as far as I know. Unofficial says, do you have Twitter? You could possibly help me grow on Twitter. Absolutely, yeah. Totally. So you're trying to reach more people to inform them and save more people, hopefully. Yeah, absolutely. What I would suggest for you, just off the top of my head here, is dedicate one of your channels just to fires. Because remember when last time we were talking, you said you had other things that were sometimes, say, adult content or, kind of risque, type of content. I would say completely split your your channels. I'm going to be doing that too. I keep saying that, but really I am. Like people that just want to know about wildfires and they want to, if they're going to put the alert ringing bell, so that they want to check what's going on, you know, I would have that be just for fire news and emergencies, and then promise people that that's basically what the channel is about. So if you put on the ringing bell, you're going to be alerted to emergencies, disasters, life-saving stuff, right? And fire news. There's a lot of people that will be irritated if you have content that differs from fires, but they're constantly getting notified of it, and it gets their blood pressure up. They're like, oh my God, a fire. And it's, say, somebody talking about how to cook eggs, right? So that's a feedback that I've gotten. What you can do is constantly remind people that you have another channel, and please visit that. If you like history, see my history channel. If you like my risque talk show, see this channel. Because what the problem I have recommending fire channels is if you do adult content, then I have to say that. Otherwise, that can become problematic. I found out that people were monitoring the fires, and since they assume I don't cuss and don't allow, non-kid friendly stuff, they would put these in the hotel lobbies. I was live in hotel lobbies. I was live at bars, which is okay. I mean, kids aren't in bars, but some bars are a lot more, you know, we don't approve of cussing kind of stuff, sort of thing, right? Um, Run by, conservative people or religious people. So I would say you have to keep it family friendly, because what you don't want is for like some restaurant or something to put up the stream, unmute it, and then have bad words or curse words up on the chat. You know what I'm saying? Your Twitter is 100% about fires. Okay, go ahead and link not only your channel, but go ahead and link your Twitter right here. That's totally fine. I tell people my Twitter is going to have everything about fires. It's just fire news, and it's going to have some pretty traumatic PTSD type stuff. It could trigger PTSD feelings for those who have run for their lives from fires or lost things. Those people who don't want to. I split it so I do not show like homes burning down, if I can help that, on my stream, but my Twitter shows all. So that's the way I put it up there. So perfect. If it is family friendly, like from this day forth, then I can go ahead and say, yeah, family friendly channel too. Because I definitely, unfortunately, don't have enough time to do Washington like I should. I'm all about Oregon, California. And California is just so big, it's the size of other countries, It's like the size of Italy. I don't even remember how many counties there are, like 38. So, yeah, thank you very much. So I'm already, let's see if I can open up Twitter there. Okay, now I'm following you. I'm going to turn on your notifications. And let me retweet something of yours right now. I probably should tweet that I'm live. I didn't want to be live right now. I wanted to finish what I was doing in my room. I'm trying to rethink this. Maybe I could just take 10 minutes, come back and do a 10-minute update, take 10 minutes for myself, come back and do a 5-minute update. That might be the way we have to go here. So let me retweet one of your fires. Like, for example, I don't see here, oh, Badger Fire. There we go. So I'm going to retweet with a quote saying, check out this new Twitter feed for tracking Washington state fires. I highly recommend you follow. There you go. Sweet. Great. Okay, so let me get my current broadcast and tell people on Twitter that I am live, because I forget that too. And if you guys want to, we're going to get to the flat fire in a second and do a wildfire roundup, and then I'm going to take 10 minutes to try to arrange some furniture and then come back and do some updates. And then a little bit later tonight, I'll just be like live without interruptions. I'm not sure when that'll be. It'll probably be after 9. We do have video to watch about the flat fire, and I'm hoping Broken Fish, who was a long time, very experienced wildland firefighter and mod on the channel, I'm hoping that he will be able to chat live with us either tonight or maybe tomorrow, depending on how he feels. There's this weird cold thing going around that I may have that I suspect is different than my average sinus infection. It had too many body pains and aches to really be a sinus infection. And a lot of people I know have that right now. But I've got to make a phone call too to John Bruno. He's a retired fire captain or chief. I can't remember which one's which. In the Shasta district. And when he wants to get a hold of me, boy, I want to be respectful and get back to him right away. He's been so helpful in educating me everything about fires. Just so, I'm going to tweet, I'm live covering fires in interrupted coverage until about 9 p.m. like 10-minute update intervals. Okay. So I'm going to just put the hashtag Badger Fire and the flat fire. Okay, let's put that on there. Okay, tweet to everybody. Perfect. Okay, so how's that? Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Angelina, excuse me. Your mic is a lot more clear tonight. Sounds really good. Thank you for that feedback. I think it's the clear winner that even my old broken headset, which is it's got a terrible microphone, is way better than the retails for $500 headset that I was wearing last night. That's practically a scam, basically. So I wish that I had tried it out and returned it, because I bought it at Black Friday for much cheaper, but still paying $1 for it is a regret. More than $1. Okay, so you're going to so you say I post much more on Twitter. I may go to YouTube from time to time, but I find Twitter easier. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad to have helped you. It's late where I'm at. It's 11:06 p.m. Oh, okay. So you're not within Washington State. Okay, it's only 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Yeah, no worries. Unofficial. I wish my stream had kind of a more. I wish I had a schedule that was more conducive to being regular. It would definitely help if I could have a scheduled streaming. But the nature of wildfires, I found, it makes that completely impossible. Like, crisis happens any time of the day or night. All right, I'm looking at Medford, which is where most of the tankers are based out of. We have Tanker 102, the MD-87 there, but I don't see anybody. Okay, yeah, I see this. Sikorsky was working the flat fire. I want to do a quick update on the flat fire because it looks like that Badger Mountain fire is a winding down thing. But wow, was that video pretty amazing. And we do have a video to watch, which was their operational update for today. I was hoping they'd have evening as well as morning updates, but heck, we'll check it out. Might be a little bit to ask for. Hey, Julie says, yeah, good night, and thank you so much for your service to Washington State unofficial. I'm glad we met. So, Fire Chief, excuse me, yeah, Chief. Captain is below Chief, right? The thing that, since I'm not military or involved with firefighting, it's hard to keep ranks separate in my head. Like, to me, a chief, I'm thinking Indian chief. When I'm thinking captain, I'm thinking captain of a ship. So to me, captain's like a super high rank, right? It's underneath admiral, but I'm like captain. Oh yeah, sweet captain. And like people I know, chief. I think, is that better? Chief higher? You see what I'm saying? So remember that I never had anything to do with the military outside of video games. Dusty, hey, how you doing? They're likely done with the air tankers on the flat fire for today. Yeah, we still got some daylight, but the steepness and rugged canyons, I mean, everybody knows the old saying, like especially for camping, start setting up your campsite for the night early if you're hiking in canyons, because the shadows, make nightfall come early in the mountains. So, I'm hoping that they did good work today. If anybody was following that, go ahead and let me know. It'll be in the tonight's. They could do one more drop though. I mean, Civil Twilight. You know what? They could still be working ridge tops. I don't think they'll dive deep into canyons, which is, that's risky flying. But if fire made it to ridge tops, and we're going to check Caltopo in a second, they could go ahead and dump retardant all over ridge tops, which is where they're trying to hold the fire. Everything we gathered yesterday shows that they're trying to hold roads that are on ridge tops. So, and that's a very smart thing to do. You don't go. What people didn't understand, especially with the Caldor fire, is the Caldor fire started deep into a canyon next to a shallow river. And everybody said, why are these firefighters sitting up at the top of the ridges looking down at it and doing nothing? Well, they weren't doing nothing. They were ready for the fire to come up to them and stop it, up where they were. It is very foolish to go into a canyon where there's a wildfire, because your only escape route, usually in these canyons, is to drive uphill, back up to the ridge top. Now, that was exactly the case of the Caldor fire, and if I can invent a term, I would call that a death bowl. If all of your roads to escape a fire, which is down in a canyon, if all of your roads to escape it are uphill, that's a death bowl. Because wind picks up, a fire can race up the side of a hill, especially if it's wind driven. There's no possible way for you to outrun that fire. It's going to catch you, it's going to kill you and your entire crew. So there's no reason to ever go down into a canyon and try to fight a fire unless you've got an east-west, a parallel, to the ground, like some way to escape it, like on a paved, fast-moving escape route type thing, right? If that is absent, which it is in this wilderness area, do not go down and fight the fire, because that's just a way to get trapped. So a whole bunch of civilians during the start of the Caldor fire wanted to go down there because they don't know this. They're not professionals. Professionals are trained on how to not get themselves killed, right? So a civilian crew of say, just neighbors and stuff that may have small, some equipment, the kind of thing like maybe they bought an old water truck or something, or maybe they have a tractor. They want to go in there, and the police and the firefighters kept them out, and they thought, hey, do you just want this fire to burn? It's small right now. We can take care of it. No, we don't want the fire to burn. We want you to not die. Wind can change at any moment. There's no such thing as a perfect weather forecast. So that's the situation going on with a lot of the flat fire too. You cannot ever escape fire you can never outrun it uphill. You can never outrun it downwind. Those are two things you need to know about it. If we go to CalTopo, let's go look at the fire. And Cheryl, which link were you saying might not be broken, or what might not be working? All right, let me get to CalTopo. Excuse me. Where'd it go? Okay. All right. Let's look at the flat fire. Let's do a refresh. So modus and veers is one thing. Let's see if GOES is working right now. That's a much more accurate depiction up to the minute, of where the fire is. Now, like I said, this section right here, this is Thermopylae. This is like the 300 Spartans trying to hold off the entire Persian army, right? So we only have like 500 people working this fire right now, unless more people arrived today. That was 500-ish was the count as of last night. Now this is White Horse Ridge. We put on a different map, the Forest Service. Take down the global imagery and get the... Excuse me, I have to resize this window, friends. One sec. Make sure transform fit to the screen. There we go. Okay, we turn off heat detection. What that means, 1 to 6 hours old is a heat detection. Now that's great that it's not red. Red would mean that there's a new flare-up that's large enough to detect satellites from space again, to re-trigger the satellite. So we haven't had a flare-up in approximately an hour or so, big enough to trigger the satellites, and that's a good sign. Right here, the fire was climbing up into the canyons, and they're trying to hold this road. This road is the 1833, if I remember right. Let me look. The one with the dotted line here. 3318, sorry. So the Wild Horse Lookout Tower is a wooden affair that is partially damaged by snow. I'm really hoping they can save it because it's from the 1940s. But the legs of the lookout tower are wooden, which is a big... It would be difficult to save this thing. I hope that they manage to. But right here, this is Thermopylae. This is where they're trying to stop. You think of the fire as the gigantically, overwhelmingly powerful Persian army and the 300 Spartans in a tight little narrow pass trying to hold it all back. And well, there were thousands of other Greeks next to him, but we won't let that get in the way of a good story, right? Nevertheless, it's still the deciding battle. If they can stop it right here, this is the best chance we have to protect Gold Beach and protect the coastal communities and all of the structures and the landscape by the actual Rogue River, which is right up here. Because if it passes right here, if this fire gets over this ridge, look how steep this is. This drainage, there's going to be all kinds of flaming debris rolling down this drainage. It's going to go all the way down to the Rogue, and perhaps even cross it, depending on how deep it is right now. I don't know. Even if it doesn't cross it, if it establishes up on the ridge, a whole bunch of flaming embers, if the wind picks up, could definitely go all the way across the river, land on the other side, race up this hilltop, and then you could have the wind just blowing embers all over the place and making it, spreading it in all different directions. So this is the battle right here, the battleground that will determine a lot about the future, the immediate future and the safety of the structures and of the towns on the coast. So if you just tuned in, please do consider donating. I haven't gotten donations for several days now, and after you do a 7 or 8 hour stream back to back, day after day, and you don't have any donations, it's making me sweat bullets. So thank you so much that Brad donated $10 earlier. Much appreciated. The PayPal link is better if you use PayPal, which is the pinned comment. But super chat and super thanks, I totally appreciate. I decided to take a risk and not have a day job so that I can be here every day, pretty much all day, and usually a lot parts of the night during any kind of crisis, wildfire. But it's iffy right now, so I really appreciate everybody. And if you can't donate right now, don't worry about it. No sweat. Just try to share the stream. Hit the like button. Tell your friends about it. Text the stream to other people that you feel might, retweet it. Other people you feel might benefit, so that more people know about it. APAR says, "Where's this fire?" That was at 8:15. Which fire were you referencing? The flat fire or the Badger? The Badger one that we just went over is over at Wenatchee, Washington. The flat fire, the closest town is Agnes, which is up here. Now, if we go onto the Modus and Veers, in this hashtag map here, you can see that this is in the Rogue River-Siskiyou National Forest and a couple of overlapping wilderness zones. So if the town of Agnes, Oregon, is right here at the confluence of the Rogue, at either a different arm of the Rogue, I don't know, at the Illinois River, excuse me. So the Illinois comes into the Rogue River here. Yeah, the Rogue. Really, really rugged, steep, sparsely inhabited areas here. But you can see this monster fire encroaching on the tiny town. So as we're going to watch the video of the update of what the fire crews have been doing to try to protect Agnes, but this is the flat fire, and it is burning within the Biscuit Fire's burn scar right here. And the Biscuit Fire, see the yellow? You see this yellow? It was a 500,000 acre giganto fire, Oregon's largest after the turn of the 20th century, right after the year 1900. And I think it started in California. There's some controversy about that. But it spread down here in California, went across the border and went all this far north. That was in 2002. So, to my horror and dismay, they never really salvage logged much of it. So there's all kinds of dead trees all over the landscape. It was a mega fire. A lot of places the forest didn't particularly grow back. Where it did, it's just now starting to recover, and we're going to lose it again if this thing takes off. I was looking for any signs of hope the other day. Hope that they could prevent this from becoming a very large mega fire. I don't see much hope. I think there's almost everything stacked against them right now, including the unfortunate fact, that if another fire breaks out somewhere else and threatens cities, big cities, and there's not enough firefighters and not enough planes to go around, this part of Oregon and northwest California is so sparsely inhabited that they will peel off resources from this one and transfer them elsewhere. That's part of what happened to make it huge on the Biscuit Fire. These places are just frankly abandoned. This section, Oregon and Northern California, gets abandoned year after year after year, to the point where sometimes fires have 0 people fighting them. We're talking about completely unmanned, unstaffed fire. If you just, it's really sad, but going back to when I first really started doing this in 2020, we saw that happening with the Devils, whatever fire, the Slater fire, and all these. They were completely unmanned. If you go to fire history, everywhere by Cave Junction, just because the Dixie fire got so big and the 2020 fires threatened so many towns, that down here, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I'm still sick. Sorry, guys. See, where's Cave Junction? That's Crescent City. I've got the wrong map on. I've got the Forest Service map. If outdoors. Yeah, see, that's Crescent City, so we're too far south. Let's see. I wish I could sort by years and roll some of them out, but the 2020s, yeah, there's too many overlapping each other right here. Okay, Cave Junction is here. This big red one, yeah, the 2020 Slater fire. See this? That's all this big red stuff. This was completely unstaffed at one point, or staffed by like 20 people. Everybody down here at Cave Junction was really, really nervous about it. We had the McCash and McFarland and others over by Hayfork that were practically unstaffed, and they said, okay, communities, save yourselves. And it got really, really sketchy. The only thing that put this out was the rain in 2020. And part of the reason this all got big, the 2020, one of them's called the Devil something fire, if it's in those mess. The Devil's fire, which is a different lightning strike fire, was completely unstaffed. So that's my big worry. Now, the fact that there's almost no roads to the south of this fire and to the east, as you get into this wilderness area in the 60s, Congress passed a Roadless Wilderness Act. A disaster for firefighting. It meant you couldn't even build or maintain fire access roads. So if you look at places like here, there's no roads. None. At all. Period. They can't get any ground crews there safely. They can't even put hotshots in there because hotshots would have no escape route. So you've got trails and campgrounds for whitewater rafters. You can't float. Maybe you could have river access to the fire, right? But you can't really float a fire truck down the Rogue River in a raft. That's just not going to work. They have no way of getting heavy equipment here to build fire lines. Fire lines are basically like roads, essentially roads, or dirt strips, and they trim back vegetation and get it out of the way. So usually they take existing roads and widen them and perfect them. And if the fire's coming up to one, like the battleground up here, where we've got a lot of activity going on, they're trying to hold the main road. The wider the better, paved even much better, so that fire trucks can quickly get there, and they can, if things go wrong and they can't hold the line, they can at least get the hell out really fast. So this has better potential for them to hold it over here, but my God, if the wind shifts and starts going down the Illinois River to the south, it's going to hit the millions of dead trees still on the landscape. And picture's worth 1,000 words. Let me go back to Google Maps and show you this stuff. Hang on a second. Boom. That's going to be a nightmare. This is the 2002 Biscuit fire. They did not log down, at least get on the ground, these trees. They just left them to rot and waste. Didn't take the wood, didn't do anything, didn't replant. And so the forest never grew back. And this is the way it looked like in 2018. I can't imagine it looks much different. It's down here in the burn scar. Here. Whoa. Oh, and there's a fire lookout tower. Really messed up image. But you see how portions where the forest burned, it didn't grow back? Well, look at all the dead trees in the landscape. It's because there's so many of these all the way to the California border, and you can still see them. You zoom in, just dead trees. These living trees that managed to survive the Biscuit Fire of 2002 and others, like the Chetco Bar Fire of 2017, these are all going to die. Even if the green trees are not on fire, the heat from the dead ones burning is going to kill the ones next to it. Think of it this way. That fire will be so intensely hot, it's like taking a moth in a jar and walking right up next to a bonfire and sticking that jar next to the bonfire. When you come back the next day, that moth is dead because it just got too hot for it to survive, right? So the problem with forest fires, and what I didn't even realize until I surveyed the damage of the Caldor fire last year, is just go ahead for yourself. Thanks. No, thank you. Actually, yes, I do. Just a small amount. Thank you. Sorry, C-Probe is reminding me to eat. So he's going to bring me a little bit of a snack. He's awesome. He's there. He's here patiently drumming his fingers like, are we going to move the furniture or not? So let me quickly get through this so we have an update on the Agnes fire, or excuse me, the fire near Agnes, the flat fire. And what I didn't understand was there's another reason to have dead trees off the landscape so that the trees that are alive can stay alive. The intensity of the Caldor fire with those pyrocumulus clouds and then the thing that looked like a nuclear bomb, there's so much heat coming from that trees that were 2 miles east or west of the dang fire were killed just by the heat. All of their needles were still on the trees. They were just killed by the adjacent heat. Let me go back to the chat. C-Probe says, for anyone wondering, 1 kilometer squared is approximately 250 acres. How cute. It's good to see you, Rated. How have you been? Where have you been, too? And Dusty, are you back for good? You gonna come in more often? Because I'd love to have you around here more often. I've got to make a phone call to Don Bruno in a second here, guys. So, Dusty, you're still in Oregon, right? I don't know if I'm confusing you with somebody else. Wasn't it Zeus that tried to kill you with the lightning bolt thing? It was you, Dusty, wasn't it? In 2020 when I was almost struck by lightning and I think it was Dusty's neighbor's car got struck by lightning. That's an amazing story. Hey, Major, how you doing? Okay, so let's look at the video. Now, the current situation with the flat fire, and then I'm going to call John Bruno. So we have the operational update. Thank you so much. Thanks for maintaining my blood sugar. C-Probe. I'm running out of daylight to do my thing with my furniture. But let's look at the this was 10 hours ago. This is the morning operational update. So they'll summarize what they did last night. Hopefully the sound is better. Let me set this up.
Good morning. Brian Bishop, Operations Section Chief Field on the flat fire.
Hang on. I got to full screen it. Okay. Full screen. I'll just watch on Facebook. Excuse me. Fit to the screen. All right. Unmute.
Start over here on the west side of the fire. Kind of work through the division. So in Whiskey, lots of great. Good morning, Brian Bishop, Operations Section Chief Field on the flat fire. Starting out with what we accomplished yesterday, and I'm going to also talk about where we're going today at the same time. I'm going to start over here on the west side of the fire, kind of work through the division. So in Whiskey, lots of great headway in getting line prep done with what we call mastication. About 30% of that stretch is done in that regard. Also began.
Take a shot. Somebody said mastication. That's my shot of coffee. Okay, that's a meme on the channel. So what that means, I gotta pause it. Mastication is an amazing new technology where you take an old, say a Caterpillar tractor, but you put a blade and a wood chipper on the end of it, right? So much quicker can this little tractor be on a road, and then the swinging arm of the Caterpillar will go on either side of the road, and the big chainsaw blade will say cut down a dead tree, and then there's like these grab hands that'll hold the tree, and then the masticator will wood chip the thing live, like, and just eliminate that potential thing that can burn, whatever it is, whether it's dry brush, dead trees, or just trees growing too close to roads where they would threaten the road and threaten the fire line. This this is a pretty amazing quick technology. So that's what they're talking about. And since we're so enthusiastic about it, every time they say masticator, we take a shot. So that's what that means. I mean, rewind a little bit.
Lots of great headway in getting line prep done with what we call mastication. About 30% of that stretch is done in that regard. Also began doing some firing operations along the 3318 road, which is kind of the head of the Lawson Creek fire, part of the Lawson Creek drainage. Getting fire out ahead of that road, getting that road blacked out so that fire does not move across that 3318 road. Along with that, moving on down into Zulu. Again, lots of good success getting that line established, getting that line blacked out, and beginning some mop-up up in there to secure that line. And they're over the cusp on accomplishment there. They got a pretty good confidence level sitting right now in holding that line. Moving on down across the river into Alpha. Again, great success going on there. Very high confidence level that line is becoming very secure. That line, along with Zulu, is kind of the anchor point of keeping fire out of the community of Agnes and down the Illinois River Valley here. And so we're starting to really get a good confidence level in securing that anchor point, if you will. Moving up out of Zulu then into Delta, Alpha and Delta, continuing with the line prep. Got a high levels of completion there, up 60% or better through those two divisions. Again, securing that stuff and staying ahead of it. They've also moved into a new division, which is called Foxtrot, continuing that primary line on around, consisting of roads and improvement and use of previous fires, closure lines, etc. End of report.
Okay, so Foxtrot Division F up here, which if you look at this as a clock, that would be like 2 o'clock. They're saying that they're going to use dozers and such to improve probably pre-existing roads, right? So we're going to look at that on the Evac Map. Excuse me. Let me reposition screen. Okay. Looking back at the chat. Major says I'm going to share this video with my neighbors. I'll point them to the 50-minute mark. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. Let's see. Dusty didn't respond to what I was saying. Like, sometimes people come in and out and they don't tell me when they're leaving, but hoping Dusty will come back. So let's see if any of the tankers actually did take off and go back to the flat fire. I don't see them going on right now. So they are probably done. The fact that some of them were down there today is good. If it's ever too smoky, then usually they can't operate. And let's just check out what's going on. Yesterday's firefighting with the flat fire was interrupted by the outbreak of another southwest of Eugene called the Haight Fire. H-A-I-G-H-T. Haight? I don't know how to pronounce that. But it was down here by Alma, and I don't see any aircraft over it. I don't know if the aircraft was stolen away from fighting the flat fire, or if they just had extras around. But we did see some of them buzzing around southwest of Eugene in the Coast Range when we saw nothing on a flat fire. So there's no word on if the aircraft was redirected to the other one or what. Now there's something to be said for the strategy of, hey, there's a new one, and let's quickly put out the new one so we can double down and focus on the old one. They have to make hard decisions like that. So looking down in California, we've got, this is a general filter. It's not all firefighting stuff. This is just low altitude planes. Bakersfield, la la la. Okay, let's do a roundup. 10 hours ago, they had this update for what happened with the flat fire overnight. So the current situation was last night, 3 small targeted burnout operations were completed in the northwest flank. Remember the Thermopylae region where that Wild Horse Lookout Tower is in the 3318 road, right? And so masticators are working around the fire to reduce the vegetation. They're assisting firefighter ops. About 30% of the west flank's, fire line has been completed. Firefighters are about halfway through securing control lines in the northern section. So that would be on the Illinois River. So they are happy with their progress to protect the town of Agnes, which is basically keeping it from going further north at a point off the Illinois River. So I'm really happy that they're happy. I'm really happy to see that there's more crew. There's now 908 personnel on there for today. I remember they only had 2 fire engines pretty recently. Now they've got 10. And they only had 2 bulldozers. Now they have 4. Yippee-ki-yay. They have 2 water tender trucks still, though, which is pretty sad. When you're working on the ridge tops up there, you need a constant stream of water trucks. That's what a water tender is. To provide water so that they can wet down the area of road. The worst thing about holding a road is if the fire, like, say a big gust of wind picks up and a bit of fire goes over your head, flies over your head and up onto the ridge above you, you need to just take a hose with really high power, something that's like 20 feet of line, and shoot it down, up on the hill before it gets established. And that's really something helicopters can help with too. But if you don't have enough water trucks for that, you don't have enough water, and by the time you call it in, hey, water truck, get over here, maybe it already raced up the hill, right? So I'm concerned about that. Having 7 masticators is great. 8 helicopters is great. But size, as far as their morning update up today, was 15,000 acres plus on this fire. So working on the flat fire, there are many personnel from many different businesses and agencies, including the local firefighters who live in the surrounding communities, Gold Beach, Brookings, Agnes. There has been minimal spread to the north, right, with most active part of the fire being on the west flank. Remember Thermopylae here. Today, the fire will continue to be most active in the west, and that's consistent with what we've been seeing with the heat signatures on the satellite even right now. Some of those are probably firing ops. You can't tell the difference, but anyway. Today's activities, what they were doing is firefighters and the South Coast lumber crews will work together to improve existing shaded fuel break utilizing Forest Road 3318. The conditions permit, firefighters will be conducting small burnout ops on that western flank to slow its spread. And we'll get probably some confirmation about whether or not that was successful today, tonight, or tomorrow. And when they say if conditions permit, they mean if it's not that windy and it's not that hot and it's not too horribly dry. So structure protection groups will continue working to prep buildings. Evacuations. Please monitor the Curry and Josephine County Emergency Management Offices. Weather. Red flag warning remains in effect for Southwest Oregon. They're hot, dry, windy conditions. Smoke forecast available here, blah, 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 closures and restrictions, blah, blah, blah. So 3 hours ago-ish, or at least 5:30 p.m., this was the current view of the flat fire, and this is a person's cell phone picture. It looks like a person's personal photograph. So, really hoping that the crews and the lumber mill crews can hold it on the west flank over here. And let's look again at the 2 o'clock area up here where Division Frank is. They said they're trying to improve existing lines, and I would imagine it's just somewhere over here where there actually are roads that they're building lines. What's sad about this is you really can't save this stuff down in here where it says North Fork of the Indigo, or Indigo Creek, whatever this is. If they wanted to, they can't, because there's no road access. It's steep, it's rugged. So they have to pick where's our nearest road, even though it's way back here. This is it. Fire moves too fast to build new roads in front of it for most situations. So there are no roads here. So there's nothing to save down here. They have to go up this way. So they're probably building if I had to just take a guess, this is probably one of their fire lines of this here, and everything that means everything down in here is lost, or they won't have a way to save it. This is why forest access roads and bridges and things are so important. Who knows if endangered species are living there, or some rare plant. There are some in this region. If you want to save them, you have to have access roads for firefighters. It's just that simple. So maintaining these roads already, and what I keep preaching is what they should do is they should just have these pre-maintained. It's the concept of this. Think of Wildfires as a barbarian nomadic tribe, like Mongols or something like that. You don't know when they're going to show up. You don't know when the Huns are going to show up. But when they do, it's too late to build the city wall. Don't think about, oh, let's begin work. No, you better have that made already, maintained already. So right now we have a reactive approach. We should have a proactive approach, because these fires are repeating in the same spots. So it makes sense to identify what you need to save, identify the most fragile habitat, identify the treasures, the natural treasures, identify where the endangered species live, and then figure out a way to protect them, implement that before the fire comes. The nature of these fires here is so that everything is dying in their wake. A mega fire kills everything. It's not well deep underground. There's no trees left alive in its wake. There's no seeds. It doesn't grow back. You start over and you have to manually replant everything at great, gigantic expense, some of which you might never get approved for the budget for. And so you see stuff like this. Wasteland. You know, it used to be forest here. It's just dead. All the pine cones turned to ash. These are not the normal regenerative fires. These are the man-caused, human. When we set up the landscape to be a mega fire through centuries of mismanagement and kind of being foolish, and just a whole variety of factors, including invasive weeds, failing to salvage log, a whole bunch of factors, right? Replanting only very flammable trees instead of the fire-resistant ones like oaks and cedars, right? Well, we got a lot to learn. No one cause for this, but right now, and climate change, of course, too, making them worse. So we can't have this right now. Otherwise, we just lose permanently chunks of the landscape and habitat and history and people's livelihoods, etc. So once we change this all, though, once we decide to get smart and proactive, everything will be a lot less grim. But right now, we're in that awkward spot where we haven't changed yet. Factoid C Probe says, masticate means to chew. My dad was a dentist. Yes, it does mean that. So it's like literally a wood chipper is like chewing up a tree, right? So Smitty says it's pronounced hate, like Haight Ashbury in San Francisco. That's what I figured. I figured it's called the Haight Fire, the one that was by Eugene. Cheryl says, question, up here we aren't used to the heat. Now landlords are saying renters are responsible for alleged damage from air conditioning units. Yeah. Well, sometimes they can cause damage if you know what? There's like a whole bunch of sort of funny playlists and such of accident videos where people accidentally drop a window air conditioning unit out of the window and it crashes 5 stories below onto the street and shatters. Like, I mean, that happens sometimes. Somebody's trying to put the heavy window unit in the window, falls right out the window and goes through the windshield of a car, takes out a tree, takes out a deck, you know. That can happen. But what these landlords should do is just modify everybody for it's a very simple and easy project if especially if you're re-siding, is you put very small, this big oval round vents in the siding next to windows, and it's basically a hole in the wall, and it matches the shape. It's an almost universal shape of portable air conditioning units. And so when the air conditioning unit is inside of the person's dwelling, and the little vent hose plugs into that slot. And then when you pull it out of the slot, then you only have a very small hole in the wall, you know, and a spring-loaded metal door that closes, just sort of like, you know, the vent exhaust of a laundry dryer, you know. Crap, it's 9 o'clock. I've got to make a phone call, guys. So that would be much better than having people, especially the elderly and whatever, struggling with putting heavy air conditioning units in the windows. What you're going to get is a bunch of bugs inside of people's apartments coming in through the window like that. And, of course, the accidents with the window units. Many of the window units are so heavy they need an L-shaped bracket to hold them up. And that can damage the siding of a place pretty good. It's supposed to be just a brace. If you have really fragile, you know, especially crappy thin vinyl siding, it'll punch a hole right in that stuff. So, if they just modified building codes so that these really small vent holes happen, then you can make laws like, you know, the air conditioning unit has to be within the dwelling and not have the ones sticking out the window, because a lot of times people will put that in the window the entire year round, and that's a huge environmental mistake as far as energy use goes. It allows so much of the heat of your house to escape your apartment, and then people have to run up their heating bills and such. You can never really seal the air conditioning unit very well. I've tried my best. You know, I remember spending $50 on coil seals and stuff, and failing to keep bugs and drafts out, right? But apartment dwellers have no choice, especially if you have a small apartment. Where the hell do you put that thing in the off season? Nowhere to put that inside of your dwelling, right? What are you going to do? Put it in the trunk of your car? So if they would just help people modify with a government subsidy to put those little vents in the siding of especially apartment blocks and stuff, then that would be more green than a whole lot of green initiatives. Because the number one use of electricity in a city is heating and cooling buildings. So you want to fight climate change, you do that. And it also helps the poor not to be poor with insane electric bills. And if you can reduce electric unit usage, then you have everybody benefit, right? You don't have to build as many high tension power lines across the landscape, which could fall down and start fires. So when everybody's talking about, oh yeah, change your light bulbs out, you know, light bulbs are only 30% of the average person's electric bill. So even if you've got a 75% more efficient light bulb, well, that's only 75% more efficiency in 30% of your electricity usage. It's not that big of a deal. Anywhere from 18 to 30%. You get an Energy Star appliance or just weather seal somebody's house, and it's a hell of a lot more green. Anyway, I'll have a different video about that in the future. So what I'm going to do is make a phone call. So I'm going to put up, I don't know if anybody's going to answer, but I'm going to put up the little thing. I don't think there's anything to really track right now. The aircraft are off. I don't want to completely end the broadcast because I'm just going to make a phone call. I'm not sure what we should be showing. I mean, flight radar at least shows planes moving around and stuff. It's just not necessarily related to fire right now. That's a Sikorsky Sea over by Grants Pass. Is there a fire by Grants Pass? Let me look. I think there is. Not on watch duty anyway. Let's just look El Topo. Let's look at heat signatures from goes. We got the flat fire having heat signatures. Something over here by Medford itself, which could be something like a recycling plant. What's this? Get the correct deck outdoors. What's southeast of Silverton right here by Staten? What's going on? What's going on in Marion County? This is the 224 and it's wrapping up. That's one over by Estacada. I don't see any watch duty. Let's look at Coin News though. Their wildfire roundup for Oregon. Yeah, 224 near Estacadas and mop up. They're investigating the cause. Fire danger in Portland continues to worsen. Red flag. Grass fire in Marion County contained. That was 2 days ago. What the heck is that going on in Silverton area? The Banks? Wildfire near Banks. It began with a residential house fire. That's not too far west of Portland. It's by Highway 26 and Highway 47. Several families lost their home. Oh God. Several residents received minor burns on their hands. Okay, so I do not see what's going on. We'll have to check maybe Marion County news, like local news. Perhaps it's like a prescribed burn. But this giant heat signature by Staten is weird. Just east of Salem? Like, what the hell is that? We'll figure that out when we get back. So, I'm just going to put this up like so. Let me make a sign, and I will return in like 10 minutes. So, format, hang on a second, will return at, let's say 9, I'm going to say 9:15 to be safe. Might be a little bit sooner, but you know, I'm perpetually late. So we're on a break. Okay, we're on a break. Okay, guys. Hey, Desiree, how you doing? Yeah, Dusty is gone, I think. Dusty was in the chat earlier, but he comes and goes like the wind. So, yeah, he was last. If you check upper right hand corner of chat, if you're on desktop at least, there's something called toggle the timestamps, and you can see the timestamp when somebody chatted. And so Dusty hasn't been chatting since 8:17 p.m. So what I'm going to do quickly is make that phone call to John Bruno. He wants to talk to me about something. I hope he's on bed. He's the retired fire chief of the Shasta area. He really took me under his wing. I don't want to, you know, be rude to him. Be calling after 9, even though it's 8:58, right? 8:58. So I will be back soon, guys. Okay, I think I'm about ready. Let me set this up. So are you ready to talk like in front of the public or? Okay, guys. Okay, we're back. Let me try to set the phone up to a speakerphone. I've got a microphone here. So what I'll do is take the headset off, guys. We're back, and we got an awesome special guest here. We got. Am I coming in okay, guys? Let me adjust my volume and ask in my chat here. JB, super awesome, and you're not live yet, JB. I've got to do that real quick. Is here to talk to us, and I hope I can just press speakerphone right here. I was hoping I could hear him through the headset and then press speaker, but I think I'll just have to have speakerphone on. And he's here to talk to us about what California faces since he's based out in Shasta, things about the Biscuit Fire and all sorts of topics. And we're so lucky to have him talk to us. So he really, yeah, totally. Let me try to set up this sound. So 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Say something, JB.
Hello, good evening.
Okay, guys, can you hear JB pretty good? Because if I hold it up like this to the speaker,
Testing
I think...
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, sweet. Awesome. Okay, yeah, tell me how JB is coming in. I got to take off my headset. 1 sec. And hopefully the headset won't turn itself off. Okay, JB, how have you been? Long time no see.
Yes, good evening. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing much better, and I'm glad that you're recovered from your COVID and all that. We were a bit worried for you. Firefighters.
Yes, the third time I had COVID in the last 2.5 years, but I got it on a cruise ship, of course. So I'm fine now.
Oh goodness, yeah, that's bad. Okay, so I'm always worried when firefighters get COVID because you guys are affected a lot more because of your lung damage due to wildfire smoke. Yes.
Yeah, when you talk to people who retired in the wildland fire business, there's a lot of health issues a lot of them are dealing with now, especially 10, 15, 20 years after. If they surveyed it, it'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, they really should. That's why they always need our love and support. And
right.
We should push for better health benefits for sure.
Right, there's a lot of good organizations like the grassroots wildland folks and the Wildland Firefighter Foundation and the California Firefighter Foundation. They do what they can to help folks out. But it's a growing problem in the generation of guys that are still alive. That, a lot of it's respiratory issues, and a lot of it is. I have a firefighter battalion chief friend in the Sacramento metro area that was first exposed to a lot of smoke in a timber fire called the Rim Fire. A lot of folks might remember that. And that's where he first, he was on the line as a strike team leader. And he came home and had all kinds of respiratory issues and really never took it serious. And then he went on to the Dixie 2 years ago. And it really maximized. And now he's considering a disability retirement at the end of his career because his lungs are so impacted.
Yeah.
So.
What I wanted to talk to you about is what our brief conversation we just had. What shocked me the most is we are not going to see the C-130s set up for firefighting this year.
Well, when you see the director of Cal Fire, and his goal is to get them in the end of this year, but it's not a Cal Fire problem; it's a FAA problem.
Really?
And that is the red tape to get them certified, to get the tanks and the infrastructure and the engineering all properly blessed and signed off. It's quite a process. So, that's a very, very large ship. So, there's a lot of red tape to go through, and the aviation management people have done a great job. It's just the challenge of this has never happened before. So, if something isn't going to happen real quick, they thought maybe the end of this year you might see 1 or 2, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Okay.
From what my sources tell me. Yeah, it's just because of the regulation aspects of the FAA and the process by which you have to get them all certified and blessed and signed off. And your I's dotted and T's crossed. So we'll see. And the helicopters, are slowly showing up at the new bases.
Okay.
The crew program has expanded. Cal Fire still has inmate crews, but in this unit alone, there's only probably 30% of the inmate firefighter crews. The rest of them are all career firefighter crews, or firefighter seasonal, or firefighter ones, we call them. And they're attached to various facilities. Like in Shasta, they have an old school that they rented and turned it into basically a crew camp for crews. You got National Guard crews, you got California Conservation crews, you got Cal Fire crews, fuels crews, and you do still have some inmate crews. But that's happened statewide, and it's been a real manpower demand. So I know teaching here locally, all our students that come out of the fire academies, if they graduate in good standing, pass all their exams, they're almost automatically offered a position with Cal Fire if they want it. And in the last 3 semesters, they've hired every single graduate in our class.
Really? Okay.
Because of the demand to put them in crews. Each crew has, 14 or 15 members every day on duty, so you have to have, a myriad of staffing for that. And
Yeah.
different, besides engine company, besides all your engine companies, now you have. We never used to have firefighter crews. All the crews, the Cal Fire system, up till about 3 years ago, were all inmate firefighters. Everybody that got off of a red bus was wearing orange. They were an agent of the California Department of Corrections and Rehab. They're still out there, but not near where they used to be. I'd probably say, I don't know the detail, but I would say probably less than 50%.
So the
From where they were 3 years ago.
So the good news is Cal Fire went on a hiring blitz, and there's lots of graduees. The bad news is the C-130s are not certified yet to fly, and we may not really see them in the summer fire season at all, right?
Right, but they've also contracted with helicopters and placed,
Okay.
I think it was 5 or 6 helicopters now added. They're private helicopters
Okay.
to the fleet. And they've got one at a Chico Air Attack Base. They don't have one in Redding, but they have one at Chico Air Attack Base.
Okay.
I think it's a Type 1.
And would these be mostly the Sikorsky's or the Blackhawks, or?
The Firehawks, which is
Firehawks. Okay.
Well, it looks like a military UH-60, but
Okay.
it's a Sikorsky 70i. It's a beautiful, beautiful machine. But one thing about the machine is it has a lot of maintenance needed. So last year the governor approved some more helicopters to fill in behind the ones that go down for maintenance. So they were able to purchase more, but when they buy them, when they order them up, it takes a while. Then you have a training component with the pilots, and they're slowly, surely going to be working toward, night vision capability, all the pilots, but that's a big training demand too, and that takes time. So, but
Yeah.
they're it's getting better every year. And, this year we've had the advantage of having a longer, wet winter.
Mm-hmm.
And the disadvantage is we have a lot of flashy 1-hour fuels, grass, and we have a lot of snow breakage from heavy snows. A lot of branches and limbs, trunks of trees break off and fall and land on the ground, and trees topple over from the wind and from the snow. So.
Right. Holt Hanley, who I really adore, we call him Hanley the Kid. He's the very young.
Yeah, he's good. He does a great job. Yeah, Holt. Yeah.
Yeah, the fire weather forecaster. He's a real weatherman. He was very rosy and optimistic about how much the trees are going to be, replenishing their moisture and all this, which will have a pretty long-lasting effect, etc. But I think what he probably should have mentioned to the public is all the dead trees from these fires, the millions of dead trees in the landscape, and all their branches that they dropped are not going to have any kind of moisture content throughout the summer. So what those are the massive risks to the living trees, right?
Right. If you were a 100-year-old ponderosa pine that was impacted by the drought, and the bark beetle got into your cambium layer, and you were starting to die, and you were 50% dead, and it snowed, 300 or 400% in average, you're not going to come back to life. You're terminal.
Right.
But the live trees got a lot of moisture. I mean, everybody got a lot of moisture, of course. The record snowpack and all, but with those heavy snows, it breaks a lot of the boughs and limbs, and a lot of trees go over, and so now they're laying on the forest floor, and the branches will cure this year, but the trunks will break down over the next 20 years. They turn into what we call a punky log. So when you get snow breakage and storm damage, I remember one year in Tehama County, you could drive on Highway 36 to Lassen Park, and they had some horrendous winds, and it broke treetops off. You could visually see from Highway 36, the tops of the ponderosa pine trees were busted off because of the storm, a bad storm like that. So people always say, is it going to be a bad fire season? They say, hey, is it going to be a bad fire season? Well, there's a lot of variables. Of course, when you're in a drought, that's one big variable, fuel moisture.
Right.
But it depends on how many hot, dry, windy days we're going to have, and then what kind of fire starts. Is a community going to have an arsonist active? Is a region of the state going to have lightning from the monsoons, which will be showing up here in another month or two? I mean, there's a lot of variables, and of course, one of the variables, besides the weather and topography is constant, in the weather factor is the fuel moisture.
Right.
So we are up. I mean, Shasta Lake is full to the brim. If people go down I-5 from Portland to San Diego, Shasta Lake is gorgeous, and it filled up in 1 year. And in a lot of the other reservoirs, it's been really good. I think Trinity Lake is not doing as well. But so, we haven't had a lot of hot, dry, windy days. We had a lot of hot days this last couple weeks, but we have a lot of windy days, and everybody's catching their fires on the initial attack. Now this new fire, the flat fire, south of Agnes, that's a challenge, because that's in the old the Biscuit country. Fire burned, I think it was 2 fires, the Klondike and I think it was called the Biscuit, no 2.
Yeah.
But if you zoom in on Google, if you take a Google map of that area, zoom in, you will see the ground looks like pickup sticks, but it's timber. It's dead, decadent timber, been dead for 20 years now, laying on the ground. And you have mid-range fuels growing up, small trees and brush. And it's up and down country. It's hard to get to. The other day they had north winds on it. So it's going to get bigger every day. And they only have, well, as of today, I think at 1,000 people. Well, for a fire that size, you definitely should have 3,000 or 4,000, but that's going to take time to build up their response capability. And there's policies too. There's wilderness there and things like that, but.
Yeah, really, completely retarded policies such as you can't use a chainsaw, right?
Well, the wilderness designated by Congress, there are parameters. And if you are a Southern California local government strike team and you go into the wilderness just because you think this is the way we fight fire back home, can't necessarily do it in the wilderness, because you're basically under the delegation of authority by the U.S. Forest Service, and you have to follow their policies. There's policies that they have and guidelines that they have, and that's congressional law, and so the forest supervisor can waive some of the restrictions, like internal combustion motors on chainsaws and vehicles, things like that. But for the most part, when you have a fire initially in a wilderness, don't sometimes send jumpers in. And I just read an article the other day about the jumper program, how it's underutilized, and would like to be utilized more. I agree, because they are a great asset. But, that's just the way it is in federal lands. You're not going to argue with it, that there's policy, and state and local fire people have to comply with that when they go on that turf. It happened significantly in Yellowstone in '88. You just can't do things the way you do back home, because there's when in Rome, you have to do as the Romans do.
Yeah, broken fish.
That's a whole new subject matter, though. I don't.
Yeah,
Federal policy on wildland fire suppression. That could write a book about it.
right, about how bad it is and needs to change. I mean, Broken Fish was telling me, and I couldn't believe it, that misery whips, the old two-handed cross-cut saws of the 1800s,
Right.
are what they had to use on the biscuit fire. And you practically have to have a team of blacksmiths ready to maintain those. So it's a skill labor thing. It breaks your back. It
Right.
injures a lot of people. And so if you need,
Right.
if when time is of the essence, and you get a whole bunch of crews from different places and a lot of volunteer firefighters or loggers, they go, okay, let's make the fire line. They go, here's your misery whip.
Yeah.
You can basically saw each other's thighs apart. If somebody pushes too much and you don't pull enough, like it's an.
Well, I remember in my career when I was on the job. Clinton was the first president that made some adjustments to the budget of the Forest Service. You got to remember that the Forest Service are land managers. They have a fire and aviation bureau within, so to speak, a section within the Forest Service, and that's what those are the folks that fight the fire. But they have to be funded, they have to be equipped, they have to be properly paid, and they just made a big change on their pay. Thank God, finally. And Congress has not been on top of it, in my opinion, the last 30 years. And now, with the drought and weather changes and more fire activity, more than ever in the last 10 or 12 years, it's showing up. And they can only do what they can with what they got. But the policies are made in Washington by leaders that are way beyond the guy with the flask in his hand. The firefighters do a great job. Best they can with what they have.
I think there definitely needs to be a wildfire czar, like we have a drug czar, all the big issues. And then hopefully.
Right. But there needs to be policy change, though. It's somebody, Congress, they have one of their objectives in Congress, talking to senators and representatives, is to have oversight committees.
Right.
And somebody needs to really seriously have an oversight on the way we fight wildland fire on federal lands. That's going to take a big process, but they just can't do what they were doing. They just can't keep doing what they're doing.
Right. We keep failing, and we need to learn from our mistakes.
Right. And then, of course, you got the western, everything west of the Continental Divide. It's a different culture as far as fire behavior compared to a place like, Montpelier, Vermont.
Right.
And, but there's the wildland urban interface issue since the early 80s it's just snowballing. And the classic example is the Boulder fire in Colorado in December. I think it was about 5-6 years ago. And it was right before Christmas, and it was in basically grass.
Okay.
But it had a 40-50 mile an hour wind. It burned, I think, 500 or 600 homes, and it was a full-blown firestorm like the Alameda fire. It started out by Ashland, Oregon, and burned north all the way into Medford.
Right.
And that was basically in the creek drainages and open alfalfa fields and grass. But it had a horrendous wind. So here's the deal. I took a little tour through the old Carr burn scar the other day.
The Carr fire, which was down by Shasta and Lake Shasta. Yeah. Okay.
Right, we're coming up on the 5-year anniversary in the next few days. Killed Jeremy Stoke, fire inspector for Reading Fire.
Rest in peace.
Colleagues at Shasta College, yeah.
Oh.
It's a terrible fire. But the burn scar in the Whiskeytown Park is horrendous. The volume of dead fuel in the west side of Reading is pretty horrendous. And so homeowners, some of them were diligent. They got in and they cleared all the dead fuel and they built a new home with different siding and different roofs, and they planted the trees they wanted that were fire resistant, and landscaping was fire resistant. But some homeowners haven't done a whole lot. So there's a lot of dead fuel. So now what you need now is a red flag day, and you have fire on the ground. It's going to run very fast, very hot. Because now that fuel has been dead for 5 years. Some of it's fallen over, but a lot of it's standing, oaks and pines.
That's why I tell people is,
brush.
you know, we learned from the 1933 Tillamook burn fire that, you know, that had a repeat fire worse than the one before it every 3 years. It was called the 3-year jinx. And that's when we figured out if you leave snags on the landscape, standing dead trees, then it primes the landscape for a very much worse fire 3-5 years down the line. And it will just continue and continue until you get these dead trees off the landscape. So it's very astute, very, very poignant that you mentioned that. When I drove home last from California after surveying the Caldor fire damage last August, I drove right through Redding and saw that there's almost no salvage logging that's been done. I don't know if environmentalists put the kibosh on that or if it just didn't get funding. But the same thing is with the biscuit fires. Most of those dead trees are still in the landscape. I just showed a picture on stream of that. But I think what people in California need to be prepared for is the Carr fire might be the next, that burn scar might be the next mega fire. I mean, the first time it went around, there were those multiple fire tornadoes, some of which killed people, right? That they documented pretty much for the first time in America, right?
Well, yeah, okay, I didn't hear you on that one too clearly. Repeat what you said.
Oh,
so
yes.
I didn't hear you on the phone.
I mean, the first time around, the fire is actually not as bad because it's mostly living trees and just the branches burning off, right? And then, of course, years later, when all the trunks dry up, then you get the fire that's even worse. So what I was saying is when even the first time around, the Carr fire was so dang bad, it spawned fire tornadoes, and those took out homes and killed people. Like,
yeah, it was a real unique weather phenomenon at that scale.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's always been fire whirls, but that was a significant weather event. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was an F1 or F3, but it was in between that on the scale, and the witnesses.
Yeah, it was up to like 130, 140 mile an hour winds. It was amazing what I saw out there.
Yeah.
So, you know, and the thing is that anybody who lives in California, outside of an incorporated city, in the state responsibility areas of CAL FIRE or has now really known that insurance companies have either ramped up your premiums or they've eliminated you. State Farm last month came out with a press release. They are no longer insuring property for anybody in California, floods, fires, earthquakes. And and then people who do currently live, their rates, I have a real estate colleague here in town, the rates have really, really gone up several 100% for just a single family dwelling. People have to get real serious, and they have to look at their home and harden it as best they can. And there's lots of things, there's books on, you know, what you can and can't do to have a defensible space, but fire's no respecter of homes. All it needs is a source of ignition to land somewhere outside your home or in your home through a crack in the garage door or whatever. And if no one's there, and it's a hot, dry, windy day, it'll burn that house down. That's why you see a house burning here, and then five houses don't burn, and you see another house burning there. It's just it's crazier like that. But more insurance companies aren't gonna. They don't want to underwrite the loss potential. And, you know, they thousands and, well, about 18,800 buildings in Paradise alone during the camp. So there's a right and a wrong way to live.
Yeah, and
there's a right and a wrong way to live in Tennessee when you have a tornado. And everybody should have a safe room or a safe basement that they can get into, or a safe cupola or somewhere so you don't die by the tornado. It might destroy your home, but you'll be alive. Well, in California, there's a right and a wrong way to maintain your home, and even if you do the best you can, sometimes that doesn't take it. But there's just more and more people, I say, are getting more aggressive with it. But if, you know, let's say you're an elderly couple, you don't have the financial resources to hire somebody, and you physically can't do the work to maintain it, it gets to be a fire trap outside.
Yeah, then what I was trying to do is bring a little bit of hope to people, because we can do for ourselves. There's a lot of things where you can completely leave and evacuate your property, and it'll probably still be standing when you come back, even though it was pretty bad. such as the really simple things, such as taking the fine mesh screen and buying it at your hardware store and staple gunning it to your soffit vents. And, sort of common sense like things like that for home hardening. And that'll be...
And a lot of people, too, they're just like people believe the right to bear to keep arms, they buy their own fire pumps now, and they build, a fire suppression facility, and they don't leave their homes when they're told to evacuate. And when that happens, and you have another problem that's compounded, that's where you have a physical rescue issue. It has to stop fighting fire. Now we got to go rescue all these people.
Right. So I recommend that people make those systems automated and they go. And you're going to love having it around if you can't go, if you have to shelter in place, right?
Well, I remember in 1999 we had a fire in Shasta County called the Canyon Fire. It burned about 150 homes, I think.
Okay.
And it was October of '99. It was in an area that is rural residential, oak woodland, but it had an agricultural water district, and so people set oscillating sprinklers up, front yard, backyard, top of the roof, turned everything on, and left. And then hundreds of people did that. Well, because the water system is an ag water system, it was able to keep up with that, and it did make an impact. It did prevent a lot of the flying brands from starting fires in their yard. I mean,
sure.
But not everybody only has that in rural America. Everybody has a well, and then the power goes out, and you have no ability to pump water.
Or the pump house melts down. The problem with Paradise when you're on city water like that is a lot of the firefighters went to save structures, had no pressure on the hookup because people just put their lawn sprinklers on. And so, like my
brother, kept their sprinklers on, and you have hundreds of fire engines tapping into hydrants. That's what and then if it's a system that has a gravity tank, it has to be pumped and get topped off. It drains it down, and then if you have a diesel backup, it can't stay up with it. It's like it would be like everybody running their air conditioner, down to 68 degrees in the city, and of course then they shut the power off because you blew something.
Yeah, I just want to be ultra clear to the public that that's the exact wrong thing to do in this city, and you have to take a lot of different precautions, such as have cisterns or a pretty robust well situation, a way to protect your pump house, and all these different considerations if you're going to do that. Don't just do it on a city, Yeah,
with the public safety power shutoffs, I would say probably 10% of the people that I know that live in rural Shasta County have a generator now.
Okay.
But a generator, you got to have, it has to last a while, and also a generator could supply power to your pumping system, or you could supply power to an electric pump, or you're going to buy a fire pump for your swimming pool or fire hose and try to protect your own home. That's a smart thing to do, but most people are not trained in wildland fire behavior, so they're at risk when they do that.
Yeah, what I advise people to do is get in touch with their local fire department and their local volunteer and say, hey, rate my prep and then tell me what to do. Is that good advice?
Well, yeah, in Shasta and CAL FIRE, they have defensible space inspectors that actually inspect homes in the SRA. And if somebody wanted that, they could do that. They could request it, and they'll tell you this is what you should do, and this is what you need to do by law. But this is what you should do,
right?
But it's kind of like if you're gonna buy a beach house on the beach on a cliff. And that's wonderful till you have a storm surge, and then it starts eroding, and you see the back of your house flowing into the ocean.
Right.
There's certain risks in nature. It's the way it is.
Yeah, and so
in California, it's fires and earthquakes.
Yeah, we've got a couple of questions in chat from people. One of which is Cheryl said, "What do you think about what's going on in Canada?" And then I got a couple other people with questions.
Yeah, well, Canada's got a real challenge. I was just up there.
You were up in Alaska on a cruise, or?
I was at Prince Albert.
Okay.
Prince Albert.
Okay.
Timber.
You fuzzed out there for a second. Can you repeat?
Yeah, they have a lot of heavy timber in Canada, and they're in those areas there. They've had some really bad fire weather, and so the ducks line up. multiple fires, probably caused by lightning. It drains the system down, and they can only do so much. God, now the Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, or the federal agencies, BLM, and the rest of them, they've all. I know that the resources are up there. There's resources from the Fed agencies, but they got a big challenge. I'm not that familiar with weather patterns in northeast Canada, but they should hopefully they start getting their weather changes, they'll be in better shape. So it's, if you look at all the catastrophic fire losses, talking not timber, we're talking about structural fire loss in the history of this country, there's 3 significant factors that they all have in common. Okay. It's a hot, dry, windy day. And that's when you had Bel Air in 61, and you had Berkeley back in the 40s, and you had 85 had the Loma Prieta, not Loma Prieta, that was an earthquake, but I'm talking about in 85 you had a major fire in San Luis, and you had Malibu in 93, and Malibu, and then you had the coming up here on the 20 year of the siege of Southern California. It's all Santa Ana's. It's all those conditions. Like I said, everything's ready to burn in the North State right now, but we've not had a lot of wind.
Right, and
you get slope-driven fires and all, but when it comes to wildland-urban interface, you can cut all the brush around your house, but it can still burn down, because if one clinker lands somewhere where there's a receptive fuel bed, like your rain gutter or your wood chips around your house that you have for flower bed, it can be a source of where the fire is going to come into your house.
Right,
it's a challenge.
When I've done is a little tiny bit of research on El Nino years and just how bad they can be. So what typically happens with an El Nino, which is this year, and just like 2002 with the Biscuit Fire, is the jet stream changes block a whole lot of the usual moisture that hits Canada and the Pacific Northwest. So you get a dry and more windy, baked out conditions for Oregon, Washington, and Canada. You get a traditionally more wet and a little bit cooler than usual during certain parts of the year, California and the Southwest. So the problem with that is that lulls people into a false sense of security, because the spring and summer fire seasons may not be that bad for California. But just like El Nino was in 2018, 2019, you get a lot more of the Santa Ana Diablo wind stuff because of that jet stream change. So I'm thinking that maybe it's this winter, late fall to winter fire season that might be the worst for California. Meanwhile, it's summer that's the worst for Oregon and Washington, because, we'll have the wet season eventually after October. So,
like, New Mexico and Arizona have gotten hammered with fires here recently, and of course their heat. I saw an incident in Phoenix today. It was 118. It was so hot that a liquefied petroleum gas place, LPG, propane place, one of the tanks got so hot it started venting.
Whoa.
Found a source of ignition, and it lit the whole place up, lit the whole compound up.
Whoa.
Because it was so hot.
Where was this, sorry?
And it was in Phoenix, Arizona.
Wow.
It was a major hazmat incident, and it involved a commercial structure fire, too.
Yikes.
So, you just have, certainly, it's just kind of, when the ducks line up, you have dry fuel, and plenty of it, and when you're in mountainous terrain, you can be on flat ground, on a hot, dry, windy day with low fuel moistures, just now, things cured out, the grass and the hills, valleys, then you're going to put fire on the ground, you're going to have some action.
Right.
But if there's a 5 mile an hour wind and a fire starts at 4 o'clock and it's 106, well, unless you have that fire being pushed by a slope, it's probably going to get contained within the first 2 hours, rather than, fuel moisture is a big part of it, and that's why the drought years, last 10 years, we saw fire introduced to behave like we've never seen it behave in a long time, and the current generation of chief officers blown away, and and the results, the actual measured fire spread, the rates of spread, off the charts.
Right.
So, but listen, let me just share this.
Sure.
The drought is over in terms of hydraulic water flow and yield.
Sure.
But the results of the drought are not over. We're still living with the results of it. We still have a lot of dead timber out there. We still have a lot of areas that like Siskiyou County is kind of still considered abnormally dry right now.
Really?
Yeah, you know, it didn't get as much water as like the Cascade Mountains and the Sierras on the east side of the state.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at the drought index and the U.S. Drought Monitor and the Palmer Drought Index, that we're light years where we were a year ago. But, you know, California is Mediterranean climate, and it's burned in the entire history of its existence. But now you have 40 billion people. And when people, especially people now, the baby boomers are retiring, so they leave metropolitan California, LA, Bay Area. They want to live in the country. You can't build your house on BLM land, Park Service land, or Forest Service National Forest.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you going to build? The country on the SRA. And that's why CAL FIRE has got a lot of challenges because there's such a high volume of people. And when you have a high volume of people, you have infrastructure changes. You have schools, churches, strip malls, theaters, parks, have a big buildup of structural infrastructure in those small little mountain communities that used to have a grocery store and a post office.
Right. You know, in my big thing that my kind of obvious observation is that if you're going to build a community out in the wilderness with high fire danger, you can't build it as a fire death trap. You have to mandate that don't build a certain density of housing without appropriate roads for evacuation, or build built-in shelter-in-place options, such as like built into a hillside, a long culvert that goes back 200 feet that people can shut the door and shelter in. So
in California, in Shasta County in 1983, the Board of Supervisors adopted what we call the California Fire Safe Standards, and I was working in the fire marshal's office for the county fire department.
Okay.
So if you were going to build a 2,000 square foot home in a rural area, let's say at the 1,000-foot elevation, you had to send in your permit, and we checked the roads.
Mm-hmm.
The roads, if they were longer than 200 feet, they had to have 16 feet wide. If they had a grade more than a certain percent, it had to be an all-surface grade. You had to have 4-inch letters for your address. You had to have 30-foot clearance of any flammable vegetation. Mm-hmm. You had to have a non-combustible roof, shake roof. It used to be really popular years ago. You had to have, a steel roof or top tile. And those fire safe standards have been adopted in a lot of the counties that CAL FIRE does business in.
Right.
And the state fire marshal is also making a lot of changes too, to help improve people's consciousness about home hardening.
Yeah, and
it's a real effort. It really is. It's like, I had a friend of mine just moved to Tennessee, and he had to build a underground refuge area for his family with food and water and batteries and a radio, just to get in, shut the door, and be under the ground when a tornado comes through.
Right.
They're in Tornado Alley, so.
Right.
That's why insurance companies don't want to underwrite those single family dwellings.
Mm-hmm.
Or even the commercial properties. I know a man who manages a Christian youth camp. They cannot afford the premium, so they're self-insured. Mm-hmm. And that can be expensive, because when you lose a large commercial building, it's very expensive to replace. But they can't afford the premiums.
Right, and I want to return to the flat fire. There's probably a lot of people saying, "Oh, I want to know about that fire because it's so concerning." To me, it's the biggest thing that concerns me in all of Oregon, Washington, California right now.
The flat fire is going to get bigger because they don't have enough people. There's not enough resources, and it's in a very inaccessible area, and it's in the old, 2 old scars, that they have there. And there's a lot of dead fuel on the ground, so. You go to InstaWeb and you can see the maps, you can look at it and see the ops chief do a briefing, and that unless you're there looking at it, or you can find a camera. I don't know if they have cameras, and they probably don't in that area, but
No.
it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge, but it's not in any populated areas right now. But it could go. It's a big push out of the northeast and head southwest. It gets into that Chetco drainage. You have that those Chetco winds that go down, and I'll take it all the way down to the Brookings. That's what it did one time when they had a fire there years ago. So
Really? Was that the Chetco bar fire?
We're just coming to the time of year where things are starting to really get active now. I think everybody's been catching their fires since Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
Initial attack. Except there's not, for example, not one CAL FIRE team has been activated here at all. There's
Really?
6 of them.
Okay.
I don't even know. In fact, Riverside's fire, the Rabbit Fire, was handled by the Riverside unit of CAL FIRE with a Type 3 team.
Okay.
Didn't bring in a Type 1 team. So, but the weather's changing. If you go and look at predictive services, and you look at the dew moistures and the energy release component, which tells you basically how badass a fire is going to be, how challenging is it going to be. That number is growing every day.
Yeah, so Broken Fish is in the chat right now, and he says scares you and me both. So what I wanted to talk about was a little bit of right now the big, what I was calling the Battle of Thermopylae, like the Spartans, 300 Spartans hold back the whole Persian army, right? Because it's a strategic pinch point. Right now it seems to be on that 3818 road, if I remember that right, over at the fire lookout called the Wild Horse Fire Lookout. This is the western flank of the fire, and they've been doing a lot of burning ops, which they said have been going pretty successful, and it's a ridge top, and if they lose that ridge top, they can have rollout go down straight to the Rogue River, which is west of Agnes, and then that wind tunnel could blow it all the way to Gold Beach, and it could start hopscotching on ridges. So I'm thinking if they can hold that, that'll be quite good. However, that's not... That has more of the infrastructure there as far as roads, but the southeast portion has almost no roads. It's that wilderness thing, and everything to the south is what really bothers me. The wind shifts direction, and it goes straight into more of the standing dead trees that are all over the Biscuit area. So what I'm looking at right now is they almost salvage logged almost nothing. I'm looking at people's vacation photos right now on the stream, the Illinois River West trailhead, and there's just standing dead trees all over the landscape.
Absolutely.
So what I'm thinking is they need rain, like right now. They need a lot of rain. They need...
But they're not going to get it.
But we're not going to get it, so I'm desperately...
They'll be under high pressure for the next 10 days.
I'm sorry, say again?
They'll be under high pressure for the next 10 days. If you look what's happening out here on the West Coast, Reading was 106 today. It's going to be 112 tomorrow or Sunday.
Oh boy.
Or Saturday or Sunday, yeah. So that bowl sits over the Sacramento Valley up here in the north end, but the whole West Coast has been hit. If you look at the National Weather Service or you look at the Weather Channel, they'll tell you that 80% of the population of America is under a heat wave of some sort this past week.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure people are going to be concerned that fortunately, it's not in an urbanized area. It's going to burn a lot of the dead timber that's laying all over the place, but it's going to be expensive, very expensive.
Yeah, what happened with the Biscuit partially was resources got peeled away, and Southwest Oregon and Northwest California always get screwed and abandoned if bigger fires show up on the doorstep of bigger cities. So what I'm thinking is this has the potential to be another 500,000 type mega fire and almost the same footprint as before. What are your thoughts?
Well, in California, I'm going to talk about California. In California, when multiple fires occur in the region, either the north region or south region, there's a multi-agency coordinating team that sets a priority on what the priorities are going to be. Who's going to get the aircraft? Who's going to get the priorities for engine strike teams and crew strike teams? And it's based on values at risk. And there's a lot of variables. But as a group, federal, state, OES people get together and make that decision. Then, if you've got the fire burning in the Hollywood Hills that's going to burn into downtown LA, that's going to be a higher priority than a fire burning up in the Modoc on the Warner Mountains right now.
Of course, yeah.
So once you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 major fires,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fires that are not going to be out by 10 o'clock the next morning, they're going to burn. And every team that gets activated for each one of those fires is demanding resources. And so it's like everybody opening up their fire hydrant on the street at the same time. The last guy who opens up isn't going to get hardly any water. So,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you call maximum drawdown. Drawdown can occur real quick, depending on what happens. Like, case in point, I remember when I was a young captain in '87,
Mm-hmm.
you had 1,800 lightning fires start end of August in 1987. It was called the Siege of '87.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going to a fire with a strike team, 5 engines, 16 people, and it was 300 acres of timber. Well, what am I going to do with 300 acres of timber and 16 people and 5 engines? Not a whole lot.
Right.
But we were the only resources available. And they tell you, do what you can with what you got, but don't get hurt. And that's where risk versus gain comes in. With
Right.
any firefighter, whether it's a structure fire or a wildland fire, you have to say, what are we willing to risk versus what we're going to gain? And firefighters are not going to risk their lives for something that can grow back or
Right.
something that can be built back.
Right. That's unreasonable expectation to say, hey, go die for some trees, No, no thanks.
So, there's a lot of, the thing is, people have to understand that on the federal lands,
Mm-hmm.
the people that manage those lands manage it based on policy. And Congress is the one that would have to make the changes. I mean, the Forest Service is not a wildland firefighting agency. Part of what they do is wildland firefighting, but they're land manager.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they have a different philosophy of fighting fire than local government and state government sometimes.
Right.
Cal Fire protects private land, your property, your school, your grocery store,
Mm-hmm.
your, you're the land around your grocery, land around your home. Where the feds, they protect public lands, and public lands has public policy. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of it needs to be visited, and there needs to be a massive, in my opinion, redo of how we fight fire and the way we do it, and the policies that we have on federal lands. You got the environmentalists involved, you got Sierra Club, you've got professional fire people, and it's always been a big battle. And
That's why there should be a fire czar who has the power to just quickly change everything according to emergency circumstances. Would be the whole point of a person, and they can just advise Congress, this is why we have to do this, and this, my reputation's on the line, but it's worth it.
It's political. It's very political. Very
Right.
political.
So, and I'm hoping that the fact that so many Congress people have, vacation homes at Tahoe, that Caldor Fire kind of woke them up and made them realize that things need to change out here. I have a question from SV Kathy. She says, what about fire protection, like the private ones that show up? Are those, if they show up to defend people's individual homes, like they're contractors with, say, insurance companies, are they legally required to go with mutual aid and help you out, or do they just sit on their own?
Well, from what I know, the insurance companies have fire brigades, and they have actually tactical engine companies that will go and sit on your house. On the public fire protection agency side of things, they can do that, but they better be using our frequency. We better know where they're at. They better know. We don't want to have to go physically in to rescue them.
Right. Yeah.
But the insurance companies are doing that now.
Mm-hmm.
They will send their own little fire brigades out. PG&E has a private utility company, but they've really beefed up their wildland fire brigades, and they actually have Type 4 and Type 3, Type 6 wildland fire apparatus and crews to protect their poles and infrastructure.
For the viewers, what's the difference between the type this, type that?
Well, the incident command system that came to California back in the early 70s and was adopted in '82 is basically this. When you have emergencies in America, whether it's a flood, a Katrina, it's an earthquake like Loma Prieta, it's a train derailment, a high-rise fire, it's a wildland fire, it's a flood, the system by how we're going to mitigate the emergency, the rules we go by are all the same now. For example, when you can have an incident that's multi-jurisdictional and multi-agency, like a large wildland fire starts out in a structure fire, burns SRA, CAL FIRE jurisdiction, and then it burns in the National Forest. Well, you have the multi-agencies, but the way they do it and how they do it and the toolbox that they use now to manage it is the incident command system. And the incident command system is a standardized system with common terminology and common infrastructure and titles and names and standards for resources that President Bush required by a Homeland Security presidential directive right after Katrina. And it basically said this: if you are any town USA and you have a disaster, you do not use the ICS, you will not be reimbursed by FEMA for your costs. So everybody was required to basically play that game. Now, I mean, from the New York City Fire Department down to a volunteer fire company, Burns, Oregon, the ICS is a standardized system. I used to teach it for years. So it's like everybody gathering around at a poker table.
Okay.
There's different ways to play poker, and so you got to play by the same rules.
Okay, but as far as when people are unfamiliar with terminology, like say a Type 1 incident management team versus a Type 3, is the Type 1 the big guys, like the big guns, for example? Like if like
right. Normally, it's the biggest capability. For example, CAL FIRE does not have, well, we do, but all our teams are Type 1, and then a Type 3 team would be handled at the unit level. You got a fire burning in the Nevada Yuba Placer unit, they might run that fire for the first day or two, and unless it gets big enough, and then they'll call a team in.
Okay.
There's 6 teams, and okay, so everything's typed. For example, a Type 1 helicopter is a large water-carrying helicopter, such as like a Sikorsky 64.
Right, or Chinook.
Aircrane.
Yeah.
Right. The Type 1 engine company is a urban engine with a 1,000-gallon-a-minute pump, 4 people, breathing apparatus to fight building fires. A Type 4 or Type 3 engine company is designed to fight wildland fire and verbally. A Type 2 and Type 3 engine company can fight fire in the wildland, but it can also fight structural fires that are small size. It's not designed to fight commercial fires. A Type 6 engine is a 1-ton pickup truck with smaller tank and small pump and 2 or 3 people.
Okay.
And crews are the same way. Like a Type 1 crew is a hotshot crew. That's the inmate crew, CAL FIRE. Whereas a Type 2 is more of a mop-up crew, and they don't do initial attack.
Okay.
So everything's typed, and people can go on the internet, type that in, and they can get all the information about standards. And so like I was a Type 1 PIO.
Okay.
So that was the highest level of PIO status, and you start out like a Type 4, Type 3. So, typing is kinds of resources and the type. So if you say, hey, I want 50 engines, well, then you're going to have 50 officers trying to call you on the radio to get there. But if you say, hey, I want 10 strike teams of Type 3 engines, then those engines are all going to meet the standard of a Type 3 engine. That means they're going to have X amount of gallons of water, so many feet of wildland hose, 3 members each, have all the tools and equipment to fight wildland fire.
Okay, so when they say...
you wouldn't want an urban engine to go on a ridgetop way up in Agnes and do a firing operation. And you wouldn't want a Type 6 engine patrol unit to go fight a high-rise fire in downtown LA. That's a Type 6.
Right.
So everybody who's in the fire service, if you're a volunteer in Hooterville, or if you're a fire captain in downtown LA County, you're all going to be working on the same system, same box, the ICS.
Right. Okay, so basically when Joe Blow of the public hears about there's a type 3 incident management team, but we're going to transition to a type 1. That's because it's a serious affair. It's a serious affair, right?
It's gotten bigger. The type 3 incident commander is only allowed to command a fire with X amount of people of a certain size fire.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have the certifications. It's kind of like this. My general practitioner can give me a checkup on my knee, but if it needs to be operated on, he sends me to an orthopedic specialist.
Right. Okay.
So I bump up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now the feds have type 2 and type 1 teams.
Okay.
All the Cal Fire teams are type 1, and a type 3 team would be something handled locally.
Okay.
In one of their 21 units, and it might be a fire that might be contained within 2 hours, but they might mop it up for several days, like a 50-acre timber fire, you know.
Yeah,
so,
the locals respond first. Like the Agnes Gold Beach Fire Department was type 3, I imagine, and they went to type 1 and said, "Please help."
Right.
Okay.
Feds always bring in a type 2 team, and it's not uncommon for them in a day or two to have to call in a BMO team. They have area commands. A lot of them.
All right, so just going back to what the flat fire is, it's looking kind of grim. In the first big windstorm we have that's not wet is probably going to blow this thing up major.
It's already had some red flag wire weather on it, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, mild, so to speak.
That's why it doubled in size.
It's still pretty mild, and it did that and doubled. I mean, we haven't had 45 and 50 mile an hour winds. Those are still just 25 mile an hour wind gusts in general. I mean, they can be.
Yeah.
So it's quite concerning.
Well, I mean, it's fire season. We're going to get fires. So now, where they occur and how bad they're going to be and how destructive they're going to be, it's in the hands of God. Who knows?
Yeah, and what I would say is we should probably worry the most for, like, say, for California, the places that have already had fires and have a lot of dead trees still standing on the landscape, correct?
Well, especially ones where, like Carr, it's now been 5 years. So now you have new growth, have annual grasses, have, and all the dead stuff falling and breaking off and trees falling over, because, when an oak tree dies from a fire, it doesn't fall over onto the ground in 1 year. It takes a while.
Right.
And so, yeah.
And you can just put the little gold man from the, the Street View thing anywhere by Shasta and Shasta Lake, and you can and Whiskey Town Lake, and you can just see this crazy devastation. If it's up to date imagery with Google, I mean, you could just see this giant wasteland. Yeah. And I just put it up on screen for my channel. That's totally insane. People have no idea how bad this was. Nothing grew back. The forest didn't grow back. It hasn't been planted. It hasn't been logged yet. It's just giant dead sticks everywhere.
Yeah, I remember in 1992, we had a fire here called the Fountain Fire. It was a destructive fire. It burned several hundred homes in German Creek in the foothills east of Redding. Mm-hmm. Started by an arsonist, and a lot of the timber burned on SBI lands, but within weeks after containment, they went in and they salvage logged every tree they could.
Okay.
And then they went in with a massive campaign using civic groups, 4-H clubs, kids clubs, ecology clubs, and they planted trees next year.
Okay.
And now that forest is 31 years old, and it's beautiful. They actually have thinned it, and boy, I tell you, it's amazing. But they took everything out before it got blue stained, took the merchantable timber out, and then they replanted. But they don't do that on Fed lands. Park Service wants to naturally do its thing. So.
There's nothing natural about
which
these.
I don't agree with, but that's just my opinion.
There's nothing natural about a mega fire, and but here we are. So that's the big problem I have with the Caldor burn scar and so much of the Dixie is we're going to have a Dixie Fire 2 and a Caldor 2 that are worse than the first because they're doing almost no salvage logging. Yeah. And the Carr Fire is primed and ready to go. There's not as much bushes grown up again, in the Caldor and Dixie area, but the Carr is ready to go. So I would be very, very concerned for your neck of the woods in the Shasta County area.
Right, but
So,
you can also live in urban Los Angeles, like the Getty Fire off the 405, right north of downtown LA, burned $1 million homes because as long as you have dry fuel in mountainous terrain under hot, dry, windy conditions, you're going to have a catastrophic fire behavior event.
right, and that's what
And it just depends on where it lands, on what day and where. I mean, you know, when I was on the job, I used to my firefighters a lot about fire behavior, and we would go over the daily weather, and we would have like a bet. Well, where do you think is going to be a major fire today? What part of the state? And they invariably always picked an area where they're under red flag warning.
Right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the Oakland firestorm. You told me incredible stuff last year when you were kind of teaching me things, and you went through that, right?
Yeah, it was October '91.
Yeah. So remember, California's worst fire season is when the Santa Anas and the Diablo winds pick up. The hot, dry winds from Nevada start pouring like a roller coaster, pick up speed, plunge down the mountains, and then the winds try to escape in two places: down by Santa Ana by LA to reach the ocean, and also down by San Francisco by Mount Diablo. So that is a seasonal thing. It occurs from October to January. It's not related to climate change. It's just it gets worse. Yeah, it's a geographical based thing. But we have identified now, just learning more about the climate, that it happens a lot during El Niños. Guess what this year is? El Niño. So when I
know that, those are anomalies that the scientists look at.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing they've talked about is maybe some more monsoons too.
Right, and so yes, and so with California firefighting, there's the lightning storm season, which is usually August or so. And there's a race against time to get all the thousands of lightning strike fires that usually happen, get them all out before you get your Santa Ana and Diablo wind season starting up in October. So in 2020, like with the mass fatality event of the Bear Fire over by Orville, you had a lightning strike up by Bucks Lake. They had a really good containment, but just barely missed that window. And the Diablo winds came up and just drove it down to Lake Orville, and it took out communities on the way.
In the North State, they call it a north wind, and in the general Bay Area, they call it a Diablo wind. It's the name they give it, but it's a northeast wind. It's a foehn wind. It's a FOEHN, foehn wind, hot, dry, subsiding wind. And in SoCal, it's called the Santa Anas because it's a foehn. It's a dry, compressed, hot. Anybody can tell you they've ever fought fire in Southern California. My whole career, I will tell you the Santa Anas is something I've never experienced before in the North State. I mean, we've had some heavy winds up here, but the Santa Anas are unrelenting sometimes. I mean, you can have peak gusts, 80, 90, 100 mile an hour. Now, Santa Rosa, it was, that night the Santa Rosa fire took off. They had a regional or remote automated weather station at a peak over 100 mile an hour. So you put wind on any fire, I mean, even if it's in New York and Brooklyn, and you put a 50 mile an hour wind and you have a building fire, it's going to challenge those firefighters because the wind pushes, it bends, it spreads, it spots, it directs the fire. That's why the blacksmith uses a bellows to heat his fire to mold his metal. I mean, wind is terrible on these fires.
Right.
And go look at the Boulder Fire. The Boulder Fire right before Christmas. I think it was 5 years ago. You go look at that was all grass. That wasn't brush. It was a few isolated cedar trees and stuff, but it was basically a grass fire. Yeah. And then this year, with all the rains in SoCal, the deserts have a lot of grass.
Well, and then that night that Santa Rosa burned down in 2017, that was October, and that was basically almost 1 year right before the Paradise Fire. That was the same night that I lost my family friend because Bangor and Loma Rica burned down the same night. And all three things happened by PG&E power lines being blown down while they were energized. That's, like I said.
Now they have their public safety power shutoffs, right?
Yep, because there's no way that they can quickly go back to 40 plus years of neglected maintenance and just kind of fix it in a day.
Right.
So there's a, I'm
Right.
looking, excuse me. I'm looking for this compelling video it's non-copyrighted, so I could show it. And there was a firefighter who did mutual aid from, I believe, San Francisco, showed up in Santa Rosa, and they got really confused because they were supposed to meet in a Kmart parking lot next to a big neighborhood.
I've seen the video. Yeah, I don't think they weren't from San Francisco. I think they were from Oakland.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
maybe Oakland, but it took a while
Yeah,
to get
I saw
there.
the video. I saw the video.
Yes, and I was hoping to show that for the stream here. But and now it's kind of buried underneath news outlet stuff, which is going to be not, copyrighted.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but that, I'm trying to still find it. People need to remember that, October, it's not just the middle of nowhere that has a potential to burn, especially in California. It's, look what happened with Pasadena. Look what happened with LA. These firestorms with Oakland burning down. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about what you saw with the Oakland firestorm. You were telling me that buildings, new homes were catching fire at a rate of how many per minute? Like it was kind of insane.
The Oakland Hills fire burned. You have to correct me. 3,200 residences, I think, in less than 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It basically became a conflagration. It started. They had a fire the day before. They thought they had it mopped up. They pulled the lines, and they went back in the morning when a neighbor said, "Hey, there's some smoke coming out of that area where you had that fire." Well, we got there, and when we got on scene, smoke blew up, and it was off to the races. And the Oakland Fire Department has limited wildland firefighting capabilities. They went to mutual aid right away, and this thing was a conflagration. What had happened the year before is we had a freeze in our state.
Okay.
And a lot of the eucalyptus froze, and a lot of them were dead, and they dropped a lot of leaf litter, and everybody's gutters were full. And fire spread from one house to the next, to the next, to the next. It was a small acreage fire. I think it was, I can't remember, it was not a whole lot of acres, but it was like one every 2 or 3 seconds ignited for a period of time.
Oh, man.
It was a fast-moving fire, so,
Yeah, it was pretty insane. It was like a new structure was on fire like every 68 seconds or something, if you do the math.
Right.
So
Well, look at the campfire. Look at the fire spread statistics on that. They said it was moving, 7 or 8 football lengths every minute while there.
Right. And it burned for days too. That's what people forget, that it just didn't happen right away. It burned for days back and forth on itself as the wind shifted.
That's why in the world of firefighting, wildland firefighting, the key is fast, aggressive initial attack. If you don't have a fast, aggressive initial attack policy and philosophy in your fire agency, a fire will ensue. And when it ensues, it enters into critical fire conditions, hot, dry, windy conditions, dry fuel down the stream, it's going to explode. And so that's why initial attack, if you ever read the history of CAL FIRE, the old foresters, the old rangers had a philosophy way back in 1940, at the 1940 fire plan. The goal was to get a fire engine to any fire in the SRA, state responsibility area, within 30 minutes. This is 1940.
Right.
And that's when they decided they were going to put their fire stations. Because, back then in the 20s and 30s, they used to have camps, and they'd hired people off the street. And they didn't have a full ready fire protection delivery system, they do now. It was just the way it was. It was, we've learned a lot in the last 70 or 80 years, but this wildland fire problem is not going away.
Right.
Because you're not going to change the way California burns. Now you have 40 billion.
Right, and this is the most of the voters are in the cities, and most of them think that they're immune from this, especially the youngsters who were not alive in 1991, who don't remember just how bad the Pasadena incident was and the Oakland firestorm. I speak to boomers all the time. They know. They know what happened.
What fire are you referring to in Pasadena?
Oh gosh, let me actually Google that. It's hard to do that with one hand right now. but it came out over the hills, and I remember there was some.
Are you talking about the station fire in 2009?
Shoot. I watched a YouTube video on it, and it was the one that came over the hills, took out a neighborhood, and people couldn't get out of the neighborhood.
The Sayre fire, S-A-Y-R-E.
Yes, yes. How do you spell that again? S-A...
Y-R-E. It's named after a street. I have a friend of mine who had a strike team on that fire from
Really? Okay.
Trinity County.
Mm-hmm.
And that was under Santa Ana. It hit a mobile home park.
Mm-hmm.
Mobile home parks are very close together, and they're very highly combustible. And
Mm-hmm.
once fire gets introduced into a mobile home park with 50, 60 mile an hour winds, it's going to take a lot of damage.
Right, and that was where there was traffic jams and people trying to leave, and car breakdowns.
Right.
And there's
Right.
these insane, crazy images where people looked out their windows and just saw a wall of fire coming at their community.
Right.
Yeah. So.
So if somebody goes to Google and they type in Cal Fire has a page, it's called the 20 largest destructive fires in the state's history.
Really? Okay.
You can type it in 20 largest destructive fires in California.
Okay.
And Cal Fire document will come up at the day, updated every 6 or 8 months. Look at that and take a pencil, print it up, circle how many of those fires have occurred in the last 10 years or 15 years.
And how many did PG&E start?
Well, yeah, I don't want to get into that, but yeah. Or, San Diego Gas and Electric, that's another utility.
Or SoCal Edison, a cough, yeah. One thing I wanted to say, JB, that shocked the heck out of me the other night, just as an aside, the Bobcat fire, which basically was so dang bad, and I went viral in the Southern California covering that, and almost took out the Griffith Observatory, and it was in the Angeles National Forest, as well as the kind of the urban interface down there. They dragged out, I couldn't understand why it was taking more than 2 years to do the investigation, when basically the fire started right next to a bunch of surging and spurging SoCal Edison equipment, and the cameras caught it on camera, and so the report did come out, and it's just jaw-dropping. They said that they couldn't really determine exactly how that equipment started the fire. They assume it did, but it's a big question mark, which is like, what? Even though they had to chop down the line that surged from in between two trees. But they said that the Forest Service, I guess, refused to cooperate with the investigators and provide more answers. Can you believe that? Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of politics involved, and there's a lot of things we don't know behind the scenes, but PG&E did a big press release this year, talked about their objectives on putting stuff underground.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to Europe, you rarely see power lines. They're all underground. Now, of course, Europe's a different environment, but
Sure.
When there's a fire in the wildlands, there has to be a source of ignition.
Mm-hmm.
90% of the time, or 80% of the time, it's probably equipment or man-caused.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think what happened with the utility company, they didn't invest in keeping their infrastructure up, placing poles, placing carts, and clearing brush and clearing trees, and now they're really aggressive. And plus, they've done other extra things. They just made a settlement in Shasta County on the Zog Fire. I don't know if you read that.
No, tell me about that.
$2 million. Well, they settled with the DA. Instead of being charged with criminal charges, they agreed to pay $15 million to
PG&E.
various fire.
They dropped the criminal charges against PG&E, even though they killed people, including a child.
Those are probably going to be civilly fought by those families. But
Okay.
with the government, with the fire protection, with the agency, county agencies, county fire department, fire districts, volunteer fire company.
Mm-hmm.
They made a cash contribution to some children's programs because the young lady was a child, and they funded Jeremy Stoke Foundation. They funded the county fire department. They funded fire district, funded Reading Fire Department, Anderson Fire Department, Shasta College Fire Academy, and so the DA dropped the criminal charges. But
Right.
the civil charges civil charges will probably continue.
Yeah. So, but that's just what's frustrating is basically you and I, if our recklessness had caused mega fires like this and killed, we'd be in
We don't have the
prison.
money.
We'd be in prison. We wouldn't
Right.
be able to buy our way out of prison time.
Well, the DA made that choice, and she had that option. So
Mhm.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot more compensation for those who lost their lives and lost their ranches that they'll civilly probably court over.
Yeah.
But
And it's quite disappointing to me. That's why I say to people, laws have to change. They'll be more important than anything else. Because if a corporation's allowed to just repeatedly manslaughter,
they should be held accountable. I agree
Yeah.
with you. They should be held accountable.
right? There has to be more than a financial deterrent to this. It's part of why
Right,
the
but-
insurance companies are pulling out of California, right? I mean, California's.
Insurance companies are pulling out of California for a variety of things.
Mhm.
First of all, the cost to build a home in California is very expensive. Lumber
Right.
prices have gone through the roof. Then
It's-
you have earthquakes, you have fires, you have floods.
Mhm.
Now they're going to lose a lot of revenue, but at the same time, they're willing to do it because the anticipated loss. I mean, 18,000 homes alone. Yeah.
Yeah. In Paradise is Fire, right? So what is
Yeah.
ridiculous is all the dead trees killed by the Paradise Fire plus the Caldor plus the Dixie. If they had salvage logged those, they could have really cheaply built new homes for everybody who lost them, but they
Well,
didn't.
If it's on private property, a lot of it did do. A lot of it was salvaged, but if it's on public land, it doesn't salvage all the time. But on private land,
Right.
I mean, the SDI can do what they want to do, and if you have 10 acres of timber, you can do what you want to do, and some of them did.
Right. Well,
But I'm going to go for the 5-year this year.
For the what?
Big celebration.
sorry.
The 5-year anniversary of camp, November.
Okay. Yeah. It's
And I was up there for the 2 or 3 year, and I was amazed at how many ponderosa pines are still there because the canopy is so tall on those, and
Mhm.
unless it had a lot of fire underneath it, they all lived. There's a lot of them still. There's a lot of trees that are still there. Of course, they lost a lot, but there's still a lot of them still there.
some of them are actually sequoias. I found out when I went there, and I was just as flabbergasted as you. They look like little charcoal dead things, and then little green sprouts showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I plan to try to attend something like that too. But what I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned a while ago, the eucalyptus was a big factor in the Oakland fire. That's something that I wasn't quite aware of. But what do firefighters call a eucalyptus tree? Sorry?
December of 90, they had a hard freeze.
Mhm.
The eucalyptus, a lot of them were impacted, and they had a horrendous amount of leaf fall
Really?
in the fall of 91.
And a eucalyptus.
You were under red flag conditions, and the rapidly moving fire, and it got catastrophic, and it became a conflagration. It moved from block to block to block. It crossed a major highway, spotted, and got into neighborhoods. And now the structures are the fuel, not trees and brush as much as the structure.
Mhm.
It
Right.
burned something like 3,200 residences. We thought back then in 91, this will never happen again. Now, we've got between Santa Rosa and all these complexes and
Mhm.
Siege 03, Siege 07. Seems like I said, if you go to that chart, you bring it up in class, and I show my students. I said, now,
Mhm.
most of you, before you were born, we had major fires, but since you've been on this planet, this is what's happened in the last 20 years. And it seems to get worse, and it seems to completely snowball. And some years are worse than others, depending on variables. It's all variable. So we're out of a drought, yes,
Mhm.
but we're still living with results of the drought.
Right. And
It's a culture.
in a way, it's good news because we can change some things. We could ban eucalyptus. We can encourage people to get them down. Perhaps do some sort of environmental incentive thing to
Right.
to put native, fire-resistant stuff.
And then there's some things you can't do. For example, my neighbor's eave is about 8.5 feet away from my eave. this house catches fire and you put a 10-mile or 15-mile wind on it, it's going to burn my house, because that's what wind does. Wind is no respecter of what's burning. It just pushes the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like I said, look at what happened when you were tracking the Dixie. When did the Dixie blow up? Well, when the winds showed up, the southwest winds blew that thing all the kingdom come. And then on the days where it didn't grow as much, there wasn't that much of an influence. And when you get terrain parallel with the wind, when they line up, I call it the ducks lining up,
Mm-hmm.
and you get southwest wind with a southwest drainage, and get those parallel, the fire is going to really, really take off, especially in a drought year that was that.
Right. And or a wet year, but much of the vegetation being dry because it's dead, right? So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So
In
what?
a normal fire season, California is always going to burn,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll burn destructively depending on the fire weather.
Right.
But
So
what happened in the last 12 years is we had a drought that compromised it. It catapulted danger,
Right.
and risk.
yeah, the last thing I wanted to tell you about, so because we're kind of talking to the public, is say you have a completely surprised fire, the phone lines and such are down because it just happened. You're just aware of it. You look out your window, you see flames, and you're really not sure that you can drive out and get anywhere out in time. What I tell people is the best shelters are not your home. Don't try the garden hose defense unless that's your very last resort.
Right.
I tell people bridges and culverts.
Right.
Do you have any other advice for people about how to?
A bridge or a culvert would be a last resort. It's like getting into fire shelter.
Okay.
When in doubt, get out.
Right. Yeah. First.
When in doubt. That's why the go bag concept and get everything ready.
Mhm.
When the fawn fire came through here 2 years ago, it was about 2 miles as a bird flies from my house. I live in an urbanized city,
Mhm.
and I was ready to fight fire, but I was ready to leave. And
Right.
You got to be ready to go.
Yeah. Well, this is if you can't drive anywhere. I tell people big box store parking lots, recently plowed fields, baseball diamonds,
You
golf
got it.
course.
Big green meadow,
Mhm.
big parking lot, big green meadow with no fuel in it other than green grass,
Okay.
a dry creek bed,
Mhm.
an area with sparse fuel, maybe pasture where
Mhm.
horses are.
Yeah.
There's a community in Redding in the foothills, and the landowner took his extra acreage, and he used to plow it every year and make it mineral soil so people could have a rendezvous point in case a major fire came.
That's
And
awesome.
actually, it was used during the Canyon Fire, or excuse me, during the Jones Fire of '99. So yeah,
Right.
what you're going to find out is this. Here's what's going to happen in wildland America. No one's going to insure you unless you maintain your property. So they're going to physically come to your house and inspect your house, not CAL FIRE, not the local fire department.
Mhm.
Insurance agencies are going to send people out. They will not underwrite you unless you clean it up. Don't clean it up, or you have threatening trees that fall during a storm. They won't underwrite you. And
Mhm.
when they do underwrite you, it's going to be a very costly premium, and that's why young families can't buy homes now. The interest is high. It's like I heard the other day, it's up to like 7 or 6.7 or 6.8, maybe 7% for a 30-year fixed loan now. And then now you got to pay these extra costs for you got to have it insured if you're going to get a mortgage and borrow money. That loan company, that bank will not loan you the money unless you're insured. So you go to your local property insurer and they say, yeah, we'll insure it for you, but it's going to cost you, it's going to cost you $8,000 a year, $10,000 a year. And you're saying, man, that's twice my property insurance. Well, sorry, that's the rates based
Right.
on fire history in the area and
Mhm.
our company's policy. Some people are not insuring their homes. Can't afford it.
Yep, I
Just
know.
can't.
I know plenty, and they're quite nervous. So, but I've got a lot of
Yeah.
people in chat saying, "Oh my God, thank you for the information and thank you for your service, JB." And I gotta say, from the bottom of my heart, thanks for taking me under your wing, giving me so much expert guidance the last
Well, you do
couple
a
of
good
years.
job. I know you're just trying to help people out. And you do what you can for what you need. Just another resource, and
Mhm.
you get people to think about stuff, and a lot of people want real-time data. But
Mhm.
let me tell you just a little tip for all your listeners, okay?
Oh, we're all ears.
You're familiar with you're familiar with Watch Duty.
Yeah.
The Watch Duty app is probably as real time as anybody could get. We had community meetings after the car, and people would stand up, and one common comment from the public was, how do we are able to get real-time information about where the fire is at and what it's doing? I said, there's only two ways you can do that. Be in a helicopter and observe it with your own eyeballs, or have a radio where you're listening to tactical firefighting units, a scanner, and that you can hear the traffic, and oftentimes it will tell you where the fire's at and what it's doing. But I said, other than that, there isn't a mechanism for that. But as you know, during Caldor, some of your competitors were online, live streaming on Facebook in their Jeep with their camera, and that's a trendy thing. All those guys need is a media pass, and because they're protected by, the Constitution, they can go anywhere they want. They are live streaming and filming you the fire spotting in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, a lot of them were working with me. A couple were not, but yeah, they were amazing.
Right. So everybody wants real time, and so. But another thing is, people have to stay calm, and they have to be reasonable, and don't embellish, and don't overreact. But because people are so scared, especially if you have a person who grew up their whole life in an urban environment or back east, and they moved to California or Oregon or Utah or Nevada or Arizona, and now they're living in a rural area where the fuel's dried, and we didn't have this back in Montpelier, Vermont, or
right,
Bar Harbor, Connecticut.
Wait in Kansas anymore, Toto.
You got it. So, right. Well, let me know if I can do anything else to help you out. You know how to get a hold of me. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for being our special guest here. And for you and anybody else who's missing the live streams, hit the sub button, unsub, and then resub with the ringing bell is sometimes a way to fix it. Also, make sure on your cell phone that the YouTube app has the ability to send you notifications. That can get automatically turned off these days. So check its permissions. So,
right.
But yeah.
And when you use that Watch Duty app, they only allow you 4 counties in California to get automatic updates.
Oh, unless you pay. Sorry.
Right. You have to pay a premium to get them all.
It's only 99 cents. Thank goodness. But
that's good. Maybe I'll do that. But anyway.
Yeah.
I think what you're doing is good, and like I said, major on a major, minor on a minor, and only, just like any other good news person, report facts. And there's a lot of uncertainties that people have sometimes when a fire's moving out. I remember when car happened, all my friends called me, should I go, should I not go? What do you think? What's going on? What's happening? I'm sitting in my office, and I've got 2 scanners. I've got a laptop, I've got a desktop, I've got an iPad, I got a phone cell going on, and monitoring and everything. And I actually had to physically go help save a buddy of mine's house just based on the radio traffic.
Goodness.
Well, because I still teach, I had safety gear, and I had I was able to get through the National Guard checkpoint.
And do you still teach?
I would say that if you were to ask me for kind of a closing statement, I would say this could be the calm before the storm.
That's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
So people just need to be vigilant, and that those that live in rural areas, conscientious, and have a go bag and have a plan, and sign up for their Code Red Alert. If they have, like in Chester County, they have a Code Red Alert app you can put on, and
right.
And just be. So what am I going to do if? No different than what are you going to do if someone's breaking into my house? Can I defend myself?
Right.
What do I do if I get a water leak? I need to go shut the water supply off. You got to kind of have a contingency.
Yeah,
The sad part is during Paradise, many of them were elderly people, and they just can't process it.
Yes.
Or they don't have a car, or they're on ambulance walker.
Right. So one good thing came out of the Paradise Fire, a new law that stated that all garage doors in California, at least in new construction, must have battery backup because they weren't strong enough to pull the handle and open up their own garage door.
You got it. No, I just had mine repaired about 6 months ago, and a guy told me you had to have this replaced. It'll be a battery operated backup. Yeah.
So their sacrifices are not completely in vain.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but yeah, thank you so much, Chief, and
Okay.
everybody in my chat
Take
saying
care,
that
Catherine.
too. And we'll talk again soon.
You call me. Thank you very much.
Thank
Be
you.
safe. Take care.
Have a great night. Hold on, friends. I gotta get the headset back up in order. Ugh. Okay, so you know what? That's JB, the legendary JB. I was gonna ask him if I could take one of his classes. Now this right in front of me is a $20 microphone called the Fifine. Probably sounds a heck of a lot better than what I'm normally speaking on, and that's why I wanted to set up, and I never ended up doing it. C-Probe took off. He waved a while ago. He came over to help me move my furniture and set up the stream so that I can use the $250 microphone, not this $20 one. But it's as you can see, it's kind of cramped here. I've got this weird, microphone stand, but I've got a different one I can set up to make it work for me. So yeah, let me know if this microphone sounds better than this one. Let me switch real quick. So here's microphone that's the Fifine. And now let me show you the microphone. Oh, I have to re-enable it in Windows. Excuse me. There's a lot of behind the scenes busy work that a person has to do on a stream. Okay, that's microphone number 1, the Fifine.
All right. Now this is microphone number 2, the normal headset microphone. Quite a difference, right? The old one, the first one's better, right? Even the $25 one that is this big, in front of my face. I just realized you guys can't see it, but how much better is the different quality here? So yeah, I did tell JB that thank you so much for being here. Will your socks be blown away by the $250 mic? I really hope so. But that's going to take other special equipment to set up when I do not have the space. So poor Seabro showed up today to help me move my furniture, and alas, that didn't happen. But how in the heck could I? Yeah, you guys all vote for number 1. Yeah, I should have done this. Guess what? I forgot I could do this. So is the Fifine mic better? Which is number 1. This is cute. Ask your community. It's a poll. Did it work? I know I don't need a second option. Okay, ask your community. Because we could be scientifical about this, right? Is much better? Yeah. The problem is with it is that I can't talk to you while I'm walking away. So I want to have a quick ability to switch between them both. And this one does not have what's called a pop filter, and you guys can't even see what I'm showing you. Let me unscrew it and show it to you. In fact, I have to unscrew it and unplug it, which I don't really want to do. This thing is a Fifine microphone. This was microphone number 1, right? This thing's literally $20. So, I have spent some of your donation money. I'm so dang grateful that you guys have donated on this equipment, but it has my illness during the winter time has prevented me from setting it up because so much heavy furniture moving that has to happen in this room for it to be set up. So I got to the point where I was just almost ready to do it, and that involved taking down a huge system of blinds on the window. Yeah, 90% of people in the poll so far have said the other microphone was best. So I'm gonna end that poll. Here's the results. Oh yeah, it was. So somebody probably just sneezed and hit the no button for the 10%. Yeah, it was just one person out of 10 said no. They must have just sneezed, right? So, yeah, Desiree says Daniel Kearns was amazing. Thank goodness for people like him. My stream is only as good as people like JB showing up and as the experts training me, taking me under their wing. They saw me as this very concerned civilian with no firefighting experience, but I had related experience and knowledge protecting, just growing up the foothills of California, and from my father training me a little bit on how to. I mean, in fact, let me put this microphone down. My father, did the thing which I encourage everybody to do, which is you buy real property. You're not really used to it in California, so you talk to um, the local uh, volunteer fire department or whoever's nearby and say, rate my property, man. Also, throw them a barbecue and feed them. So they'll walk around and they'll tell you what to do and they'll give you expert insight. And so we groomed our property with little fire breaks, new fire access roads. They said, you're going to die up here if the one road out ever gets blocked. So you need to have some ponds to shelter in. Get a couple of water tanks, keep your grass mowed, water it here, there, and there. Uh, Instead of having a grassy embankment up to your house, mow down all of that grass, put down vapor barriers so it can't grow back, and then put a bunch of boulders and rocks and stuff and just spray that constantly so that no grass or anything can grow there because that's going to climb up to the house and you can't really defend that. So, I mean, they'll notice things like that you may not. They'll say trim these trees back, and then they'll point out stuff like, did you know that tree's dying of a contagious disease? So quarantine that tree, get it down, scrape it up, burn it, treat the rest so that they don't die. And it was like, whoa. Did you know that the mistletoe is a parasite on the oak tree and it's killing and strangling to death your oaks? No, I just thought it was that cool thing at Christmas, where you kiss somebody under it, like we had no idea. So they'll give you that insight. Hire foresters to look at the property and see if they need to trim back your trees, and identify any trees that are struggling for their lives with a bark beetle, emerald ash borer or whatever kind of invasive species, right? So what? But anyway, babbling on here. Um, I had just that basic experience, but all of you guys, first one was cogito ergo sum. I just have to humbly thank him first for encouraging me to continue this. After 2020, I was like, am I qualified to tell anybody anything? And he goes, hell yeah, you are. And we're gonna be here to train you for any gaps in your knowledge. So all the experts here, Dusty Smokes, Dustin M, Broken Fish, the actual people with firefighting experience, JB, the retired fire chief up in Shasta who teaches, survival and such classes. We actually have an awesome team here. I can't do this alone. I wouldn't, if I had stayed at the level I was back in 2020, I'd only be qualified for basic survival advice and prepping your house advice. But now that I've had everybody from weather persons, weathermen, weatherwomen coming in, explaining more stuff about the climate and the wind patterns. We've had people from all walks of life, pilots, people like Sea Probe, telling me about, pilot stuff. I've now gone and met people in the flesh, Bambi Bucket helicopter pilots, and asked them questions. You guys, even civilians that are just wanted to help out, all the moderators. Remember the craziness we had? We had 30,000 people in the chat. We have done amazing things, guys, and it's because of all of you. We have saved lives. I've gotten emails and people come into chat occasionally saying, thank you for telling me when, what, and where the fire was and convincing me to leave. And you saved us. We have gotten these emails. We've gotten these people showing up in chat. We have successfully evacuated many communities early before CAL FIRE could respond or did respond. And it's the reason we're successful is we're going off of facts and expert opinion. We are conglomerating and amalgamating. What is that word? gathering together, crowdsourcing. Yeah, crowdsourcing, that's the new buzzword. Everybody's information, and you are very important, no matter who you are watching. If you get any new information, come here and tell us about it. But yeah, that's it, team. We got to be proud about this. I still can't believe how successful we've been. We've made a huge difference. If you have something like a little alert on your phone for a county that I can't really keep track of, and it says somebody needs to evacuate, or you heard some local thing, you come in here and tell us. That's getting information out to the public faster than any other source. That's what we've been doing. Unsung heroes, like the people putting up Broadcastify broadcasts. I mean, where would we be without them? So we've we've made a huge difference, guys. Um, it's something to be proud of. So what I wanted to do is name the channel Catherine's Wildfire Tracking Team, and I wanted to say Western Wildfire Tracking Team because we're not really doing the rest of the United States, but there was not enough room, and so it was a hard decision. But since they're going to have other channels, which I never really wanted to do wildfire tracking in the first place, it just sort of happened. Um, I figure Catherine's World of, ghost towns, Catherine's World of History, Catherine's World of Animals, Catherine's World of interviewing old timers, Catherine's World of Wildfire Tracking. It's got to be separate, um, but under the same umbrella so that, I can still do other things on YouTube. But we are a team. Just make no mistake. Just me doing this alone would not work. When I go to sleep, you guys are awake and you're still connecting people with all the info. And I gotta just thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, all my mods, keeping the chaos at bay. You guys are amazing. So this sort of thing where I could tear up and cry or something, but I've really just been frustrated, and the reason I keep talking about wanting to improve the stream and get the donated stuff in order is because I'm not fully functional right now. Until I move a lot of stuff around this room. And I'm in the middle of a lawsuit where I need to win it. So it's in progress behind the scenes, and then later I can explain more about it. I've got every potential of winning this thing. I'm the one who brought it to bear. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and I'm still not well. But I'm hoping right in the near future I can get this perfect setup going. It's involved everything from taking down blinds to putting up new window curtains and rods. I spent a huge amount of money into it. And then just as I invested all this stuff ready to do it, that's when I got really sick and stopped streaming for like 6 months. So all of your $1, $5, $10, any kind of donations, and God bless anybody who's done more. You're making a huge difference right now. I'm really worried about staying on the air. If I don't have any major donations for coming in soon, I don't know what I'll do for August. You heard JB, there's everything, all the conditions are lining up to be, it's calm before the storm, right? I have a feeling that it could be like last year, the year before. Well, last year I was in California, but 2020, 2021, where I don't leave my chair often. Almost every single waking hour of my day is sitting here covering stuff. So, I'm trying to find out ways that we can support the stream financially without people really directly donating. So there's a couple of things I'm exploring. Everything from affiliate programs where if people sign up for T-Mobile or something, I might get $50, to making a store where you can buy all sorts of products from Amazon, especially wildfire and smoke mitigation products, like the kind of thing where you can caulk your windows to keep wildfire smoke out, at no cost to anybody if you use the link and shop on Amazon. Hopefully I'll get a kickback. The experiment that we did the other day with Pride Day, which, well, I guess was many days away from now, I checked it and I made a whole $13.50 on that one. But there weren't that many people shopping with my links, just not that many people knew about it. But I'm going to call that a success because at least we now have proven that the stream can be supported without people actually donating actively. They can just buy something with a link, and at no cost to them, I get a little small percentage of stuff. So if I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm going to work hard to set this stuff up. I'll get more ways that people can pay, not just PayPal. Desiree, I know it's 11 o'clock right now, but if you want to show me how to do, what was it? Yeah, the different Venmo, I think was what you're doing. I'm gonna try to get those up and make it easy as possible. Perhaps look into Patreon and all that stuff too. I'm sorry, I missed a whole lot of chat. Well, we had JB on as a guest host here. Oh, Dustin M. He says Daniel Kearns and I talk on a regular basis. Hey, Dustin, does he know about us then? That's one thing I was really curious about. He was the hero of the Dixie Fire thing, and I'll always regret not showing his videos earlier. I didn't know who he was, but he was the one who said Greenville's going to go down. There's not enough to protect it, and nobody should go back. And I'll always regret not just showing him on my stream. I mean, I was echoing that same concern. I don't think anybody should be in Greenville, but maybe it would have been best to have people hear it from a local firefighter, you know. But I'm always wondering, has Daniel Kearns heard of me? When I was last year in Plumas County for the 4th of July parade thing, when the Electrifier broke out, I had to immediately rush John Stoker back towards his home instead of talking to anybody in the Janesville, Susanville, Dixie Fire general area. I had the idea that I should go back this summer, but I think unless I can get maybe really quickly $4,000 of donations and get a robust laptop, I don't think it's right for me to go back down to California yet with the crappy laptop I have, because it just was proven that I can't really do the stream with that one. So if we can do more effective fundraising, I can go back down and finish the documentary film that I started about the Caldor and the Dixie Fires, and finally kind of meet everybody involved. And you know, we're a big support group, you know. I want to interview people and tell the world what really happened. I mean, the most of the world tuned in and they saw the mass media just say, oh yeah, climate change in California dried it out and there's been fires. Oh yeah, we also have a bunch of power companies starting the biggest, deadliest fires in California, and nobody's preventing them. So we need to tell a real story. Distant M says they want to shut down the Greenville schools, make the town a national monument, and concentrate populations toward the other towns. What, you mean like Quincy and Chester? Or turn it into a more hydraulic dams for the big city in the south? What? That's nuts, Dustin. Oh, we can't have that. That's Indian Valley is for the Indians. It's one of the rare times when Indians got to keep basically their ancestral land and didn't get shipped off to some nasty badlands, trash land reservation type thing. That'd be really quite a horrible thing. Yeah, Dustin, tell me about that. Jeez. Now, Broken Fish, since you were so amazingly informative about the, let's see, the flat fire here, and let's see if there's been an update, by the way. I do want to have you next as the guest speaker. Might be even easier because you know how to use Discord, and that's even easier to get a clear audio signal, not via the cell phone speakerphone thing. So just let me know when it's good for you. What I want to do is check. Oh, here's the Flatfire evening update. So this showed up an hour ago. So yeah, we do have an update. Cool. But if you want to be the next guest, Broken Fish, looks like we got a good thing here where people appreciate it. And hey, True CA Girl 1, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm just scanning back up the chat. Let's see. Yeah, Dustin, the Dixie Fire started on my birthday. Oh God. Yeah. Ann B says very suspicious in all these large fires that keep happening. I would look into those so-called hot boxes that PG&E runs. Wouldn't be surprised. Um, well, you know, the Butte County, Ann B, Butte County was really angry with PG&E. You know, losing 85 or plus people to death in the wildfire. That definitely didn't need to happen in the campfire. Um, they you know, had a criminal investigation thing open on PG&E, and later they did plead guilty to 85 counts of manslaughter. I guess that sounds a bit like it was a plea bargain to me, or some sort of a bargain, because reckless homicide, reckless arson would have been the true kind of count, but nevertheless they settled on manslaughter, and I guess that's what they were willing to plead guilty to. So Butte County investigated PG&E and found in their corporate memos and notes and such that they knew dang well that their infrastructure was aging and kind of getting up there, needing a pretty much wholesale replacement. And by aging, I mean Edison and Nikola Tesla may have personally overseen some of their infrastructure's creation. Like if some of it rolled out of factories back east, Nikola Tesla and Edison might have been walking around looking at the assembly lines and kind of inventing these things. You know, we're talking about 1906 kind of infrastructure, like in the Feather River Canyon, and it had not only never been replaced, it had never really been inspected. So over the decades, many decades, like plus 100 years, 115 years or something like that. I don't know, it was 1906 or 1916 equipment, but I mean, it can vary. That the lines built in that canyon weren't completed in 1 year, so it took almost a decade, if I remember right, for them to build all the dams and the high tension power lines in the Feather River Canyon. So this 115-ish year old equipment had never really been inspected. If it had, they would have seen that the little swinging arm thing that failed and dropped the two power lines together on each other, making molten metal and dropping that into vegetation below, starting the campfire. That little arm thing had been kind of swinging in the wind since 1906-ish, and rubbing itself down and wearing itself down to a nub. And, you know, where it once was a robust kind of like a hook, decade after decade after decade, and more than 1 century of just kind of rubbing, wore it down to nothing, so that any kind of wind gust could have collapsed the arm of the high tension power line. And the fact that they had to do that to replace pretty much everything at a very high expense. The Butte County investigators found the memos where they said, you know what, let's just let it fail and replace it as it fails. And somebody said, well, what about the potential for fire? He said, most high windstorms come with rain. What are the odds they're going to fail with dry hurricane force winds? Well, very large actually, because they're a seasonal wind with California, you dopes. So that everybody can go verify that. It's the kind of it's not really a conspiracy. They didn't want to burn down California, but they just kind of did by having these. I call it detrimental optimism. It's when you think, oh, I can keep smoking because I know some people get lung cancer, but it won't happen to me. Oh, I know power lines cause a lot of fires. In fact, you know, we here at PG&E have caused thousands of them over the last 16 years, you know. But what are the odds they're going to get big, right? I mean, detrimental optimism. When you really don't want to believe the worst case scenario, even though it's real. even though the threat of it is extremely real or extremely likely. So that, and B, I hope that answers your question. When I first heard about these fires, I didn't know that for 30 plus years, PG&E had just this really bad policy of let's just sort of let the maintenance lapse for our, stock price, for our profit. It's a private company. So if you look at the charter of every corporation, there's always a number one goal. You can have other goals. You can have other goals like being carbon neutral and saving the planet and doing charity. But with every private corporation that is, with investors, the number one rule of that goal of the corporation is make money for the investors. Everything else is secondary. So when you cut the power due to safety, you can't bill people for that power. And in fact, power companies sometimes have to reimburse people for losing, say, the food contents in their refrigerator. So they had a monetary incentive to keep power going during high wind storms, even though they knew their lines were rickety and really kind of falling apart. They made decisions based on their corporate charter, right? So we can either say, boo, they're evil, and just blame this power company, or we can take a bit of responsibility too and realize that there should be laws. There should have been laws that say, oh, by the way, for a public utility, for a utility company, they're not public, a utility company, the water people, the gas pipeline people, the power companies, you have to err on the side of safety, public safety. Otherwise, you can't operate. Like you're a corporation, you might be privately owned, but you gotta be not destroying the public, entire cities, the landscape, entire forests, 5 counties worth of, starting fires that span 5 counties, people's lives, people's livelihoods, lots of businesses. You just can't do that. So yeah, Dustin M says I'll see Daniel Kearns tomorrow. Are you in Taylorsville? Sorry, I missed a lot of chat. Yeah, thank you, Desiree, for being here. Good night. You'll see Daniel Kearns tomorrow, and we'll relay it. I'll let him know about your channel too. Awesome. I tell him how much we all think he's a hero. I used to rebroadcast his thing on Facebook like every day during the Dixie. He was one of the best sources of information we had. Yeah, it's despicable for corporate people within a corporation to do basically the Ford Pinto thing, right? Count the beans and think, since we have insurance, even though it might kill people, it's a recall is just too expensive. Let's just let the Ford Pinto immolate families, and we'll just pay out with the insurance. I mean, as despicable as that is, it's our responsibility to pass laws so they can't do stuff like that, right? Because I mean, it's an unrealistic expectation to just think that everybody involved in capitalism is going to have an altruistic heart, pretty much in capitalism at the higher echelons, having a heart gets you fired, right? Because you cost money instead of make money. So, but if it's a law, then we'll have a reasonable expectation of them following the law. And then they'll follow the law not because they have a heart, but because we need to make the law have financial consequences that hit them in the wallet. They have to realize that when they do their risk analysis, that breaking the law will have fines and consequences so great that it's not worth taking that risk. And we may even have to compensate power companies and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not for private power companies. I don't believe in monopoly. It's just my personal thing. But if they do lose money to protect the public, then we need to throw them a bone. We need to reward the good behavior, right? We can't just make it so that when they do the right thing, they get penalized. So Dustin M says, now they cut power to 105 in 105 heat waves without warning and shrug. Yeah, and we can't have that happen either. So that's not good. I mean, when people say how many people died in the Dixie, well, there's this collateral damage thing that we can't quite calculate. And because of things like the Dixie fire and the Camp Fire and all these power shutoffs and things, we can't calculate the amount of people who died during the heat waves just because they raised the rates on the victims, on the people who buy PG&E power, right? There's a lot of elderly people who have air conditioning and they can't afford to turn it on, and they die, and they're vulnerable, and the children. You know, we can't calculate the losses, but the best thing we can do is learn, demand change, and we'll get change, but in no other way. Let me go back up to the chat. I won't name names here, but there's some bad players who are in Greenville rebuilding for personal gain. Yeah, Dustin, can you email me at Dustin.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com? Let's talk on private channels because that sort of thing I need to know about. I don't say everything on stream that I know about. I know there's a lot of times where I collect a lot of information. I collect a lot of hearsay. I collect a lot of people's opinions. Broken Fish says that there's a new fire evacuation thing going on with the flat fire. Is it new? Crap. Sorry, Broken Fish. I didn't see that. Crap. Okay. So, I don't say everything that I hear. It's important for me to hear things, though, word on the street, and then I'll go out of my way to try to verify stuff. I generally don't talk about what I can't verify. I always make it very, very clear when I'm speculating. So, Broken Fish is one good thing to know. Now we have nighttime choppers in use and proven to work. Yeah, that's what JB was saying right before we went live. What he was doing was he was talking to me, and I realized he could talk for hours to me, and basically I didn't want my stream to be muted all night, and I thought, you know what, I was furiously writing down what he was saying, and then to the point where I was like, JB, can I record you? And then I thought, no, JB, can we just go live and just tell this stuff to the public? He was talking about the C-130s not really being available, and there's actually more and more red tape. We should have more firefighting helicopters with night vision. Okay, let's look at the Facebook page. Oh dear, we may have a new development on the flat fire. So let's go to it. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Was it the evening update that I was in the middle of reading? Well, that was yesterday. Curry County Sheriff's Office issued evacuation notice yesterday from Agnes to Quasatana, whatever that word that is, Creek, from Agnes to Quasatana Creek. Curry County is sending evacuation notices utilizing Everbridge, which provides notices via the phone. If you have not done so, sign up by going live to the Curry County website. Marine air has moved in and is expected to continue for a few days as far as the weather. Great. Sounds like it would be moist, but they're not specifying whether or not that's great. They have and that link isn't live. This is a JPEG. Why? Okay, here's the actual link. Copy link. Oh, I have to make it shorter because it's too big. For God's sake. How long is this link? Excuse me. Okay. sorry, there's Curry County Office of Emergency Management thing here. Everbridge, code red. I just wish there was a single one that people could sign up for emergency alerts, but here we are. I need that Hunger Games clip. Hunger Games. I'm going to have this as a soundbite. Here we are. Hopefully somebody has a soundbite of this. Well, here we are. Soundbite. Darn it. Nobody has that awesome chick that was the announcer on the Hunger Games. He goes, well, here we are. Well, I'll be the coolest cat on the block because I'll be the first one with it. Yeah. So they have a map, right? They have an evacuation map, right? Please tell me they have one. Let's look at the InstaWeb. All right. Highlighted media. It's an overview. Where's their map? Curry County, where's your map? Guys, where's the map? There's a map. Where's the map? This is why I have a channel, though. There's just no such thing as one-stop shopping. Please visit Travel to Curry Coast for more information on the Aquatic Safety Program. Come on. Here's where you get your Everbridge notifications. I'm going to share this into the stream. Here it is. Sign up for Everbridge notifications for the flat fire. Boom. It's on watch duty. Oh, okay. The map. Well, that's just a link back to the Facebook page where I was already looking for it. This is the closure announcement, right? Yeah, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Evacuation notices, fire Facebook page. Yeah, it just takes you right back here, and then I was scrolling. Where's the map? Do they not have an evacuation map? For God's sake. Do we have to make one? I guess. So, videos, photos, about, posts. God's sake. Okay, I guess. I mean, this was issued yesterday. This is the 1 hour ago thing. The Rogue River-Siskiyou National Forest has issued a closure order for the fire area. Fire restrictions are in place. A little late for burn bans, man. The Curry County Sheriff's Office issued evacuation notices from Agnes to Cosatana Creek. So let's just find out where the hell this is on Caltopo. Cosatana Creek, Curry County, Oregon. Here. Well, yeah. That's just Bradford Creek. Where's Cosatana, Quasatna, Satan? Somebody say Satan? Oh yeah. That's everything south of the Rogue River from here to there makes sense. But did they actually call for evacuation of the town of Agnes? That's not what's clear. They said from Agnes to the creek. What about the town? Christopher Luttrell, hey dude, says just an FYI, 18 level 2 evacuation. 1500 what? Yeah, Dustin, do write me a little letter, and thank you so much for being here. Good seeing you again. Time for some shut-eye. Thanks for the updates. Be safe. Thank you. Yeah, let's try to figure out where in the world if Agnes is actually under an evacuation. Broken Fish says, I know the sheriff in Curry County. He's a smart guy, worked up from the bottom, and he cares. I'm so happy to hear that. It's level 2. Get set. Right. Oregon has the three step ready, set, go. So yeah, okay, yeah, we've been talking about that. The one on Agnes. So Dustin M says, I'm in direct communication with Daniel Kearns, Bob Orange, Frank Hudson, wow, big names, the fire people, setting up water cisterns in neighborhoods, making fire-wise neighborhoods, bags on rebuilding Greenville, good, and Genesee, yeah. So, let's see here. I've got a raging headache. Light mode on CalTopo. I wish they had a dark mode. I gotta turn down the brightness of my screen. Turn down some lights here. It's a light glare headache. 1 second, guys. Let me dim the lights. Sorry, it'll be more difficult to see me here. Not down. Not off, down. See, I've got those bulbs where I can. Smart bulbs, man. These are cool. I mean, turn this down a bit. There. Okay. I also get headaches just when I'm looking at something that's concerning. I'm one of those tooth clenchers. Especially if you get the headaches right across here, above your eyes to your temples. That's the tension of your muscles right here. And you don't need to massage your muscles so much as you need to stop clenching your teeth subconsciously. Especially if your teeth hurt at all. It's because you're crunching. Okay, Broken Fish says Discord 1v1 if you want to tomorrow. Yeah, okay. It would be evening. Be after 6. I believe I'm free after 6. 6 to 8 o'clock. Yeah. What time's best for you, Broken Fish? So, okay, but thank you guys. Look, people are like, oh no, I said the wrong thing. No, no, no. This is great. If you notice something and you think like evacuation stuff has changed or whatever, absolutely tell me about it. Let me put away this microphone stuff. So I think what I want to do for this stream, and I want to get you guys' opinion. Have you ever used Discord, Microsoft Teams, these, I'm going to call them chat programs. Well, I guess this ring doesn't go on. It goes back in the bag for a reason. What we need is a chat program for the fires to share information even more quickly. I'm well aware that a lot of people can't watch the stream because they're going to use up all their data plan, because they're watching a video. That's what sucks up your data plan, right? A lot of people are on, they don't use their cell phones too much, and they've got the low cost, plans. I mean, I was one of those people a long time that had that, for economic reasons. So even if you put my stream on 240p, if this is the way you get your fire info, you're just going to suck up your data. It's going to be like, insert coin, and a lot of people have to stop. So there's a problem with that. There's another problem where a lot of people, where we have here with limitations with YouTube, we can't drop files in for people to look at, right? If somebody is there on the ground and they're taking pictures of the fire, they need a way to get those pictures to us and to alert people about what the fire is doing, right? And so watch duty, it's actually pretty hard to submit to them. Even I can't do that right now. That tells you something. So, oh, you want to be on a show tonight? We could do that, I think. I've got a bit of a raging headache right now. But yeah, if you want to talk about the the flat fire bit, sure. I don't have anywhere to be right now. Let me go get some Tylenol. I'm just aware that not a lot of people are awake right now. So tomorrow, when people are like, tell me about the flat fire, I would totally love to have you on tomorrow as well. Okay, guys, I took Tylenol at 11:30. Don't want to accidentally poison myself. Let me draw some curtains and stuff here. Fishbowl effect. Okay. Be right back. Yeah, we could do a microphone test type thing, and you could talk a little bit about the flat fire. Yeah, I'd be totally down for that. But my point is, guys, is have you used something like we have a couple options for something that'll solve most of our communications problems. It's a place where you can chat with all kinds of people. You can upload files such as evacuation maps. People can just add their own photographs. Blah, blah, blah. I know Discord does all that, but like I said, interface is too difficult to understand. I have never successfully been able to train a boomer on Discord, not using that term derogatively, just keeping it real, to the point where they got the hang of it consistently, even if I worked with them every single week. It's just something that's so random. You have to really memorize what to do, and even though I use it every day, I still can't tell somebody how to tune into my live stream, hang up the phone. Almost all the boomers I talk with just stop talking at the end of the phone call. They don't even know how to hang up. To give them instructions on how to use everything all the time. I'm hoping for just something with a better interface. So, yeah, Cheryl. Discord is God. It's the world's worst interface. They would have taken over the world as the world's best alternative to Skype and Zoom. Zoom is just so primitive. They would have taken over the world during 2020 if they had any sense, but they don't. They just think, oh, gamers. We're just here for gamers, and gamers are youth, and they know how to work any software. That's a stupid way to design stuff. So Discord's too difficult to use for the boomers, even though it's kind of perfect for our thing. Yeah, go ahead and message me right now. Let's meet in Discord. Let's have you as a guest on the show and get right to talking to you about the flat fire. Just like JB, we've got another highly experienced firefighter among us, guys. Broken Fish not only lived in the area of this flat fire, but he fought the Biscuit Fire, the great 2002 Biscuit Fire. So he's going to tell you the bee's knees. He's the word on the street. He's the horse's mouth. He's a person I'm learning from. So let me go and make sure my Discord's set up. Anyway, the point is, guys, what do we have? Slack, Microsoft Teams, Discord. There's one other one. If you guys have had experience with any of the three, I need to know which one's easiest for people to use, and then we have to buy it. I guess I can try to say it's for a charitable cause and ask Microsoft, if they would allow us to use it for free. I don't think we have a chance of that. It's going to be worth the investment, though, because even when I'm asleep, this is what the benefit's going to be. A, people don't have to have the stream on all the time. As an alternative, they can go to work. They don't have to be listening to YouTube. I mean, people working in loud environment can't hear me anyway. They just check in all the time, right? The input devices. Hang on a second. Okay, setting up my Discord. So what it would be, like, say it was Discord, is a place where people can get notifications. We would separate the fires by the name of the fire, because people affected by one don't give a damn about the others. They don't need notifications about the others, is what I'm trying to say. They don't need their day interrupted by beeping sounds related to other fires, right? So they can keep their phone in their pocket and we have a little room that says, say, flat fire. And then in that room, people can chat and say, yo, I just saw this or this happen, right? And only the people plugged into the flat fire will hear these notifications. Anybody can add a map, add a file, talk amongst themselves. Yo, I'm the person who runs a general store. Oh, dude, I'm over at the boat ramp. Let's meet up and exchange. Can I borrow your generator? Sure, man. You can borrow my brush hog. That kind of stuff. People can talk amongst themselves, which doesn't need to go on my stream. This will connect the locals with each other, and it'll be the fastest way to push information out. And then the locals can post their own photographs and only hear about their own fire, right? This will be super, super easy, and I can monitor it all, and some couple moderators can make sure we don't have bad people in there. And you can give people different powers. So trusted people like John Stoker and Cheryl and Broken Fish and Smitty and all those, the trusted mods in here day in, day out, they can kick people, promote people. If somebody needs power to, link, suggest links and stuff like that real quick, or if they want to just talk to me on the stream and just have microphone access, boom, we can grant it. I can just talk to them. That's the benefit of having Slack, Microsoft Teams, or a Discord. It's something we desperately need. So I have no experience with Microsoft Teams or Slack. I need feedback right now from any of you who have used it. Which one's best? We're going to go with what's best. Not with what's least expensive, but what is best, because this is life and death matter. And then we'll figure out how to fundraise. Broken Fish says, I will message you. SB Kathy says, I use Discord. Okay. Oh, wow. So Brad P says Skype support ends July 31st. Teams is the replacement. Long live Skype. You were a cute thing when you first started. Then Microsoft bought you and killed you. I have fond memories of the thing. Yeah, thank you, Brad. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk, Brad. Ready to do a Discord? Not Brad, excuse me, sorry. Broken Fish. Ready to do a Discord call? I actually have to use the bathroom. Right after that, are you ready? We'll do our microphone test thing. So, what I'm telling you guys is if you haven't had experience, can you please go get some experience? Be right back. All right, friends, let's try this out. So what I'm saying is, a great way you can help me is try out Microsoft Teams, try out stuff. Let me move this microphone stand so I can spread out again. And yeah, you know what, guys? There's another way that you mods and viewers can help out the stream. I forget to do so many things. Once a stream is ended and somebody wakes up in the morning and goes, she was up all night again. There's 7 hours here. Where the hell? I can't watch 7 hours. I just need info on the fires and where in this mess is info about my fire, you know? Or if we ever want to go back and play something that was funny, like the completely hilarious time that we had talking about the Rajneesh people and antelope, what you can do is timestamp me, guys. It's really, really easy. What you do is just get a notebook and whatever topic I'm on at the time, if I switch, write down the time, like with the clock. That's what the clock's for now. And not just the time, like 11 o'clock, but write down how long we've been live time. So what you can do is you make a comment like this. If you make a comment and you say talk about flat fire, see that, just like so. As long as you yeah, that was totally funny. As long as you have a space after 0:50, that takes you to 50 seconds in the stream or in the video, and it makes a little link. Somebody touches that, and they jump right to that portion, right? So then you go and say this, you know, so 3 hours, 58 seconds, 00, like that, and that would be 3 hours, almost 4 hours into the stream, talk about antelope funny, like that. So you can just do that in the comment section. Then what I can do is use the comment section, and I can make the chapters in the video so people will see the different segments. I should be doing this, but you know what? I'm busy. You know, I'm just not good at it. EA says, even though I hate that it's not visible to the public without a login. I know. I don't want to put any information behind a login. That's what YouTube is about. But you have to log in order to chat. But at least Microsoft Teams and Slack and stuff like that is not using your information in an evil way like Facebook is, right? So Cheryl Simpson says, any new Bhagwan jokes? You guys got to come up with those. So yeah, even if you don't have a complete list, like even if it's an hour into the stream and you forgot, but you notice that we just switched to an important subject, such as, whoops, I totally forgot to take off the screen that we're not talking with John Bruno. So now I'm going to say Broken Fish is our new guest. Broken Fish, retired firefighter, right? He's our new guest. Tell me when I still have this crap up on the screen. I don't have my 3 monitors. I don't look over there too much. Even if you timestamp a couple of things, it's going to help me so much, especially when the chaos happens. So you can either do it by the clock and then go and timestamp later, or timestamp the traditional way. Okay, Broken Fish, you ready? You ready for private call on Discord? Let's try it out. I've got like a private Discord. I use it for gaming and talking to people around the world. You're good? Okay, yeah, Broken Fish starts at 11:45. There you go. There you go. Ready? I'm just going to do a right click call. In fact, I can't even hear Discord. Why can't I hear Discord? Oh, stream mode. Oh, I just turned it up loud. Shoot, hello.
Let me go ahead and mute My YouTube. Oh, muted the wrong one, of course. Let me mute the YouTube so I'm not double hearing. All right, I think I got it.
All right, is he coming in, guys? Can
Oh,
you hear him all right?
muted the wrong one, of course. I got like three YouTubes open.
Okay. Do 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 do. Why is my microphone not loud anymore? It's cranked up. All right. Whoa, yeah, that one's loud. Okay, I had the wrong microphone thing. Okay, we're just waiting for him to come back. One moment. I should have like some funny elevator music. We're waiting for things. Okay, are you back?
That's okay.
Right.
You can hear me?
Yep. So audio's good. Perfect. Cool. Okay, so you got the open mic. Go. Introduce yourself.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Test, test, test. Can you hear me?
Oh, he can't hear us. Yeah, he just can't hear us. Let me give him a message, guys.
Can you hear me, Catherine?
Yes. You just can't hear me.
Oh.
So let me fix. We'll just wait for him to fix his audio. I'll introduce him then while he's doing that. He's totally awesome. Been with us a long time on the stream. I think since 2020. I'll verify that. A retired wildland firefighter with many years of experience. He was on the Biscuit Fire in 2002. Some others. So he was once a local down there. I can't remember where he's living at now in general. But
I live over by the Crater Lake area now. So
right. Okay.
yeah, but this district, the Gold Beach Ranger District, is where this is burning.
Okay.
They call it the Gold Beach Ranger District, Siskiyou National Forest. They've combined it with the Rogue River now. I started in 1990 with them. This is starting to burn into the old Wild Horse, but I'm actually in here looking at the fire footprint on watch duty. We do have a spot fire on the northwest side over there by, well, I have to use actually, it's going to be, where'd it go?
Right
Wild
here.
Horse disappeared on me. But
Right there.
there's a spot fire there, and it's Wild Horse Road is where you see that finger on the west side. That is burnt down to the road, but it got over the ridge and has a spot fire there right now. Klickitat Creek is from Agnes. It's downriver from Agnes. I actually have to use two different maps because watch duties is not very good. Klickitat Creek is downriver by the Rogue National Wild and Scenic. Oh, that's just telling us where we're at. Klickitat Creek is downriver. It's like at where you go up to Wild Horse Meadows and the fire tower and stuff. This
Right.
is going. We're at the start. This is exactly the time of year the biscuit fires started. The only difference is we're on the north end of the Kalmiopsis wilder this time. It started almost in the same footprint as the biscuit. If we were to overlay the biscuit, the outlook of the final biscuit fire, and overlay this one, it's into the biscuit footprint. And things get really, really touchy from here out. The winds we're experiencing right now, you do know about up canyon, down canyon winds, right?
The daily change. Yeah.
Yeah, every night, every day you have an up canyon wind, and every night, as the temperature falls, it blows that wind back down the creek. That's what we're experiencing right now with the northeast winds. They're coming down the Rogue River because the day's cooling off and it's pushing all that air back down the river that it's been sucking up the river. That's basically a simple, really quick explanation.
Okay.
So, see, the worst case scenario for us is that it's going to burn. It's already over the ridge. there's a crick if you look at the topo map. I'm using flight radar right now. They have a really good hybrid topo map that gives you street and satellite. It's going to burn down off of this ridge. I have to use two maps, one to look at the fire footprint. It's already to Wild Horse Lookout Road. We have a spot fire over that. Of course, it's
Okay,
going to burn
so
up.
all right, was this something that happened
You're
today and they
looking, it's in yellow right there on
but
yours. I'm looking at the YouTube screen.
but
Back to where you were.
yeah, but did this happen like last night or during the
It
day
all the
or right now?
mapping we're looking at, right now is from last night's IR flight, which I'm watching flight radar for that plane to go over the fire and map it. They're mapping at night.
Yeah.
And
So did they
that's the
mention
best
it?
time.
Excuse me.
They in Watch Duty, they have a really good page. I started using them, but they have last night's map in here. It's like down a little bit. It's 21 hours ago now that map came out. So right around now is when they're doing the mapping, the
Mhm.
IR, the fire mapping of this, trying to get a look at it and see where it went for the day. So that's yesterday's. This has had all days to burn, and we will not know until like 2 o'clock in the morning what the new footprint is. But that's when they're doing it. I understand it, but I've worked it so long. To me, it's might be confusing to some people. To me, it's normal, and I don't think about it. And I have to remember people don't know about that. You know, I'm just a
Okay.
lonely, I'm just a lonely ground pounder with 20 years under my belt. Before I retired, I obtained a certification as a single resource crew boss. I had an incident that ultimately put me out of fighting fire. I had a giant branch. I'd been sitting all day, and as I got up from lunch, a branch came out, and nobody knows where it came from, and it hit. I was sort of leaned over, picking up my tool, and as
Oh man.
my combi, and it hit me in the head and the back at the same time. Thank God for my backpack. It didn't break nothing, but Sylvester and Tweety wandering around your head doing the old trail. I seen those orbs. I seen orbs that day. It took a while to
Oh.
shake it off and get back to work, but
Now that
that's
was a
what you got to
Widowmaker
do.
then, eh?
Oh, I'm so lucky that it came down flat and not came down as a spear. It was basically a Widowmaker.
Uh-huh.
I do know Sheriff John Ward. John is a really good guy. He cares about his people in the county. He's smart. He's worked from the bottom up when he was a deputy. I've known him for years.
Right.
He's a good guy for the job. I really do like Mr. Ward. I know him by first name. It's hard for me not to use it. Um, he's always been fair. Even if you're in trouble, he's been fair to people. He does care about the people. Their issue this warning because it is at the ridge up there. When you look at it, it is at the ridge top, and it's backing down towards the Rogue River and the Rogue River Highway that goes from Gold Beach to Agnes. And they're thinking, when I look at both maps just by visually looking, they're thinking it's going to come down and bump the Casayton area. Let's hope it doesn't, but it's already over that ridge, so it's going to do more.
But
I mean,
did they not get a handle on it? I
I
mean,
don't know. We won't know until truly the reports they're putting out are sorted to the public. They're not yet filming and showing us the evening briefings where they have a lot of information. The
mhm.
community thing, those are towards the public. The ones we want is the incident command briefings. They have one in the morning and one at night. They have
Where do
people
we
like
get it?
me that they're not putting it up yet. It would be on their Facebook page, and when I go to their Facebook page, I just don't. I see. Let me see. They have 14 hours ago is the last operational update, and I'm pretty sure that was morning. And they have 908 people, various planes. I do know they moved tank. I watched them move tankers on my channel last night. So they moved tankers out of Missoula, Montana to Redmond, Oregon last night. Two tankers have been moved. And just for everybody listening, a tender a tank of water with wheels is called a tender. A tank of water that they're going to use with wings is called a tanker, and it confuses people. For years, people were like, "Well, how do they get that?" No, they have two different designations. Because the wheeled one that you drive into the woods, it can put water into smaller brush trucks, class 6 trucks.
The water
And
truck.
thank you for showing that. Yeah, it's a water truck. You know, a lot of them are now tactical because they just don't want a plain old water truck. They've moved them into what they call a tactical tender. It can fight fire itself if it has to,
Oh, cool.
but they're mainly used to deliver water to folding tanks, pump sites, and smaller stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
I know I talk a lot. Any questions I can answer for you with what little I know right now and us not having a plan what we were going to talk about. Oh, and you were right with your last pronunciation. It's Quasaintna Creek.
Wasaina.
Yeah, that's the way they
Wasaina.
say it. I had trouble with it for a while, but after you live there, you learn what they're
Quesad
called.
quesadilla. Okay, got it.
And I'm pretty sure that's a Native American name. I'm not positive, so don't quote me on that. But yeah,
Uh,
uh,
that that would be something I'd ask you about. Where are the natives here? I know that some of them took control. I don't know if it was over the California border of the Siskiyou.
I know at this time I've been moved away from there. I come to help my mother-in-law, and the year after she passed, the Archie Creek fire took our family home, and we had tons of defendable space, but that
So
Archie
sorry.
Creek fire blew down east out of the mountains, which was totally weird to have such a powerful east wind hit us, and it the whole housing community over in the area I live in, below the area I live in on the North Umpqua River called Rock Creek, almost everything burned. The fish hatchery, everything. In the fish hatchery, you figure it wouldn't burn, but it did.
Yeah. That's why they released all the immature fish that early in the Eagle
Yep.
Creek fire into the Columbia because they figured that out.
I think they did the same thing with Rock Creek. I'm not positive, but let's hope they did. I didn't get into it much. As a firefighter, was watching stuff fall out of the sky, and I was like, "Oh, I got this." And then somebody reminded me I have a 14-year-old, I have a young son, and he doesn't want to go through what we both know is coming. And I looked at him and go, you know, you're right. I'm out of here. And I was one of the last people to leave my town under the mandatory evacuations. Actually, I'm seeing two spot fires now that I'm looking closer and zoomed in, I see two spot fires over the northern line. One on the northeastern side it'd be northeast of the Illinois River, there at Agnes where it pours in, and the other one over at Wild Horse. The one over
Mhm.
east, looking at the watch duty map from last night's IR. Yes, this
Yeah.
morning's IR, because we got like 1 minute, and I'll call it yesterday. But
Hmm.
that is showing a spot fire over there. And what ridge is that? Ramsey
Yeah.
Private
I
Road,
would just imagine that
Ranch Road.
if that had been an issue, then they would have already evacuated Agnes. I mean,
Yeah, it's still quite a ways from Agnes, but they did raise it from, oh, just keep a watch out to level 1. And if you're elderly and it takes you a while to get out, just go now. They already have a shelter set up. Go for a vacation. That's the least.
hmm yeah, and that's a good thing you told me about. I already have a thing that I keep repeating where I tell people if there's a couple of scenarios, such as you live in higher elevation like hills and you only have, say, one way out, or if you have to go on
Go.
a dirt road in order for a while to reach a main road, consider
Yeah.
yourself one level above everything else. But that includes,
Yeah.
do you have a lot of kids? I mean, do you have kids? Are you elderly? Are you mobilely impaired?
Oh, and for everybody that owns horses,
Hmm.
get a Sharpie. Put your contact information on both hooves, right and left, front hooves. Write your
Yeah.
phone number down on there with a
Hmm.
Sharpie and take their halter off. If you have to leave them, worst case scenario, do not have their halter on. A horse can get away. But if it's got something that gets caught on its head, the halters, it's stuck.
Okay.
You know, it has to go into total scared mode. I have a lot of friends that have horses, and I'll
Okay.
ride that. And coming out of that community, they found out through the past few years, just take their halter off. That horse will end up going, it, it'll be found again. And if you have your contact information on its hooves, all they have to do is wash the hooves, and that permanent marker shows that Sharpie shows up because they're going to use
Hmm.
water. They're not going to scrub them. They're just going to wash them. Sharpie stays. But I had learned that one in the past few years because, truthfully,
Uh-huh.
before a horse was the last. Even though I was raised with horses, a horse was the last of my thoughts in my line of work.
And if your
You
horse is
know,
a dark color and like dark hooves, then I have an idea where, you can basic. I don't know how well it would, but they make silver Sharpies that have like sparkly.
they'll show up.
Okay.
They're like a regular Sharpie. They're semi-permanent because Sharpies,
Yeah.
they say permanent, but they're not permanent. They
Well, I
can
mean,
be removed.
say your horse's
You
hooves are
know.
nearly black. You could also just take your trimmer and trim into the hair your phone number. You know.
A- Anything, but they recommend with the Sharpie, and
Hmm.
like you said, if they have dark black hooves, use one of the silver ones. You know, it stands out. It's not going to wash right off. But I did
Yeah.
want to point that out because there's a lot of
Yeah.
people with horses out here around where these fires are going.
Yeah.
I'm praying this flat fire doesn't move, but on the south side of it, everything in my heart tells me this is already into the biscuits
Yeah.
footprint. It may
Now,
not be into. I haven't overlaid a map yet. It may not be into the Kalmiopsis, but it's into the old footprint. And like you've been saying, they fought them so hard about salvage logging this. There's a lot. We had a wet year up here, not a snowy year, but it was wet. Brush is growing like you wouldn't
mhm.
believe, and it's dry there. The relative humidity, even though it's close to to the coast, that relative humidity is dropping every day. It gets hot up there. You wouldn't believe how warm it gets right where that fire's at.
Okay, I
I
could
mean,
tell
I've
you right now. The Kalmiopsis, it's burned. We've got a heat signature at Game Lake, which is right on its border with the
Yep.
National
So
Forest thing. So,
it's all, to me, it's already in it. You know, I just put it that way. It's already in it. In
well,
my mind, I've convinced myself of that.
I
It
think you're
might
right.
not be, but
I think you're right because when they were talking about their divisions, they don't have anybody on the southwest flank at all.
yeah. And if it's at Game Lake Campground,
Yeah.
and that's right on the line of the Kalmiopsis, right there in it, it looks like it's already in it to me.
Yeah.
I
It's good.
mean,
Yeah, it will be if it isn't already. Yeah.
today, with what I know burning today, the winds on the coast come out of the north. No matter what, there's a saying out there. I used to live north of Gold Beach, but there's a saying, it'll be blowing 30 by 3.
What's
You
that?
know, so it's
What does that
called the
mean?
Chinook winds. Some people call it the Chetco effect, but it's as it heats up inland, it sucks the winds up all these creeks and all these rivers. It's already there. We just haven't had the mapping to say it's into this part of the Kalmiopsis.
Well, I have no idea what a Chinook winds other than a casino is. Can you explain that stuff? And I'm going to put up the radar map for people.
Basically, the Chinook winds, I don't know the full explanation of it, but it's the name they give the common, because I have a wind map too at Windy. Windy's really good with having that, the winds and all that.
Hmm.
Basically, they are our annual north out of the north wind, and the effect of the heat, and the same thing with the up canyon winds is the Chinook winds get sucked up as the cold air comes in off the ocean up these creeks and these drainages and these draws. It creates a very strong wind sucking into the main valley over by 5. It's just the effect of training all that to put in the winds.
So the
Hey,
winds will come.
I like your forecasting.
Thank you. This is my radar. It's way better than windy in many respects.
Hey, and I'm still learning. I picked up a couple links from you the other night. I was like, I didn't know about that spot.
Well, then that'll be $5. So.
And I do on my Discord for anybody that goes in. I have a
Mhm.
category you can ask Catherine that's just wildfire info. My brother, the gunny, dumps into there. I've given Catherine the authorization to dump links into that. I literally have a voice chat channel, I have a text channel, and I have a link channel that's just for putting links like Windy or My Radar or just nifc.gov, that's one of the places you go to get this info. If I, I'm I'm glad I'm retired in one way. In another way, it will always be part of me. That's what I did for my whole adult life until I got hurt. Watch your language. I'm talking to somebody. Sorry, teenagers. But it's a part of me. I still have to help people. I've always have. I was on a structure department since 88. I
Structure
got
5.
offered. Yep, I did structure fire, jaws of life, and rope rescue. I've done this I did it as a teenager with the Boy Scouts Explorer post where I'm a military brat. I literally lived in Arizona and it was just part of what we did. My dad's a career military vet. It's always been pounded into us to help our fellow man. So, you know, it's something will always be in me.
Well, you're a hero, and we're
Yes.
so lucky to have you. I have a question though. So, with these Chinook winds, you're talking about how winds offshore, the ones on the coast here, can be a sucking factor, and so that'll draw the warmer, drier stuff in the Willamette Valley and maybe even Eastern Oregon down the Rogue River, for example, which
Yeah,
follows
the
here.
Chinook winds are actually bringing it up off the ocean, which it doesn't matter if it's wet. The humidity sucks the moisture out of it during the day and it heats up. You know what inversion layers are, right? Different
Well,
levels of heat in the atmosphere. And
not
when
really.
that lifts, well, you need the weather class. But what it is basically an inversion layer is as the day heats up, we have different temperatures in the air and they can create a cap or not create a cap over an area. But
Oh,
as
that,
those
yes.
inversions, as that layer of air heats up and breaks in the day, when it breaks, it's on. That's when fires really get going. It's right around noon usually, and it really gets going.
Well,
And
that's different than the Chinook winds, the seasonal
the
thing you're talking
Chinook
about.
winds are just an annual wind blowing out of the north, and it blows out of the northwest going northeast and onshore, coming offshore, onshore. It gets sucked of its moisture. Down south of this, in the Brookings area, is where it's called the Chetco wind. It gets sucked up the Chetco River there. It's right there
Hmm.
on the border. You'll see the Chinook. It's called the Chetco River, but they call it the Chinook winds after the salmon. The Chetco bar effect, you probably might have heard that one. But it's the same thing. It's the canyon winds. And as it heats up inland, it sucks all this air and it can be at times it could be blowing 30 and just right there. And that is the Chetco River. It's called the Chetco bar effect. As that whole drainage heats up, the cooler winds get sucked in the bottom and the hotter winds get blown out the top of it and it can create quite strong winds.
And
I
that's why
mean
Brookings
it
burned down in the 20s. Then this effect, right?
yeah and well back in the day the whole town of Bandon burned up because of gorse and the winds. I mean
Hmm.
this when fires the Silver Fire way back before the Biscuit was known for this area, it was one of the huge fires. This area is known for going big once it goes. If they don't catch it, it goes. I've been on Wild Horse fighting fire and we caught it. It was scary. It was like my second fire. It was scary, but it also planted a bug in me.
Hmm.
I hate to say it, but I like the adrenaline rush.
Right.
What else can you say?
Yeah. There's cops after a wild police chase. They go, woo! And I get it. It's a human thing. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that you liked the fact that people got hurt. It's just it's a human
Oh,
thing.
I will say this, I have lost friends over the years. I've known some people that have died in some of the famous fires. One of my trainers was on Storm King. He did not make it. You know, I've had I've dealt with it my whole fire career, so it's
Yeah.
crazy.
What I want to talk to you about these winds, I'm so sorry for your losses. This is why we need to respect firefighters, and they take a lot of losses that you and I can't really imagine. Um, what JB and I think you were talking about is if, the worst thing about this fire is spreading south. I mean, if they lose it right here, Gold Beach is directly threatened because it can go down the river and
It
hopscotch,
it it
right?
could it could relatively do that. It didn't do that during the biscuit. It did get close. But the main thing is the winds are
But
blowing out of the north. So it's
yeah,
everything south of that fire footprint. That's the direction it is
right.
mainly going to grow because
So,
we have north winds coming off the ocean up these drainages, but they're blowing out of the north. So it's going to push this fire south. And thank God there isn't truly a town right in its way. I mean,
mhm,
it would have to get Biscuit Fire to get down into Cave Junction and those towns, but truly it's just a bunch of campgrounds and stuff. If she just
right,
burns south, we're okay.
right.
If it
So,
burns like it, if it burns like it did, like the Biscuit did, it'll get close to the coast, but it'll be about 10 miles inland, 10, 15.
yeah, right here I could see some obvious ways we get to the coast. Went down the Pistol River. At least the Pistol River doesn't have a town down here. I've driven there. I made a
Oh, well,
YouTube video.
clean down at there's houses, but Pistol River is
Mhm,
clean down at the coast.
right,
All
but
of its housing.
so we got the Pistol River. It could go to the Pistol River, and then eventually it could, if it went to Big Craggies, threaten Brookings by going down the Chetco, right?
Yeah, it could come down to Chetco. It could come out of what's called Carpenterville, which is in, and it's just a housing community now, but that's in
Okay.
between Pistol River. You'd go up Pistol River and you can drive Carpenterville Road. That is inland. It could threaten Carpenterville. There's a bunch of BOM land there. We're starting to get into where it's like wilderness. 'Cause I'm looking at it, but I know the area. If it
Hmm.
keeps burning and it gets big, then we're going to get into the Kalmiopsis wilderness. We're going to get into BOM land, Forest Service land, private land from Weyerhaeuser. I think I can't remember which one of the big lumber companies. And
Hmm.
yeah, this thing could do exactly what it did when the biscuit got a hold of it.
Yeah, I take it
And it
back. There's a
arranged
community there now since I last was there.
it,
Sorry,
it
Pistol River guys.
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it's always been there, but
Okay, I didn't notice it
most
before.
people
Sorry.
blow by it unless you pull off there
Okay.
at off of 101, and most
Hmm.
people on when you go through Pistol River, you're on 101 going from Gold Beach to Brookings. You're not going to stop. You blow right by it, and you might glance and see buildings down there, but you really don't realize it's a community. Same
Yeah.
as Carpenterville, it's a housing it's an outlying housing area of property owners between Brookings on the old back road was Carpenterville Road, and it
Hmm.
dropped out at Pistol River, went around the point to Gold Beach. It's basically the old Highway 101. They don't
Right.
say that, but it is.
All
And
right.
you know, it's this is a wait and see game, and to me it's worst case scenario because we have those daily north winds pushing. I mean, I worked on a ranch and on a fishing boat, on a crabbing boat out of up north at Cape Blanco.
Hmm.
Up on those rivers up there, and there is a saying it'll be blowing 20 by 2 and 30 by 3. And, a lot of people don't realize what that actually means. There is a daily wind that blows 20 to 30 miles an hour at this time of year.
Gotcha. So it looks. I'm
And
looking.
you
Sorry.
got to also look at the weather map and pull it out with the pressure lines, the isobaro line. I have trouble with that word. The isobaro lines, the pressure lines that show you we have a huge high pressure that's been parked off the coast all year. Yeah, we're getting some low pressures by it, but they're basically having to hammer themselves through. I mean,
Yeah. It's like I said, the high pressure thing where you see an H on the map is a shield, and it's bouncing off all the cool wet weather, and that's why it heats up on there. So
Yeah, it's parked. It's parked off of Northern California, and we got it now. We have a low pushing on shore off of British Columbia with just a quick look, and behind it is this huge high pressure. I mean, I would personally, I'm surprised they're showing 2 pressure points when I look at the isobaro pressure map. I watch that a lot.
okay,
Gives me an idea what's going on. But
that's
that
because
high pressure,
you're a mariner. Yeah,
yeah,
you're like,
and
where's my barometer? Where is it?
you end up taking those to keep my job. They always came up with the new class I had to do. I was rated as a crew boss, but I ended up staying as a squad boss because I like being with my crew.
Mhm.
And still not flying this. Okay. Well, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it'll be
Well,
happening real soon.
yeah, let's look at the weather forecast for the area according to the good thing we got here, which is uh the my radar. So basically, we got some nice lows. Like tomorrow, Friday's high is going to be, well, if it would calm down, it's going to be around 81-ish. That's awesome. 58 is a low.
Well,
Smoky, hazy. Hmm?
that's pretty nice. I wonder what it's going to be closer in there.
Yeah, Saturday,
I
high is
haven't looked.
77, low 60, high 73 on Sunday, high of 68 on Monday, and lows are in the 50s. So it's just that there's no
Yeah.
damn rain in sight.
No, there isn't.
Mhm. So
Yeah,
way to
I've
look at
been watching that too.
the
There's
way to
been no rain over here.
the way to look at fires is if you want to know how bad they're going to get or how far they're going to reach and speculate, intelligently about it, is what you got to do is just say what stops a fire. Fires always go until something stops them. So
Well,
unfortunately, rain is not going to be a factor in the near short term. They don't seem to have
no,
enough
and we're
people.
just entering our normal lightnings. We've had lightning already and some lightning starts that thank God they caught. This one I'm hearing, the flat fire I'm hearing is man caused. It could, I am not going to say anything except for that. It was most likely an accident, you know, but
Mhm.
they are saying man caused. They're not saying arson or whatever. And it's most likely somebody not paying attention. I would bet 90% it was just an accident. But we're also getting ready to enter our lightning season over here in Southwest Oregon.
Yeah.
I'm like 90 miles if I look inland, if I actually did the measurement. I'm 80, 90 miles as the bird flies in a straight line. Birds don't fly straight, but in a straight line, I'm about 80, 90 miles from this. But like I said, this is my home district. I'm sitting here going, oh no.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like I was
I don't
saying with
know.
sorry.
It's one of those places where I love to pass on my knowledge, but I don't want to say something wrong too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's good to be cautious. What I was gonna say here is, yeah, thanks for being here beyond the badge, by the way. I'm still trying to juggle looking at chat. If anybody has questions about the flat fire and biscuit, now would be the time. Broken Fish is a retired firefighter who worked on the original biscuit fire, and so he's a local and knows.
I actually worked the biscuit when it was 2 fires called the Florence fire and the sour biscuit.
And then they merged.
And then they merged, those 2 fires merged, and because the
Hmm.
Florence fire, everybody was thinking there was a fire at the town of Florence, Oregon. They just took the name sour off and made it the biscuit. Uh, I
Hmm.
I spent in July, the day it started, I was on my way to California. I worked 3 days California, got sent to Wyoming. I worked another 5, 6 days there, and the call went out for the biscuit. I went away from the Forest Service because of money, because Forest Service wasn't paying the best in the 90s, and I went to a private 11 Western company where we were a contract crew and we could be called anywhere in the 11 Western without special, just call us up. And my boss always tried to have one of the lowest bids. At one point we were called a private hotshot crew because everybody had 10 years experience. But
Mhm.
yeah, I ended up going from Wyoming, getting 1 day off, and I worked the rest of the year, like let's just say this August, 1st of August until December, on the Biscuit Fire. I worked all sides of this. I watched our campgrounds have to load up our stuff in pickups and try to rush and evacuate because the fire ended up burning through where we had a spike camp, another fire camp, but it was a smaller one. I'm not sure where the camp is for this right now. It could possibly be all the way down in Gold Beach. I haven't heard where they put the fire camp yet, but all
Okay.
my buddies are busy. And they try to call and update me. I have some kids I taught that are still working. They're not on Gold Beach, but they do. All my friends do try to update me, and I haven't gotten no true updates yet from them. But I know they're all busy on other fires.
Well,
And
I just want to point out what was the Biscuit Fire, Oregon's biggest fire ever, basically, since, well, there's a big
yeah, I
one in
think
the
it comes
1800s,
in
but
number 3. I think it actually
uh,
worked out as number 3 biggest fire, if not number 2.
right, of all time. But after the year 1900, it is the
Oh, it
biggest
was the biggest.
at 500,000 acres. So it's this entire thing right here. I wish I could use the pen. It doesn't
The
work
whole
with,
south, just
yeah, this
imagine the whole
thing.
south coast from where you see the fire at now. Just draw a big, like,
This.
just imagine the whole south coast burning up and leave a little strip on the coast that's not burnt.
Now, did it threaten Grants Pass, the Biscuit?
Not per se, it did threaten, it did on the south end. It was around Cave Junction. It burnt through Cave Junction from what I remember. I mean, that year is
Right up next
just
to it.
what you were seeing and stuff. It was, you don't think about it at the time, but afterwards it really gets to you when that's your playground, you know.
Yeah. So if we think about it this way, what stops this flat fire from basically being Biscuit Fire 2.0? Is there anything stopping its spread to the south?
To
Currently,
me,
no, right?
currently, if they can just keep it cooled on the south edges, it might bump the Rogue River on the north side, burn down the hill, back down the hill. But if they can keep it cool, they are putting a lot of air assets into it. I'm watching it daily on the Flight Radar 24. You just put in the code TNKR in the search bar, it'll bring up all the active tankers, air assets, and you can watch it. They are putting lots of loads into it. Like I said, I watched them tonight move assets out of Montana into Redmond Air Base, Tanker
Mhm.
Base, and Smoke Jumper Base.
Yeah.
Um,
But
it's
other,
just ultimately the only thing that's going to stop this is when the rains come.
yeah.
Same thing that stopped the Biscuit.
And the Biscuit stopped on the 31st of December because the November rains didn't really happen because it was El Nino. And what is it? It's El Nino.
Yeah, the December rain stopped it. I'd say the first part they considered it a final by the end of the year.
Okay. So right now, though, we all know that you can't put out a fire with air assets. It's a
No,
slowing
you
kind of a
can
deal.
just cool it and keep it slow. They're still going to have to get in there, see where they can get to, roads, that kind of stuff. Maybe the old biscuit lines. I don't know how. Where we were, we rehabbed them pretty good, but you could take
Hmm.
a dozer through there again. It's that kind of footprint.
Yeah, we've
And
got a. Sorry.
that might be what they do. It's hard to say, you know.
Yeah, this 1833 road, it skirts the wilderness area, but inside the wilderness area, there's almost no roads. I'm looking at where they
I,
might make a
I
stand.
think there is, from what I remember, there is one road that cuts through the center of the Kalmiopsis wilderness, but that's through the center.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
it's gonna go further south.
they have
Way.
they have special rules about wilderness areas. There's good points to them, there's bad points to them. I'm not going to argue those right now. That's a whole different stream you could dedicate to itself, you know.
Right.
Uh,
Looks like there's some mining back here today where it says prospects.
Yeah, there's a lot back in there.
We're gonna lose some history probably. And that
Oh,
maybe.
well, Zane Grey had a cabin back in there. I'm not sure which one of the two. I think it was the Biscuit that threatened it. We were able to keep it.
Oh, good.
Right now, this thing is right there by the Wild Horse Lookout Tower. When I looked last, I mean, it's right there.
Yeah.
And it's already over across. It's the finger that you see on the west side. That is bumping Wild Horse Road.
Right.
It looked earlier like there. It's hard to tell. It looked like there's a little bit of slop over the road, but they should have been able to pick that up. You know,
Mhm.
it gets into what do we do? Because we can look. We're looking right now. You're basically looking on another one. I'm looking on
Mhm.
like watch duty just to see their map. The winds are blowing towards the coast right now because of the cooling off effect of all these canyons and all that. I do see that. It's blowing out of the northeast right now.
Mhm.
Mostly out of I'd call it east northeast if I was calling in the weather, which I did a lot. It comes down to where to stop this, and it's
Right.
gonna, how much is it spotting ahead of itself, which we see it does have a nice spot area. I won't know until because I don't see the old map. I'm not going to look for it either the day
Yeah.
before this one's. But we do have a spot fire that is out in front of it heading south, on the
Mhm.
southwestern side. What's
Yeah.
that going to do in the canyon it's in, and how much is in the winds is this going to spot in front of itself? Is how much is it going to fill in? Because there's spot fires out of the main fire, but you know,
Yeah. I mean, they
it's all
have they
it's
have
all a
one.
guessing game.
Yeah, they've got 8 helicopters on it. So Organ 08, welcome by the way, says I came through Grants Pass on Tuesday, saw the plume, have family in the Illinois Valley area, Cave Junction. How does it look? That's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Yeah, over in the Cave Junction area, if you look, Cave Junction is still quite a ways away
Mhm.
over there. But knowing a fire can move 15 to, well, sorry about that. The Archie Creek fire where I'm at is probably one of the fastest where my family home was at. It's probably one of the fastest moving fires, and that thing moved downriver in one day, 20 plus miles with a wind with it. So, you know, it
Wasn't
depends
I?
on how fast it moves, but I would definitely tell my family, that fire is north of you. You have north winds every year that blow out of the north to the south. I would be ready. I would have all my stuff ready. If it gets within 10 miles of me, that's my trigger point for me. I'm like, okay, do I really need to be here knowing that this thing can spot 10 miles in front of itself? It can have a piece of burning stick land 10 miles away out of the plume, and that can light a whole new fire and it catch up and then it's part of the fire.
Now this
You
was
know,
the Archie Creek was a 2020 fire, right?
yep, there it
During okay,
is.
I had to mention that was the kind of winds that fueled that came out of the hot, dry Oregon desert were kind of like a Santa Ana kind of thing for Oregon, Washington, and
Oh
California at the
yeah,
same time. That kind of wind event usually happens once every 75 to 100 years. Doesn't mean it can't happen again, but that was
it,
the worst it could possibly ever be, and you might go your entire life without seeing much of that again.
yeah. What did it
Um,
say right there? It said it exploded to like 30,000 acres from morning to
yeah,
night. I
right.
smelt. I watered all night, all day. I smelt. And most people go, "What do you
Hmm.
mean?" I smelt fresh dirt on the air. And just from being a firefighter, I'm like, "Oh no, this thing's gaining ground wherever it's at. I'm getting the
Yeah.
smell of this thing gaining ground." I started watering all night. The
Mm.
house I live in was actually one of the ones saved. The family home that had this huge defendable area, gone. The field below the big huge field along Rock Creek below the family home, there was equipment by the neighbor parked in that who also lost his home. Not a darn thing happened to it. Not even melted the stickers on the Kubota tracker.
Yeah,
Everything survived, but the
yeah.
houses gone, and they had. I never thought this would happen. A different family member than me was in charge, so I don't know what was exactly going on the week it lit, but we'd been
Well,
through many of fires, and the Archie Creek took it. And
that
it
would have
had a
been,
metal roof and everything.
yeah. Well, now we know, and this is what's really good for everybody to understand, is the number one cause of a house or a structure being lost in a wildfire is it's through embers. And so there's a couple of teaching videos I can pull up right now, which shows the ember tests where they basically built homes inside of a warehouse and did a wind tunnel test. And so
Yeah,
it
100,000
is,
acres in
mm,
24 hours.
yeah.
That's
It,
incredible.
yeah, it was once believed that the exterior of the house lights on fire first, including the exterior
Yeah.
of the roof. It is now known that it is actually from the inside of the house that the wildfire takes most homes.
Yeah,
It is 90,
the embers get sucked in through the soffits. Another one that
right.
people don't think of, if you have to leave your house, take your Venetian blinds down, take your curtains down, put them on the bed, take
Mhm.
everything away from the windows. Don't let any. Best thing is cover the darn windows.
Right, with a storm shutter type of a thing. So if you look underneath your roof, the soffit vents are right here, and you don't need to be any fancy contractor. You need to get a step ladder. You need to go to the hardware store, get some fine mesh, um, just mesh, right, and just staple gun that crap over the top of your soffit vents so the embers can't go
Metal,
in. Yeah, metal,
metal.
yeah, metal, and it's not that expensive. So these are too big. You see these big holes in the traditional ones?
That'll burn your house down.
Exactly. So you look at these things anywhere there's especially any kind of little ventilation thing for your home. Just go ahead and staple gun some mesh on there, including it's less common, but it also is common. The vents for the basement, and the underneath the floor, right? So the what are those vents called in a house?
Oh,
The
there's the ridge vents, and
crawl
I can't
space
remember the name of them.
crawl space vents.
Yeah.
These things. So most people just want the vents to be something to keep out animals, right? Um, and then they close them in winter
Well,
so that you don't have,
there's the best thing. You
yeah.
see that guy putting boards over the vents? If you have time, and you most sometimes we do,
Hmm.
cover all those up. I actually have a friend that he's more fire ready than anybody I know. He's got special
Hmm.
boards, that vent right there in the brick. Cover that. It'll
Hmm.
suck fire right in that, just 'cause the
Right,
change of heat.
right.
So,
So most, like over 90% of homes are lost in a fire. Have you ever seen conspiracy theorists and others just kind of curiously wonder why did a whole bunch of homes in a neighborhood burn down, but there's like this one, that one, that one, and that one that didn't? It's like, what the hell? Why did they survive? It's because they had better vent covers and they had the finer
yeah,
mesh
they show that one that says before, after, putting that
where,
door thing, putting
yeah,
on the left right there in the
mm-hmm,
center, that
right,
before and after, just that,
yeah,
even just a piece of plywood that you just pull over that vent.
mm-hmm.
You don't need that vent during a fire thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a little bit of a concern if it is plywood. If rolling on fire debris like tree branches roll up against it, it'll kind of be on fire. But it's better than nothing. Like if you're in a hurry to leave, just plug that thing up, stick the cinder blocks against it, just seal it up, take your caulking gun, whatever the hell you got to do. Um,
Yeah.
I would say put your mesh on there and just put it up against. So I could show all these things. Now they make a whole bunch that are fire safe. I
All
can't
space
vouch.
vent covers
Yeah,
are
crawl
painted.
space,
Yeah.
fire safe,
Those.
safe crawl space vent covers. I can't vouch for them. I'm not a homeowner that
I
like
can't vouch
has
for them either.
these.
I've actually helped prep some
Uh,
properties to where a house we didn't think was going to make it and we left alone made it, and the house that we prepped and thought would make it didn't make it, and there was
Mhm.
no other explanation, but it must have got stuff sucked in through its roof attic vents or its crawl space vents,
Mhm.
and you know, it was over because we can't see that.
Yeah, if
It's
you have
already,
this, if you have this right here, don't even worry about your vents. Not only do you have to worry about your vents right here, and don't forget your dryer vent, by the way. You got to cut these trees down, drag them away. You cannot have your rose bushes, your hedges, or whatever right next to your house. You cannot.
Oh yeah, you got to
Uh,
have defendable space. That's number
mhm.
one, defendable space.
Because the,
The
because it's
brush away from it, the bark. Bark mulch is terrible to have up against your house. Put rocks
right,
instead of bark mulch. But that
rocks,
dryer vent, those two vents beside it, they're letting everything right into the house.
right. So yeah, don't forget about these things, and just do a walk around and check it out. And there's one trick. You can either stick, if people have the crawl space thing, you have a square thing in the floor and you pick it up and you can kind of get under your house from the inside.
Yeah.
Stick your head under there at night so that there's no ambient light. Can you see daylight anywhere? And then that's where you need to make sure that you have it buttoned up, and you can do that with some basic caulking and stuff, or you can get fancy vents, or you can get a staple gun and whatever. Just get rid of it.
Worst case
Um,
scenario, plywood doesn't burn as fast as people think, just even putting that across them. I mean, worst case scenario, but
oh yeah,
there's
like if
stuff
you're in a
now to
in a
plan
hurry,
for
yeah,
all that.
yeah. But it's better to just get these and set it and forget it if you can verify that they're really good. So and these are for summer, and sometimes you may need ventilation and stuff, but most of these you can twist a knob and you can open it, but you could go and just quickly shut them as you leave. Same thing with your attic. Go up there at night and then turn off your flashlight. Can you see or actually during daytime, can you see daylight? Where my mom's place unfortunately they should have caulked this underneath her roof, and where the attic floor is a huge gap, and all these dang spiders and stuff get in there, and wasps and stuff, and there's these old wasp nests from when I was building the
Oh,
floor. I was like, oh god.
yeah.
So you got to get that caulking gun out, and you got to seal that up. So I realize now that even though we had prepped my mom's place for like moving the bushes away from the house, we only had little strawberries. That we would have lost it if the Beachy Creek came closer because of the attic uh, uh,
Vents.
leaks, the vents, and the stupid place where the floor in the attic doesn't even meet. I mean, that is some bad roofing right there, but yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and the sprinkler thing, there's good points to it, there's bad points to it. If you're
Hmm.
on a city system, it's bad to have a sprinkler running because every sprinkler in a neighborhood running means the pumps are running and the fire trucks can't really hook to the hydrant and
Yeah, no
have a
pressure.
bunch of pressure.
You can't have it.
That's
Yeah.
why they don't treat that. The other thing for me is if you're on your home well system, yeah, that's all great. What you gonna do when it burns through the power line outside your neighborhood?
Hmm.
There's things to think about there too. I've helped prep some houses and set them up to try to be fire wise, and the guy who went all out saved his property over in Central Oregon when a fire
Yeah.
rolled through the next year. I mean, called me up ecstatic. I'm like, what? He's like, just come by. And he gave us a tip for the work we did just in between fires trying to help him. The other
Yeah.
guy who didn't go all out lost his house because of a lack of power.
Yeah.
So.
So there's something else too people don't realize is if they have a wooden deck where this is open underneath, if every
Oh, under the decks are the
uh,
worst.
yeah. So what you need to do is not just to keep critters out from underneath there because they'll love that. Deer will want to go and rest down there, and so will skunks, and all those sorts of things. And then
It's
you'll
the
get.
brush.
Yeah, so you don't remember that when a wildfire comes, there might be like 55-mile-an-hour winds blowing every leaf in the neighborhood and every bit of pine needles, even from neighbor's property or something, or just ripping off the trees.
Anything that can be picked up will be
Yeah.
blown and caught by a wind eddy, which decks create. And then
Hmm.
just one ember in that, there goes your deck. Your deck
Right.
burns your house. No more house.
So yeah, what you can do on the cheap is A, keep critters out, and B, take that that cheap mesh and the staple gun, is you put up that crisscross, what is that, the crisscross gazebo type stuff,
Oh,
keep the critters out,
lattice.
lattice stuff, and that's pretty cheap. But before you install it there, put the mesh there, and then before you seal it all up, right, get yourself underneath it and put that mesh up so that pine needles and leaves can't build up down there from the top. You're going to be thinking, well, oh man, then it's going to get stuck in the cracks. Well, that's okay. You have a leaf blower. That's how you get it off. But you don't want it
Yeah,
to drop down there
and
and
truly
accumulate.
that's part of the cleanup we would look at for some houses, and I recommend every spring my
Hmm.
mother-in-law would make us with the leaf blower go and blow everything out from the winter.
Yeah.
It all gets blown out.
Hmm.
And it was embers from the fire, we know, that got in under the decks most likely and into that old houses areas we hadn't thought of, and it
Hmm.
just went.
Right.
It sucks, but
I would,
everybody was alive.
yeah, I
The
would tell.
mother-in-law and father-in-law got their wish. They always said, we don't want none of you to have it. We just hope it burns down when we're gone." Well, a year later it did, you old people. So
What in the hell?
we laugh about
Your family's messed
we
up.
we laughed about it. No, some of the outside family, not my wife and me, but some of the
Okay.
other family members were fighting over it, and we were just like, we don't care. You know, we don't care who gets the house. And the other family members were really, family. They
Hmm.
didn't think about who was actually doing all the taking care of and all that. And we just didn't care. It was like we laughed when we cried, but we also laughed when we realized we lost the house. It was like, wow, if mom didn't call that one.
Oh, that's one of those things where Greek, all the Greek tragedies and stuff, you're not supposed to say stuff like that because the fates turn and they go, ha 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 ha, we're gonna make that happen. The fates are listening, so they went,
Yeah.
ooh, oh wow, these humans, we're gonna, ha ha.
So you look like you got a headache. I can come back tomorrow and we talk more because you
Yeah.
do look like you got a headache. I can see you rubbing your temples.
Oh, well, I'm okay right now. It's good. But what I wanted to address in chat is Beyond the Badges here. Um, Beyond the Badges saying if law enforcement and whatever tells you to go, just go. But there's one thing I wanted to mention that I did on the other streams, and now that Beyond the Badges here, and thank you for your service too to the public. Is one thing is I was thinking of making a couple of videos that are really short to try to train law enforcement of what kind of advice they should get, because sometimes I've been seeing them give the wrong advice in a couple of scenarios. So if you remember what happened with um, the police and the Costco, and it was the New Mexico fire run. There's a wildfire. I don't remember. I don't know how to look this up. It was a video, but it was the New Year's fire, like the New Year's Day fire of 2022. It was in New Mexico or whatnot.
You
Um,
mean the one in Colorado that
was
burned
it
all the
Colorado?
grass and all that?
Was it
I
Colorado?
just the Boulder fire where it burned like in the middle of winter. I was sitting here going, "It's burning how many acres? It's wintertime. What's going on?" You know.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Rocky Mountains has their own sort of Santa Ana type thing with their seasonal monsoon thing. So as the series of storms comes up from like Baja California and hits the Rockies, they got these crazy winds that come off the Rockies. So um, the Marshall Fire, I think it was January of 2022. It was right after New Year's. Yeah, maybe that was the sheriff's body cam. Yeah,
Uh,
video shows
there was
officers evacuate the Costco. Uh,
and people. The real thing
no, that's
is,
not
who's
it.
ready for a fire in December?
Well, everybody in California should be.
January, winter time. You know what I mean?
Well,
I wouldn't be fire ready.
that's because you don't live in California. California's worst fire season is winter. That's because that's the Santa Anas and the Diablo winds. They blow from, it's the hot, dry winds or hurricane strength from the Nevada desert. So they're seasonal. They come from October to January. So if you think about the timelines for California's worst fires,
And that
October,
Costco actually
November.
didn't burn down, did it? That's a
I,
big, huge lot and all that. I would really
I think
go.
it's on
You want
YouTube.
me to leave? You want me to
Um,
leave the big lot? I mean, in some of the burnovers I've been, it's actually been the 500-acre meadow, and it burnt across that meadow and made it safer for us. You know,
mhm.
the bigger
Okay.
grass meadow, okay, it's going to burn across, but it's not going to burn across like kill you type. You can actually walk through it, drive through it to what's already burnt.
Yeah, well, this before we get on a different topic, what I wanted to say was I watched this video and I was sick as a dog. I had lost my voice and I was in California at the time and just watching like, holy crap. Yeah, it was the 30th of, wait a second. Was it the 30th of December 2021? I thought, yeah, it must have been. They burst in and the law enforcement tells everybody to leave by vehicle and evacuate, get back in your vehicles and go. But look at the conditions. That was the wrong advice. You can't see 5 feet in front of your bumper. There's already a traffic jam. Most people die in their cars trying to evacuate fires too late. So you never want, as law enforcement, to create that scenario. In fact, they were perfect where they were. Just tell people to get in your car and stay there. The parking lots don't burn. So
No,
he should have
normally they
been,
don't.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
I would have told that cop, I think you're nuts, buddy. I have a more chance to defend here than elsewhere, but I have all that experience behind me to go.
well,
I'm not going on a road.
right. Don't ever, especially when you can't see the fire and it'll be pretty invisible. You'll just see smoke. You'll just hear it. You'll just smell it. Don't think you can
You'll
actually see a fire. Don't.
you'll hear it, you'll smell it. It'll sound really scary, but the bigger the open space you're in, the
Mhm.
safer you are.
Yeah, never leave a place of safety for a questionable escape. So what I want to do is make a little video that says, cops are not trained for this stuff. It's not their fault that they don't know this, right?
Well,
They,
maybe get together with the retired fire chief that was here and get suggestions from him
yeah,
on it. And, the better the suggestions, the better the video will be. Because I
right.
agree, cops need to take some of this basic safety training.
Hmm.
'Cause I've had them.
Yeah.
We've been on the way into a fire, and I literally had them stop because there's no lights on our crew vehicle, emergency
Uh-huh.
lights, and argue with us that we're not supposed to be there. And it's
Yeah.
like, dude, I finally drove away from him laughing. Dude, you
Oh,
can come up in here and give me a ticket if you're brave enough.
yeah. So this is just one little example, and I'm not being critical because I bet there's a lot of law enforcement, including reservists, that don't have a wildfire training class. I'm reacting to Beyond the Badge in the chat. Um, where shelter in place options and what is best. For the most part, it sounds like uh, police are just told enforce evacuations, and they're not really trained on how they could use, and analyze a situation and think for themselves and realize, especially for the little space that they're in, the little part of the town that they're in, is it still feasible to evacuate? Did the window of opportunity to escape by vehicle close already?
Yeah,
They're going to have to talk to the other cops, and listen whether or not roads are open, whether or not they're clogged, whether or not the fire's already here or not. But whenever somebody's already in a place of safety, you can either tell them to stay there, or you can lead people and say, follow my vehicle, and then lead them to a good big box store parking lot, baseball diamond, your nearest recently plowed field, a high school parking lot, or say a golf course. Because that's what law enforcement can do. When you just drive by and go, "Hey, everybody, run for your lives," that um,
they
you
should
know,
get in trouble for we can't be in a theater and yell fire because of the panic thing when there is no
yeah,
fire. And
yeah,
some of these officers don't realize they're just as
mhm,
scared as us, as the average person.
mhm, right.
And
But
they don't realize that the big defendable place is the better place because there isn't a lot of brush around it.
Well, I mean,
It's training, like you said, maybe some
mhm,
informational videos to pass through the community, but that's where I also said I
yeah,
would get some of these retired fire chiefs to be in it because
right.
some of us basic guys, I just
Mhm.
sometimes I want to go, really? Really, dude? You think that's best? And Smitty, I'm not sure. Propane has its advantages, gas has its advantages. I will mention that if you're going to do the generator thing to keep like a water pump going, maybe refrigerator going, if you're really into it, you actually get a standalone generator that can run your whole property. And on the gas, what type of fuel to use, that's up to you.
So what an officer could do to be super helpful in a situation is look at the situation from with fresh eyes. Look at your own community and identify which places would be the best places for people to shelter in place. If I was the cop here at the Costco, I would have made a mental image of where the tallest trees, with people who are in this parking lot where the tree could possibly fall on them if it was on fire. I'd tell them to move their vehicles, and then I'd patrol around there to make sure flaming debris didn't roll up against anybody's vehicles. But you could tell people to just remain
And
calm on the PA, and then even if the
and
Costco is on
inside the
fire, don't move. You
yeah,
know,
and the odds of the Costco actually getting on fire, a lot of the times it's really, really low. And
depends on the roof. Depends on the roof.
a
Uh,
lot of them are metal now, aren't they? I mean, haven't they pushed for that? But
well, a
that
lot of
don't
them are
matter.
tar. A
My
lot of them are tar.
our family home literally had a metal roof, and that didn't matter.
Right. It's there's a whole variety of factors. If you look at the
I mean,
buildings that survived in Paradise, there's a couple of factors such as defensibility. When the firefighters came by, what they look at is roofs. If there's a type of roof construction, especially a bow truss roof, it's a death trap, and they won't try to save the structure no matter what the top of the roof is like. Um, so they let go the bow truss roof of the Safeway and the grocery outlet, even though it was right next to a creek. They went down to the Ace Hardware. That was not a bow truss roof design. It was defensible from the inside and the outside, and they stuck their hoses in the creek, and they saved the Ace Hardware. And they had to get up on the roof too, I imagine, to just make that wet and all that. So,
yeah, that's
um,
where my preaching about sprinklers. I actually,
mhm.
the old man that I know saved his house had two sprinklers. They made a big wet area everywhere. He had a metal roof. I mean, my family home was actually ultimately set up metal roof, the whole thing. It was just nobody had thought about a couple areas, a basement area where stuff could get into, and that's what happened, is what we figure. I mean,
Yeah,
uh,
but
ultimately, you never know.
when the smoke is this thick, it's too late to be driving around. It takes one
Yeah,
little car accident and you're gonna
that
have
that smoke I seen there, I
mm,
wouldn't be leaving that parking lot.
nope, nope. So, I was just yelling at the TV, no, don't tell them to go. But it was even, this was like after the fire,
Well, what
but I was
made me
going,
feel,
ah,
what was it, 2 years ago,
yeah,
last year, or the
yeah,
21 or 22, we had people coming into the chat and they're like, the fire's here, where are you at? They told us, and we're like, don't, when you leave out of there, go in the easterly direction. And that one person did come back in and straight out told us that the way they were thinking of going to get out was actually closed, and we were the ones that encouraged them to go in the other way, even though it seemed longer. And they figured that's what saved them. If they'd
okay,
have done what they wanted, they'd have ran head into the fire that was
yeah.
moving ground.
Hang on a second. Yeah, I want to make sure beyond the badge, we're not picking on the police at all. You guys are heroes, and too much under fire from the damn public anymore. That's a damn shame. This isn't to be critical. This is to be educational, and where I've just seen one
Hey, and
person
the
make
last,
a mistake. And I don't think that cops are scared of fires or anything. The more it's true for every occupation, the more knowledge that you have going in, and the more that you've prepped. Like if a cop has gone and looked at his own community and just made those mental notes like firefighters do, what's defensible, what isn't, it's a great spot to go to, what's a kind of a death trap, and they already have this in their head. you don't get that adrenaline rush and that panicky feeling like people unprepared do. And it's just, you know,
Yeah,
a
I'm not
way to be
knocking any
further prepared. Yeah.
I'm not knocking any police officers' decisions made in the heat of
Hmm.
the moment. They were
Yeah.
made, but
Yeah, the
I
people had to
would.
get out of the store. That was totally appropriate to go in here and say, guys, get out right now. Don't check out. Drop your crap that you're going to buy. It's not worth it. Who cares? If you're in the middle of paying, you really get out of the store, and that was appropriate. But telling people to leave and drive away was the part where I would have been, oh, they were already in a safe spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, and we will never know
Hmm.
ultimately what was going on at 12:30. Uh, there's a lot to look into it. Hindsight's always better than foresight. It's just if you're in a big, huge parking lot, the odds are the parking lot's not going to burn. There might be the buildings around it or whatever, but
Well,
ultimately that,
there's a lot of hydrant hookup, a lot for
yeah.
these kind of stores. So these are staging areas where firefighters stage, and the places where firefighters would stage, which is meaning they all meet together and to do a powwow and then go out to other areas, as they
I
stage
I
at.
did I did a lot of initial
Mhm.
attack. We would go sit in a parking lot of a store in an area where we could respond in all sort of directions or in a park or something like that. It's a safe spot for us, number one, and we can get a lot of equipment there sitting there
Yeah.
waiting. But I did a lot of initial attack and on out in front of fires trying to keep
Mhm.
spots from going big and it's
Yeah.
every fire's different, every game's different, and we can foreplan. The best foreplan is to be ready to go in the opposite direction.
Now this picture is worth a million words, not just 1,000. Whoops, I just totally, where is it? I
Oh yeah,
enlarged
look
it
at
too
all that
much.
smoke.
This is
How close is it?
this is Paradise burning down. This is
Oh,
November 8th, 2018 or whatnot, satellite picture or whatnot. I'm sorry, I accidentally zoomed in too much. Whoops, did it again. Now this is the entire town of Paradise right up here. That's Chico down there. This is a scale. This is a gigantic scale. Now there are thousands of people alive in this thing, sheltering in place, not in their homes, but where they're living and surviving is under bridges, in the culverts, but mostly in their cars, in the big box store parking lots, the Ace Hardware, like I said, even the Baxter Auto Parts place where the firefighters are. None of the firefighters left the town. They just went to the safe spots and let it go past them, and then they went back to help others. So a lot of the civilians
and
are still here in those
Paradise
parking lots.
wasn't Paradise basically a mess up that everybody should have been notified the minute that little fire was spotted in the area from the power line
I can
and
tell
told
you.
and put on notice at least level one and told to leave. You know,
Well, I
we're
can
this
tell you all about it.
hindsight's better than foresight.
Well, the ironic thing about Paradise is they were so prepared for wildfire, and still they got blindsided over one little thing, one thing they didn't understand. And I think the world needed. It's not like the world was very aware of this factor either. Back in the day, the way that municipalities and firefighting was done, and even Cal Fire has some stupid policies like this, they're outdated. Was back in the day, especially when fires move a bit slower, the evacuation system went like this. When fire's at point A, which is Polga where it broke out, right? When fire's at point A, you look at the direction the wind is blowing. So say it's blowing towards Concow, that's point B. So when the fire's at point A, you put point B and you tell them to get out. You put point C, which is a bit further in the same wind direction, say Magalia Paradise, on notice. When the fire reaches point B, point C leaves, right? And then now you put the thing further west on notice. So this is appropriate for a somewhat slow-moving fire, but during Santa Ana and Diablo wind season, when this hurricane force winds are occurring, and you have some really dry conditions, which they did in November of 2018. They really hadn't had much rain yet. They didn't understand that this is a ridgeline with standing dead trees on it, and the fire didn't even reach Concow. It went from here at Polga and blew all the way over to here, which is the flumes at the base of the west branch of the feather. It then raced up the almost sheer vertical cliffs here, and got in the neighborhoods and chewed through the power lines and the phone lines. So in the morning, the previous day, people knew, a fire was at Polga, but that's pretty far away as the crow flies.
And it spotted.
Yeah, so they're saying, look, here's your reverse 911 call test. People answered the phone. They got the reverse call 911 thing. They knew about the fire danger. They had a really robust way of notifying people through electronic means. Reverse 911 systems was all set up. They had raking all the time to be fire safe, to try to fireproof the town as much as they could. They knew their vulnerability, and if the fire hadn't immediately chewed through the power lines, cut everybody's power so that they couldn't get online on their computer, and it cut. Not only did it cut right here, running north and south was the main telephone lines. Also, it was a couple of cell phone towers in these areas. So people lost them all silently. So here's my brother at 7 in the morning eating, breakfast on the porch with the kids, and he's wondering, God, like a bunch of people, why is the smoke getting so damn bad? Is it the wind? But they didn't know the fire had jumped, and it wasn't just at Polga anymore, that it completely, jumped over this entire huge basin with a lake in it, and was already at the flumes and already killing people in these easternmost neighborhoods. So they, like everybody else, they had the reverse 911 call in the morning, and it said prepare to leave, have your car packed, and then when that evacuation order is given, we'll do another reverse 911 call. And nobody knew, unless they picked up the phone and heard nothing, that the phone lines were down. So that secondary thing never came. His location was approximately, I don't remember which one of these creeks. That's the Ace Hardware. He was approximately right around here by Fire Station 82. These guys roared off in a different direction. I think he was down Libby Road or something where he couldn't hear that. But because people were already dying on Pence Road, trying to flee south as the fire was whipping to the west, one of the cops that was over there went down Libby, and I don't know if they made it down Sawmill and Edgewood, but he just, on the PA system, said, run for your lives, it's here. And so my brother literally dropped his, and the family dropped their forks and knives and left breakfast on the table, got the car keys, got out. Later he found out his home didn't make it because a burning tree fell on it. So that was the problem with his location, is he had trees not directly overhanging the house, but it was trees that were so tall, the pine trees, that they could be on fire and then fall on the house. Otherwise, his home might have made it. His neighbors made it because the Fire Station 82 guys came back to defend not only their firehouse, but they go down Libby or whatever road he lived on, and they saved the neighbor's house because the neighbors had a pond, swimming pool, and then there's this clear creek back there. The people down the street, down further the street down here, if you notice, this is a giant, there's no way out to the south, and there's no way out east and west because Paradise has a lack of bridges over these creeks. So the bad layout of Paradise, making it a death trap, is if you go south, you are trapped because of these cliffs, right? You go north, you have to go north all the way up here, and the power lines were falling over the road. To get to Pearson, it's one of the few to go east and west, right? These power lines started blocking Pearson one by one, right? So Edgewood Lane became one of the biggest death trap places because they got the fire first. There's nowhere to go. There's absolutely no shelters. If they go south, there's a cliff, So this Pence and Edgewood had most of the fatalities, because right here at Edgewood, right here, was a whole bunch of power lines that fell down, and people that hesitated 1 minute to leave got stuck behind the power lines, which were energized, fell right on the person's car right there, people in that car couldn't get out. They were going to die. And so a whole bunch of people died in their cars right there. My brother
Yeah, I
should.
wish they'd listened to Lady Bird Johnson, the
Mm.
the first lady, when she begged and pleaded to please put the power lines underground.
Oh, when it
And
reached me, I came back and they had put them back up. They
yeah,
anyway,
they
but right,
should have.
what
Yeah,
I
I
was
know.
saying though, under Pearson, because there's different creeks, were these culverts that you could accommodate, like right here, 50 people could have sheltered, like 9-foot tall culverts, right? So a lot of these people could have just walked and made it safety here, including, and like here's a little body of water and stuff, which was very frustrating. The people on Edgewood could have walked to shelter. Right down here, I think I found a little thing of water too. But that's the problem with Paradise is people were trained to obey authorities because they had drilled year after year, thought they were so prepared. They didn't realize that they didn't have enough redundancy with the phone line system, that they were all above ground phone lines. At the moment that the fire chewed through them, that this would all fall apart. They didn't have any, like alternative ways of notifying people. And that was the issue. So here's the Ace parking lot that I wanted to highlight real quick. This is the Ace hardware store, and if I put on the satellite right here, a lot of people took shelter right here. So the firefighters came back probably from Firehouse 82. This is that creek right there, and they ran the hose down here, I believe, to this creek, and they ran it up here. And the Ace had a nice defensible metal roof type thing, and not a bow truss roof. So the fire crews went around here, saved the bank. They saved this little area. I think it's a gas station. I can't remember right there. This whole
I'm
little corner
surprised that creek
area.
had water in it.
Yeah, it ever flows. It's not the deepest thing in the world, but up north here, this is where they let go, and you can see all the devastation. A little bit to the north is the right here was the Old Town Plaza, which here was the place. I think I celebrated a birthday once there at the Round Table Pizza and whatnot. This was the Safeway temporarily closed. Are you kidding me? Safeway pharmacy temporarily closed. Yeah, the Safeway's gone, man. I got a lot of drone video here, and I filmed this, you know. But people
Boy, this
sheltered
is an
in.
old photo, isn't it? I
Uh,
figure they'd have updated this satellite photo.
no, this is current. This says
Oh well.
2023. I mean, it was still a pile of debris until just recently. But you notice that these trees are alive in the parking lot? Even though the
Hmm.
Safeway and the grocery outlet right here burned to the ground, the trees are alive, so people are sheltering there. But when I walked into this debris field that used to be the stores, I could see the remains of the walls were still up and everything was still there. There were still unburned cans of tuna and chicken broth here in the Safeway, and there's some beer that survived in the beer coolers and stuff. It's weird what survives a fire, and a bunch of stray cats eating the barbecued rats and stuff that were salvaging meals from the thing. And this wasn't that long ago that I was there. This was what, 2022-ish, 2021, December 2021, I think. I was there for a wedding at Magalia. So even though people are sheltering in place in here, the firefighters just knew that if the fire got into the store, it's a death trap to be under a bow truss roof. Have you heard of a bow truss roof, Broken?
Yeah, I have an idea what it is.
Yeah.
It's
So bow truss roof. Firefighters, this is a no-go for them. There's been so many instances where the roof instantly collapses on fire crews and traps them that they take one look at this and go, screw that noise. We're going to let that thing burn. So the thing is this is actually a bad diagram. Um, the the roof you would think is laying on top of the wall. That's actually a fake diagram.
Yeah, that's what I thought it
Yeah.
was.
Nope,
And
that's
you know,
wrong
I hate
too.
to say
But
it, but truly, if they'd have been thinking far enough ahead about fires, if they'd have had just a row of sprinklers down the center of that bow truss roof that were sprinkling what the fire department could have a standpipe and automatically there's water being sprinkled on the roof at pressure, that whole building probably would still be there.
well, the thing is that Paradise lost pressure because everybody started their goddamn sprinklers.
Yeah.
So
That's what since then they've been preaching that and stuff that you really anybody who puts a 3-tab roof on these days when you live in an urban interface town or area, you're asking for it. If you don't put metal on, you're truly asking for it.
yeah, what's okay? This is a better picture. This is a realistic picture. One that's dang it, I hate Pinterest. This right here. Okay, so you would think that the roof sits on top of the load-bearing wall like a T, right? That makes sense architecturally. That's strong. No, it doesn't. It's bolted to the side of the wall like this, like this. And so, unfortunately, it's not bolted into brick. It's bolted into this. You see this in the picture?
Mm.
It's bolted into a beam of wood that is going to burn. And as soon as the beam of wood burns, the entire roof of the entire building collapses because there's no center support. So see this roof beam right here, even though it's being held up, the roof beam is being, the beam next to the brick there is being held up by metal supports. It's wood that the bow truss roof attaches to. So you can't see from one end of the building to the other that if the fire's chewing through it. So firefighters just say we will never fight interior structure fire with a bow truss roof. It's just not going to be worth it. You can't tell. I mean, the entire roof will collapse in one go. So,
Yep, all it takes is one of those beams getting burnt, and there goes
right,
most of your roof.
right. So as bad as this looks, you can survive this. It's going to be smoky. It's going to be hell. It's going to be really uncomfortable. Your kids are going to be quite panicky and stuff. But just take your N95 masks, be in that parking lot, put those on, try to cover the vents, try to keep them distracted. At least, mostly, you can't see out of the car. The only thing you really got to worry about is flaming debris rolling up against your vehicle. And if you got, say, a gallon of water, that you keep, in the vehicle, get your wool
And
blanket
one thing,
wet, wipe. Sorry.
oh, that's my dog. I'm sorry. One thing I learned that a lot of people don't realize, you might think you have a defendable parking lot, but if there's high transmission power lines that go
Mm.
anywhere around that parking lot, you want to get as far away from those as you can because once a column of smoke makes contact, is hugging the ground and going up into those lines, it creates a direct link for electricity to act like lightning and come to the ground. I have personally seen it on a fire happen where we were in by the high transmission lines.
Oh God.
I heard some strange sound. I just told my guys I was there as a structure, part of the brush group of our structure department, and I wasn't with my crew yet. We came in later the day. I transitioned from being a structure guy to the wildland fire squad boss. It's hilarious how it used to work for me. And you literally we watched it arc out to the ground in a column of smoke off a little tiny brush pile that
Oh
got on
God.
fire. We watched those high transmission power lines arcing power to the ground to the
Oh my
point we
God.
had to stay back and not fight fire and just let that part burn. And we're talking the Bonneville power lines coming out of Bonneville
Oh
on the
God.
south coast down there. It
Is
was
that
one
like the
of
Dalles or?
no, clean down on the coast. People don't
Oh.
realize that Bonneville power lines have power lines down east of the 5 all the way to the California border and along in a couple miles from Highway 101 all the way down to Brookings, Oregon, and they actually tie in with the California power system now. They did that a few years ago where they're tied in and able to push power into California now.
Mm.
all the way from Bonneville Dam, and they're high tension power lines. Yeah, they're huge. They're the big ones on the towers that you don't even think about. But they had problems with those here coming out of the dam that provides power up river from where I live. Or
Yeah.
downriver. Where is it? It's around where I live. I can't remember if it's up or down, but we
Yeah.
have a dam here that pushes power out, the forebays.
Well, and also the reason they connect with California these days is because you can't make this up. How incompetent California Power stuff is. Remember how they had those initiatives where the solar roof,
Yeah, I know.
rebate shit. So what they did was. The funny thing is that solar power is not providing solar to people's individual homes. What it's doing is the solar power on your roof is going into the grid, and you are selling it to the power company basically.
Well,
Instead of you getting a paycheck, you get basically a break on your bill. And
well, I
California had, sorry, one sec, had so much solar energy for many years in a row that it overloaded their system because they didn't. There's too much, so they actually said to the other states, "Hey, we got extra power. You want to buy it?" The other states, Nevada next door and Washington and stuff, went, "No, we don't need it." And so California goes, "Really, really, really, you want to buy it for cheap?" And they go, "Not, no thanks." California goes, "Okay, we're going to blow up. All of our systems are going to go down because we can't tell people to turn this off. Will you please buy it? Like we're begging you." And they go, "No." And they said, "Okay, that's it. Will you take money to take it? We're going to pay you to take it." And they go, "Aha." So California pays other states to take their power. That's part of why your bill is so damn high. It's freaking ridiculous.
well, here's the other one. Last year, 2020, here in Oregon, they
Mm.
did all these weather blackouts because we were going to have really bad wind. And the wind where I'm at, I went through 19 hours of being blacked out, and they literally, the winds never appeared. And come to find out, California had called for, we don't have enough power, we'll buy your power at 3 times your going rate. So Bonneville didn't, I have friends that track it, all the power things that we can get the grids for during that 19 hours, the power output didn't go down, it actually increased. Where was all the power going if the output increased? Down
Okay,
south.
we got some new heat detections on the flat fire. These are pretty new, and I'm not sure if they're doing firing ops and how. I would assume that in the remote areas, because it is
Well,
about a good
we probably just had the flight, didn't we? It's right around that time that, yeah, 1 o'clock. We should have just
right.
had the flight, the IR flight should have went down. Probably why I
Yeah.
wasn't watching, because I
Yeah,
was
I'm
trying to
sorry.
watch.
Should have been on there too, but we do have new heat signatures, so I would imagine that this is a firing op, being that it's right next to the road, and I imagine they're
Uh,
using drones or something. What do you think?
it's hard to say. I know they did have that finger that burned out to the road. They'll be bringing the map out real soon. What's this? Oh,
Hmm.
that's Southwest. Yeah, see, I don't
Yeah,
even see the IR flight on the radar.
me either.
But
Yeah.
it's probably already happened, and I know they
Hmm.
haven't posted the map yet. They'll be posting that in the next half hour or so. Last map posted was a day ago.
Okay. So what
So
concerns me
yeah,
here is I don't know if they would want to do a firing op over here necessarily. So this, I wonder if it's just,
that's probably it pushing out in front of itself, spotting out in front of itself. They would do the
yeah.
firing operation along Wild Horse Road on the west there where that finger
Hmm.
was, and they would try to fire it back to where they already have established trails if they're doing that. I would think from where you just showed me that hot spot that it's actually the fire did that. Or like
Yeah.
that one. That sort of looks where
You're in a there's a delay in this stream, unfortunately, so it's almost 20
yeah,
seconds. So just tell me, we're looking at the northeast flank right here. Um,
yeah, that looks like it's almost outside. but it's hard to say with the up canyon winds that I see there. The possibility for canyon winds, it could have sucked down some down in there.
Mm.
Like I said, we're really at that point of where we're waiting for them to look at the map and actually get it out,
Yeah.
get the map out, because there is a plane that flew the whole outside edge of this. But in that
Mm-hmm.
area, if I look at the map on watch duty from yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
the current map, there was a hot spot there outside the northeast fire edge
Yeah, that was approximately here to the. It was pretty close
above.
to the Oak
Yeah,
Flat.
that
To Oak
where
Flat.
that yellow is there, that's up out of it. That is where that hot spot was, and it looks like it's joined together now.
This one right here.
So
Yeah. So,
yeah,
um, possibly,
you
possibly.
know, and they are over on watch duty. They are putting up really good maps. But we're working with a 24-hour old map because it came out at 2:56 a.m.
Right.
yesterday morning. Like right after I start streaming, typically it came out.
I want to go
You
back
know,
to chat and make sure that we are not ignoring chat. So that's what I did read, and that's pretty awesome. Beyond the badge, that you also have some good mandatory wildfire type training. I can't remember where you're at in California. If you'll remind me, that's good sign. That's a good sign. And looking back at Urban, hey, hello, welcome back, by the way. Um, But what I was saying is, if somebody is sheltering in a parking lot, the only thing you really have got to worry about is flaming debris rolling up against your vehicle,
yeah,
and that's
don't
what.
park by the trees.
But I mean, like tumbleweeds and just trash cans and everything can do this, right? So that's why I say put a wool blanket in your car, because you can wrap that around your foot and just punt that thing away from your car, get back in, you know. Or you could just whack it with a wool blanket and extinguish it potentially, right? Um, that's one of the things that's going to be great for you. It just lays on the back across the back of the seat.
And
You don't think about it.
park like forward into the wind, where you can open your
Hmm.
doors and the wind's acting like it wants to shut them instead of rip them open. Always point your car into the prevailing wind, not sideways to it, because then you have less of a what they call footprint to your car. That
Oh,
would be my
okay,
suggestion. We
okay.
do that on the coast during the winter storms. You got to park into the wind, on
Hmm.
the Oregon coast. The storms come out of the south. You park pointing south where you have to shove your door open hard, but you're pointed
Hmm.
into the wind and you have less of a footprint to your car. You park sideways to it, you got, what is that? Depending
Yeah,
on how long your car is, you have that big of a blocker for stuff to get up against compared to the front of your car, 8 feet wide.
right,
At the
right.
at Most lanes are 8 to 10 feet wide, and the car fits in them. So that's another thing to think about. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
you
would
know
that blow the smoke into the vents? Like, would that flood your car with smoke? Because don't,
that
I mean,
I would think. Well, for me, I would hate to have my car parked with the back of the car pointed to the wind, because when you go to open the door, the wind yanks the door out of your hand and then you can't reshut the door.
that's
If you have it
true.
pointed into the wind and you have to sort of force your door open in the wind, you know, you could shut the vents. You could put that thing that says circulate. That shuts the outside vents.
Recirculate. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And
Okay.
you know, it's all it's all hindsight. We can all just take training. It's common sense when it comes down to it. Little things do matter. The bigger space between anything that burns in you matters. I mean, I've gone through some burnovers where I just want to go, wow, okay, that was 5 hours.
Oh
I'd
dear.
never want to do that again, and wasn't the first time, wasn't the last, but it's common sense. And
Sure.
I have some stories about fires where it's just like, oh my God, you didn't think about this?
Like
Come
what?
on. Uh, we were stuck in a burnover in Colorado, 500-acre pasture. We made it national news. I had three crew members convinced. It was a total about a whole van load. actually were going to try to drive out from where we were in a safe spot. Yeah, the grass was burning across the field. Once it's burned, it's not going to burn again. Stop, guys. And I literally had to threaten people with my shovel that I'm going to start knocking you guys out. You are not leaving. And when we went to drive out, okay, it's all said and done. We're driving out. We had to stop. I had to be in the lead. Well, I ended up taking the lead because I was in charge of the chainsaw squad, and we ended up cutting 25 trees out just to drive down off the mountain from that big 500-acre pasture down to where the fire camp and all that was. I won't tell you what I told the news person that day, but I ended up on live TV, ended up uh, insulting somebody over their intelligence, but
Uh-oh.
I was not in a good mood, and my mind was not in the right spot when I said that and
Loose
what I
cannon.
said, and it was like, really, you're asking me if it was dangerous? And I won't tell you what I didn't say anything profanity, but I was very rude, and
Oh
I'd
dear.
forever have gone, you could have handled that better. But I was stressed. I just watch a bomber load after tanker load after tanker load be dumped in around where we were because they're trying to save us the assets, and it was stressful, and I got asked the wrong question before I had a chance to be down in the camp and just sit there and go, wow, whew, okay, cool, I'm alive, I'm safe, and they asked me the wrong question at the wrong time. And the cameraman was laughing so hard, I'm surprised he kept the camera on his shoulder. But, don't
Wow.
ask a guy that just came out of a bad spot if it's dangerous. You know it's dangerous. Don't ask no question stupid, but don't ask stupid questions from one of the guys that's you could tell he's stressed. Oh, you just came down off there. Was it dangerous?
No, it's a cakewalk.
I just told them they were really special.
Oh my God.
And I come to find out my buddy actually has VHS tape of me telling a reporter that on a live feed on national.
It was live. Oh
Oh.
dear. If they probably misspoke. They probably meant like how dangerous was it? And I'm guilty of that sometimes, saying the wrong thing, foot goes
Yeah,
in mouth. Yeah.
it probably was, but it
Whoopsie.
was a stressful moment, and the sarcasm, like, I
Uh-huh.
can't believe you just asked me that, came out before I said
Oh
what I
my
said,
God.
before my mind could stop my tongue from speaking.
Oh
One
dear.
of those things.
Did you get in
The file
trouble?
made it to my. No, my boss laughed about it. I was a private crew member, so that saved me. I wasn't a federal employee, but
Oh yeah. Oh
but
dear.
still, I owed some things back home because I ended up on TV by my own fault or not. But I
Uh-oh.
was actually trying to avoid him.
The
I seen
press.
the camera. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were under orders with my company to avoid the press at all costs because
Oh
you might
dear.
say something that you didn't mean to.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're really bad. There's nothing in between when it comes to the press. So, hey, Mark, by the way, I'm sorry I didn't greet you earlier. And Cheryl has a good question. Like, for shelter-in-place options, what if you don't have a car?
Well, that comes down to I usually hope that you took the heed when they told you were level 2 and you go with what I call broke fishing's rule. If you're level 2, you're actually level 3. Ask for a ride out.
Hmm?
When they come here, they'll go door to door if they have time. But ask your neighbor when it gets to the point. Just go over and tell your neighbor, hey, they're telling us we're level 2. That's not very good. What everybody tells me is if we're level 2, we should treat it as let's go before it's we got to go in a hurry. Level 3
Yeah.
is actually that's last choice.
Yeah.
Get out or sheltering in place. That's a really hard one. It's you know, in your home, but your home could burn because it wasn't really ready to be sheltered in. Uh, like the fire chief said, walk-in culverts and all that, that's the last choice to me. I would actually take
Oh,
the choice
yes.
of getting a hold of a neighbor when I'm told I'm level 2 and going, hey, at worst case scenario, we just drove down river, stopped by the shelter or whatever, checked in that this is where my address is, I'm out of there. That helps them. Um, worst, least case scenario, you just went for a daily drive. Worst case
Well,
scenario, you weren't there when everything went to heck. And it's not something I'd want anybody to go through. I mean, me doing it for so many years, it's still a scary thing.
right.
So,
It's not going to be fun. So the
no,
when I tell people it's your very, very best option is leave before you're told.
yeah,
That's it. But when it S hits the fan and stuff is changing rapidly and like all you have is just this crazy level of no visibility, right? It's too late to drive at this point when you can't see in front of you and you can't verify the fire
probably
is not in
in your
front.
probably in your car at the biggest area you could find around where you realized
Mhm.
it's too late with not a lot of vegetation around it.
Well, I tell
It
people what you need to do to make your own evacuation plan is this. You find your residence, right? And you go with a combination of CalTopo here, which is free, Google Maps, which is free, and you look at your neighbors' places, see who's got the pool, the pond, and just places you can shelter, and then you can just walk out with your N95, your cell phone and or battery thing, your 1 gallon of water, your flashlight, and your wool blanket. And you can either get in a body of water, throw the wool blanket over your head, just seated, not swimming, right? That'll trap some breathable air against it. You can
oh,
roll
and my
yourself up like a burrito, and you can get in a culvert, or you could just sit in the middle of a
oh,
edge
and
of a
one
pond.
one thing we had to treat the new guys every year. Never, ever, ever wet your bandana or whatever you're using as a face mask. Never, ever wet it because you are actually causing superheated steam to go in your lungs and you will damage your lungs. That's something that they don't preach a lot, but I every year had to remind these kids don't wet that bandana. If
Well,
you're
you
wiping
guys
your face,
are
good, but don't put a wet and moist bandana or any of that across your nose and mouth because when it gets really, really warm, it warms that up and you're breathing in superheated steam.
well. That's great advice for people working right next to it. Um, but I mean, if
Bl-
you have to wet your blanket, it's not gonna kill you, right? I mean, you
Blankets,
shouldn't discard it.
blankets different than putting something over your nose and mouth that you're
Right,
breathing through.
right.
You
So,
should always try to have something dry there, is all I'm saying,
right, right.
even if you're not really close to it.
What I've heard about though in a couple of structure fire situations, and this is structure fires where people are just on their way out, is restaurant fires like the mass fatality event where they had 635 people die, I think, in a Coconut Grove club fire in Boston in the 40s. Um, there were a couple of World War One veterans, and they decided that as soon as the fire hit, their instincts of putting their gas mask on thing, they were told by their, if you don't have your gas mask with you, is whip out your handkerchief, get it wet, usually pee on it if you have to, put it up against your nose, hit the dirt, and start running out, crawling out. So they took the glasses of water that they had, since they're at a restaurant, put it over napkins, put the napkin over their face, crawled out of the restaurant where other people were, passed out. Um, but that's if you only you're going to be out of there in like 1.5 minutes. So that in that case that might be valuable, but not like if you're going to be breathing crap all day, because eventually it'll become like an encrusted mud too, right, on your bandana with the smoke build up
Oh,
and
yeah, it gets
you
really
know,
bad. They
you're
actually make these cool bandanas with carbon filters in them now.
oh good,
I
yeah,
actually have three of them. I actually,
really,
my son has one. My best friend, I bought him one. I have one. They have activated charcoal filters inside that cloth mask, and you
really.
can change out those filters. and those I would really go with. But I learned early on you don't want moist stuff around your face, but I was working in it
Yeah,
too, so
that's all day long stuff, right?
that
Yeah.
yeah, I would still to this day take as wetting something's across my mouth so I'm breathing in any kind of moisture is probably my last case scenario. But I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
Amazon has those masks
Okay.
with that they look almost like that one. They have the little N95 thing on them, but they have a pocket in them where you can slide a activated charcoal filter in, and you're breathing
Awesome.
through the activated charcoal filter. And
Well, that's sweet.
I
If you could
bought
find
some of
those
those,
and
and
link them, then that would be awesome. Like in Discord or
I
something.
will look for them here because
Okay.
I bought enough in 2020 to last me for years.
Okay. Yeah.
You
So
know,
I do want to make a little store where it's firefighter recommended stuff, first responder recommended stuff. We actually can tell the public you can trust this because we tried it out ourselves. Like it's not the
yeah,
fake China stuff.
I
Fire
actually have
blanket.
one.
Yeah.
I actually have one in reach. It just has they're
Hmm.
available on Amazon. They got a little metal bar in them at the top to help
Sweet.
form to your nose. They got the N95 respirator on them, but they have a pocket on the backside where you can put an activated charcoal filter,
And
and
you could buy
that
those for
helps.
cheap and
On
cut
Amazon,
them to size.
they were really cheap, and they actually gave you so many charcoal filters with them that you wouldn't even have to worry about cutting them, making them to size.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
mean, you could buy
it,
rolls of that stuff and do a lot of things to protect
can
your
you
air quality within your
can
home.
can you hang on a sec? I know there's a way to do it. Oh, here it is. Can you see me on screen?
Yeah, you hippie. the
Yeah, I
the show
know.
show showrunners can't. Do you want me to show
Mine's
Discord
a
now?
little dirty right now. I've been using. You
Wait,
can
wait,
if you
wait.
want.
Okay, all right. Hang on. Stand by. Let's do the Discord window. Okay, I gotta resize it. Hold on. Okay, this is the dirty hippie known as Broken Fish.
You can see it
Just
has
kidding.
this activated charcoal filter, and on the
Okay.
inside, this one's dirty. I've been doing a lot of outside work and putting it in my pocket.
Are you
But it
coming
has a
to us from a
pocket.
bunker?
No, this is inside my house on my day bed. I have the fake green screen, which
Ah,
is just
okay, okay.
cheap. But this activated charcoal filter, it
All right.
works. I've used it during the Archie Creek fire. And you just stick it in here. They
Hmm.
come with replacement ones. This is my most recent one. I know it hasn't, and it's got a pocket here you can see. And you just put that activated charcoal filter in here, and then it literally forms to your nose and hooks to your ears. And
Awesome.
it's got the N95. Yeah, I've been growing my beard, but
No, thank you
I
so
lost
much for showing us that.
I
Um,
I, I lost my wife recently, and
I'm
I'm
so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I've learned to deal with it, and she passed on in 2020, and I just do what I do now because I don't have her around. Gives me something to do.
Well,
Keeps my mind
you're
active.
really helping the public here, and you're training me and others so well.
Well,
So,
thanks for letting me come up. I should probably jump down off here now, and uh, I'm willing to come up and talk at any time you want to. And like I said, people want to. I put my Discord link. That's a forever link in your chat.
okay.
And anytime people want to come over, my Discord's really set up nice. I do have a fire information page. I have my brother, a retired Marine Corps gunny sergeant, on my Discord. He has his own news section, but we have a section dedicated just to fire. I have a text channel where we try to keep the updates going. I actually have you in there. I have a link part where it's not about us talking, it's just a place for for us to drop, like I said earlier, windy, watch duty, the 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 just links where you can go and get fire information and real-time links into these, like we put it there. And then I have a chat channel, and I do have people I do have like 3, 4 of us that are always in the Discord, and I try to check it, all the time. And if you need to talk to somebody about something, we're willing to do that too. And most of my mods have my personal G voice number. I just gave it to Catherine earlier, and that rings my house phone because I don't have a cell phone, no cell phone service where I live.
I will do
And
you a favor and
we're
not put
willing to have.
your phone number on the air.
No, you don't have to, but I mean, my mods have it, so when they see
Okay,
you in one of the voice chats asking for help, if they can't help you, they will ring me and get me into Discord to help,
you're
or
awesome.
Gunny, or one of us. And I do this because I've been doing it my whole life, and my whole life I've been helping the public and helping people, and it's been a life of service to my community. And, at some points, I don't know why I kept going with my job, but I did. And,
It's because you care.
that that's what I do. And, I don't mind talking to somebody for a while, because sometimes you just need somebody to talk to.
Yeah, we're a very big supportive stream here. Somebody came in and was new and was like, I didn't know if I had permission to talk. Permission to talk, man, granted. Go ahead, fire away. When there's some sort of a crisis and I call for chat silence except for pertinent info, I mean, I'll do that. But everybody, we should just hang out, be supportive, talk to each other, chatter, and it actually helps the algorithm thing. The more you guys type stuff in the chat, the more that my video gets promoted because that's the way YouTube works. Like it's called chat. What do you call that?
It's like
Uh,
chat
b-
based,
it's,
comment based.
yeah, exactly. It's
The
the frequent.
algorithm
Yeah,
thing they got going.
yeah. Everybody hit the like button, by the way. But if
Cool.
people say more stuff in chat, it's called something, and it boosts you in one of the metrics. So I do want people to support each other, chat amongst themselves, try to get my attention with an at, Catherine. If you're on if you type
Yeah,
in at,
and
if
on
you need to
that
talk
you
to
don't
me.
even and on that gets your attention, you put if you want to get anybody's attention, you
Hmm.
put at, and then you start spelling their name. For you, all I got to do is put in KA and hit enter, and it highlights that comment for
Yeah.
you.
It don't work on mobile though, isn't that sad? I don't know why, but
Doesn't really.
no,
Well, I'm on a
it's
laptop, but
yeah.
you know,
But
I know the
people,
at symbol and their name's
yeah.
supposed to actually highlight it for them.
Exactly, and I encourage people and my mods to let me know if I've accidentally ignored somebody. But we're so privileged to have you here, and this is why the stream is good. We got experts like you who weigh in, tell people what's what, the straight dope, no spin, BS, and motivations. It's just the facts.
Yeah, I wasn't up into the upper echelons of planning the whole stuff. On smaller fires, I have been in charge myself because we broke my crew into two, and I took part. Our government liaison took the other part. I tell everybody, I've just been a lonely ground pounder that's been part of a hand crew for my whole life, helping keeping 21 guys moving and working. And I put a long time into it. I don't know everything, and if I don't know the answer, I will go ask somebody else.
Right, that's the only thing we can do. If somebody pretends like they know everything, they're a fool. That's one way to tell a fool. If they always have the answer to everything, then you kind of go, huh, right? What?
Well,
Nobody
I
does.
tell all my friends I know a lot. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. And
There you
if
go.
I don't know the answer, I have people to go ask their opinion too. I actually have some of the kids I train that have gone way beyond where I made it to. And it's been actually pretty cool. I have not found a feed yet for listening to the air attack. I do really do wish one of the people that had the broadcastify over in Curry County and all that would just go get the frequencies off the internet and in them to their scanner and start putting a feed up for just that. But
Yeah.
you know that everything happens because somebody goes, "Oh wow, we didn't have that. Can we have that?" And then somebody goes, well, yeah, that'd be really easy.
One sec, pause. Why is Jackson County Fire Scanner, Jackson County Fire, Police and Fire, like have 125 people listening right now? Where is Jackson County anyway? That's
Jackson County is Josephine. It's Southern Oregon.
so why?
Josephine County is.
Oh, it's
Which county is it?
Medford's County.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
So is there something going on in Medford, or is it just a big enough city for
It's
people to
probably
be?
just normal listeners.
Okay. All
This
right.
probably is. I mean, on the map, like Gunny put in my Discord earlier, there was a
Okay.
fire up by Auburn, Washington that shut down the roads.
Okay.
And a bunch of people got caught and had to go way around out of their ways, but it wasn't on the map. I don't even know if it's on the map yet. I
Hmm.
don't know. I haven't got the update on it, but that was in the Tacoma, basically area up there just off of I-90. Yeah, see, it didn't even make the map yet.
Yeah, there's
And I'm,
a lot of people listening to Cowlitz County. Oh, you know what's happening in Cowlitz County is the let's show this Longview the lumber mill's on fire in Longview. I wonder if
oh
there's a
yeah,
heat
yeah, yeah.
signature.
That's the chip pile there at
Uh,
Longview, Washington, at the lumber place. The chip pile lit up,
that's right.
and
Yeah, we don't.
that's because it ain't getting watered right. Plus, if
Yeah.
you watch flight radar, they're actually the bridge there across the river is actually shut down.
Well, that was for a
It
maintenance
hindered them
thing.
on that fire. Yeah, but
Yeah. Great time, right?
Oregon on their half did the same type of maintenance and put it down to one lane. Washington closed the whole bridge, and it's like, hey
Mm.
guys, you could have put steel plates down just in case emergency crews needed to get through or had them ready. It's okay, things happen. But you'll notice on like Flight Radar 24 right now,
Helicopter there.
Bell. There's a Bell 206L1 Long Ranger 2, and
Mm.
it's just go. It has a pattern of crossing over the river just past the bridge to whatever that company is there. They're
Yeah.
ferrying employees back and forth across the river because the bridge is closed, and
Wow.
it's so far in each direction to find the bridge
Uh,
in the other way. It was just more feasible to bring the employees back and forth to work,
you
and
know,
they didn't.
if Portland and Rainier and stuff were smart, they would have a couple of ferries ready to go in case of the big one, because we need mutual aid, and we cannot count on these bridges being standing up still
Oh, that's
during a
part of what
big
we
quake.
learned. You had to learn that too. Isn't that part of what we learned back in the day when they first started talking about about the Cascadia subduction zone and the quake they know is going to hit? We don't know when, of course, but
Hmm.
eventually we're going to have this big, huge quake, and the one thing they tell us is trust no bridge.
Especially not the ones with the counterweights, because the counterweight will
Yeah,
swing back and forth,
that
destroy its own support, and then smash through the bridge and sever it. So
yeah,
what
that
is the
chopper right
I-5
there.
bridge? The I-5 bridge is a counterweight bridge. So is the Hawthorne. So many
Yeah, the one
others.
that lifts up, I can't remember the name of it. My brother's better at that. I've only lived up there a few months out of all
Oh,
the years,
oh, you
and
want
I
me to
go
name them,
visit
huh?
him.
Is that a challenge?
No, I wouldn't even say that. I mean, I know the names of some of the bridges, but up there, I wouldn't even be planning on figuring I'm going to be able to use a bridge to get out.
Well,
See, he's taking more employees across to work right
hmm
now. I can see on yours he's flying. I'm looking at the same radar.
Well, Portland's called the city of seven bridges, and technically, I mean, St. John's wasn't part of Portland, neither was Milwaukee, but you got the St. John's Bridge at St. John's. That's the easiest one to remember. The 405 bridge guy, I can't remember what it's called, the Freedom something or whatever, but everybody just calls it the 405. Got the Broadway, let me zoom out. The Broadway here, the steel bridge is a double decker with the train underneath it. You got the Hawthorne, then you've got the Burnside, the Hawthorne. No, excuse
You
me,
got
Burn.
the 205 bridge.
Yeah, Ross Island is the Ross. So I used to know these all by heart. You got the
Is that the one they
Burnside,
call Ross
the
Island? I can't remember.
Broadway, Burnside, Broadway, Hawthorne, The Markham is the one at I-5. It's the world's scariest bridge. It's super tall. It's the double-decker for I-5. Then you got the stupid Tillicum Bridge, which doesn't count. That's the retarded one that's for pedestrian use only in the MAX train. And you got the Ross Island Bridge and the down past Oaks Amusement Park down at Selwood, which used to not be Portland. You got the Selwood Bridge. So do I get a prize?
Oh, you get more than me. I couldn't even remember the name of them.
Okay.
I did in 2020 walk in February 2020. We walked the I-5 bridge. There's a walking path on the upriver side of it. We did walk out and stand there on what is the Oregon-Washington line, but that's the best I know, except for driving across it. There's so many bridges there. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, the steel is the big black one. The Broadway is the red one. It was ridiculous is when they filmed that movie here called The Hunted, and it had Benicio del Toro and Tommy Lee Jones and somebody else famous in it. My sister was an extra. They needed a bridge across for a scene in the movie. They needed a bridge across the Willamette. And then Benicio del Toro was supposed to jump off of it like the fugitive style in order to escape authorities, right? Tommy Lee Jones, right? And so it had to have a MAX train on it because he was on the MAX train. He was going to get off and then he's going to jump over.
Oh, they used
the
that
bridge.
new one, didn't they?
Well, no, that wasn't existence. This was a pretty long time ago. So the steel bridge.
The rail bridge. I know the one you're talking about.
Wait. The steel bridge, this ugly black one right here, is a double decker with the Amtrak on the bottom, right? So they could have filmed it on Amtrak and had their thing, or they could have filmed it on the Broadway, which I think does have one of the MAX lines go off, right? So they went, I don't know what their decision-making process was, but they took a different bridge that doesn't have a MAX line on it and decided to put one on there like electronically and digitally and like spend all this money and then have them jump off of like a crazy bridge that doesn't exist. So everybody who went there, all the Portlanders are so excited that we had a film there, watched it, and we all went, what in the name of God? There's this fantasy bridge and he's jumping off. And I guess the people didn't notice when they looked out the damn window that the Willamette flows from south to north. It's one of the few rivers in the world that does that, like the Nile. So what they did is the next scene, he jumps off like a fake bridge here by the Broadway, right? He swims, right? He ends up, look how far south we're going. South of Portland, south of Lake Oswego, south of Gladstone, all the way to Oregon City, right?
Really?
Here, he ends up at Oregon City at the base of the Willamette River Falls. I kid you not. You can't make this crap up. And we're like, how the hell did he swim upstream?
Yeah, I mean, I know Portland enough to be laughing that he ended up at the falls, really.
Right.
There's no way possible from Broadway Bridge.
I know, swimming against the current of the Willamette River. So he ends up down here at the base of the Willamette Falls where this rocky stuff is, right? Crawls out of the water. Here he is in the middle of
the movie you're talking about.
Yeah, everybody went, what the hell? Because, look, here's a town. It's called Oregon City. Been there a long time. There's plenty of hardware stores, right? He pulls himself out of the water. Does he actually, go to town for a weapon and maybe steal something from a hardware store or steal kitchen knives from somebody's house? I kid you not. He looks around for scrap metal at the base of the falls. Kid you not. Grabs something like an old railroad tie spike. Kid you not. Then he looks around for some driftwood as he's all freezing to death. Mind you, people can see you. This is where there's a lot of industry, blue-haired paper mill and all these, this is all power generation and stuff. People can see you from looking up here where the scenic, parking lot is, where everybody pulls over on the tourist. They could see you. So he gets a whole bunch of driftwood together to somehow dry at the falls. Never mind, there's a lot of spray. Makes a fire, gets it hot enough, reforges with his bare hands this railroad spike into a knife and puts it in his pocket and uses that for hand-to-hand combat later.
I remember that. I know the exact movie you're talking about. I didn't realize that that was actually
It's
filmed there at the
yes,
falls.
yeah,
No
the
wonder I kept.
hunted.
No wonder we kept sitting here going. I know where that's at. Where is that?
Yes, it was
And
a.
now
Oh
the
my
paper
God.
mills are gone and they're into decommissioning them fully. The falls has been returned to the tribes. I mean, it's
Uh,
yeah.
Sort of, yeah. I mean, it was also a very weird movie that. I mean, the most people who are going to see this are probably all the Portlanders, right? So we have this big thing called Forest Park, which basically they tried to develop a long time ago, but they found out the ground's so unstable. Newsflash, clue, newsflash. It's
Yeah,
not.
well,
It's a
there's a
giant
lot.
fault line, right?
Yeah,
This is a
there's a
fault
lot
line.
that's gone on in Forest Park over the years, and a lot of bad stuff that's gone on there too.
Well, right.
Uh,
It's called the West Hills of Portland, but it's not hills. It's a giant fault line. But you can't hunt here. It's right next to the town, right? It's right next to the city. And so the whole premise of the entire plot is a bunch of elk hunters, I kid you not, there's supposed to be elk here, go missing because a PTSD non-veteran or something is living there and he's hunting. He reacts when he sees people's guns, and so he starts assassinating hunters, right? Yeah, it starts out.
yeah,
But yeah.
I'm gonna have to laugh with my buddy when he gets back down here. I probably knew it, but I never even
Hmm.
thought about that was for actually. No wonder we kept going. That looks familiar. I know Forest Park.
Right, but nobody hunts there. It's ridiculous. So mostly everybody in Portland saw it and said, "Don't go see this thing. It's just ridiculously stupid." And he runs
Well,
past some landmarks
I
in
didn't
Portland,
pay
but
to see it. I'll say that much.
I wish we could have a movie night, or like on stream. I just like show it, but maybe in the future YouTube will allow that kind of thing. But we could do it on Discord, but you can't really publicize that. It's more like share YouTube with your friends and family, or watch a movie with your friends and family.
Yeah,
But
YouTube gets really, real. One of my friends just got a strike because he was sending people off of YouTube and to his other channel where he's allowed to show movies. He's a
oh,
retired animator.
oh
YouTube got
no,
really, really mad with him over that. So you
what?
can't even mention other platforms now. You
What?
can't tell people I have this or I have that. Yeah, he got a 90-day. We call it YouTube jail, but he got a 90-day strike over it.
Wait a second. He
So
must have been linking to pirate sites, though.
he was literally sending people over to that one that starts with an R. I won't say the name on your stream.
Type it in Discord,
Sound
because I have no idea what you're talking about.
sounds like Bumble. Starts with an R. Don't say the name.
I still have no idea what you're talking about, but okay. Yeah, just type it in Discord. I won't show anybody. What in the heck? So I don't see the mapping plane. I think you're right that it already went by. So sorry I'm talking your
Yeah,
ear off till 2 in the
I
morning, but
missed it while we were talking. That's
mhm.
okay. I'm used to doing that.
Yeah, we kind of spaced out, but um, it's one of those you can get drunk and have a laugh as you watch a ridiculous movie like The Hunted. But they could have made it so good. We were just so disappointed that Portland movies are just pretty bad.
Well, there was that movie back in the day they were going to make on the Wild and Scenic Rogue River, and they wouldn't let them use one little section and build a couple flat platforms and take them out, really not harm the environments. The River Wild or whatever it was, and they
Oh
ended up
yeah, with
filming it somewhere else. That is not the Rogue River. That's a different river, like in Idaho or
really.
somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I think that was an Oscar winner for what's her name, Meryl Streep, right? That was
Yeah,
amazing.
I think it was. I
Um,
can't remember. I have
so
to watch. I used to because being on the volunteer fire department, it was guaranteed if we went and rented a movie that I was gonna
uh
get called out.
What was
It
that?
was a
Butch
guarantee.
Cassidy. So there's the river jump scene was filmed on the Rogue River, according to and I can't really show too many movie clips, or I'm going to get a copyright thing, right? But that is the Rogue right there, right? Let me quickly pause it because I'm going to. This is fair use, damn it! And if somebody else says it's not, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh,
Extras
the Sundance
actually.
River, that might have not been in the wild and scenic part, but it probably is the Rogue. The Rogue's a long river.
Yeah, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the 1969 movie, and man, it has awesome people in it. They're right here. This is the Rogue, and I took the Rogue River boat tour, and they stopped right here and said, "Can you believe that two stunt doubles
That's on the
jumped in?"
upper Rogue, isn't it?
I think so.
I
Uh,
haven't taken the upper Rogue boat trip. I took the lower Rogue boat trips.
okay, yeah. Oh my God, legends, guys. Man, they don't make it. That's Paul Newman on the right. Who's on the left? I can't remember. That's
I can't remember his name.
oh, he looks so much like Brad Pitt.
I'm bad at actor names.
Yeah, yeah. This isn't dummies. This is the actual stunt doubles, you know, and it's like holy crap. And so the Rogue River boat tours do take you to this spot, and they're filming it in the same spot. Um, but anyway, I can't like play it, or I'm gonna go get another copyright thing. I can't believe this,
Yeah,
but
don't
I
do
I
that.
I have been battling those after every stream ends, usually within an hour. I get this new thing on my phone and it says, "Oh, you got a copyright claim." So what I showed was the Riverside, California, which has got to be a work of the United States government, so it's not copyrighted. I showed that on stream because they were rounding up fires and talking about the rabbit fire, and it was really great. And they used copyright music, I guess, in their video, and so that video, that copyrighted music, that they automatically put a claim on my 7-hour stream and wanted to put a whole bunch of ads all over my 7-hour stream, or they wanted me to mute the audio, in which case you couldn't hear Cal Fire talking, or not Cal Fire, but Riverside County Fire talking. So I hate this aspect of YouTube, but the moment that I showed Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure for like 40 seconds, 38 to 40 seconds, where they said, "Whoa, things aren't as they seem at the Circle K," I got MGM Studios barking down my neck, and I even wrote like, "Hey, this is fair use." I just showed 38 seconds of a famous movie quote
I,
that was
I,
in your
I've got a,
thing.
I've gotten a, I've gotten a copyright claim for 15 seconds of Sundown, the song Sundowner, when we were playing Stump the Panel on my stream one morning.
Great,
15 seconds.
great.
But I've just, I'm not monetized, so I just let them go. Okay, put a claim against me. I don't care if you put commercials on my 6-hour stream. Who cares? You know,
I
people
just,
could skip that.
I just find it so distasteful. You know, like
I do
I.
too. It's fair use,
This is why I beg for money. Is I want to be donation based. I want to make it through donations because I don't want to go commercial. I don't want to. I don't want to say, okay, life-saving information back after this ad. I just there shouldn't be this serious stuff. Like I can't imagine an
Cash
ad.
App, PayPal is what I hear.
Um,
That's what all my big YouTuber friends use is Cash App or PayPal.
Robert Redford, thank you, Duke, up now. Thank you, all the other lurkers here for being here too.
And I'm sorry
Yeah.
I've been ignoring chat. It happens sometimes. I go to too many drama channels where you ignore the chat.
Well, you're fired. Just kidding. Yeah, you're fired as a mod. You're not doing your job. No,
Oh,
it's okay.
if I'm in the chat, I don't ignore it. But sometimes it's hard to remember not to ignore the chat when you're sitting there on the panel talking to somebody.
Right. Why am I sorry? Somebody is. I want to make sure that my phone isn't somebody alerting me to something like a wildfire. So what? What did it? Oh, okay, that's actually somebody trying to do a donation, and they're like, "It's not working, but I'm going to bed. Contact me tomorrow." I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So yeah, Robert Redford, man, and Paul Newman. Did you ever see Broken Fish? Sometimes a Great Notion. That was filmed at the coast at a ghost town called Kernville. Did you
Yeah,
see that?
I've seen Sometimes a Great Notion, and what's the other one? One Flew
Yeah.
Over the Cuckoo's Nest was actually filmed here in Oregon.
Yeah.
Animal House was actually filmed here in Oregon. There's a bunch that's been filmed here. People just don't realize it.
Yeah, Goonies. You know what I realized about? Oh, and also that really underrated Short Circuit.
Yeah,
That was about a robot, humanoid robot,
I
and
remember that one.
yeah, Wall-E was the big thing. That was filmed at Astoria, but you know what was ridiculously stupid? They show the sunrise over the Pacific at Astoria.
Okay. Well,
The sunrise over the Pacific.
you gotta forgive some of those guys. I just found out.
Why not just show the sunset like normal people? Like they actually said, "Oh no, man, we need a sunrise shot," and they tell all the movie magic people to digitally draw a fake sunrise on the Pacific. Guys, the sun rises in the east. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
Oh,
you gotta laugh at some of them. How
it's like
many
this.
people actually realize that was Astoria, Oregon, though?
Oh, it showed the Astoria Megler Bridge. Like everybody, man. That's one of the world's most famous bridges. If you're familiar with
Yeah,
any
the
of that.
McCullough, all the bridges on the Oregon coast are designed by McCullough.
Who's
People don't
that?
realize it. The Gold Beach Bridge, the Coos Bay Bridge. My understanding is from my grandparents is he was responsible for all the bridges on Highway 101.
Oh, is he the famous dude who did the Big Sur one?
He might have been. He was really, really famous. I know the Astoria
Huh.
Bridge is his, the North Bend Bridge is his, the Coos Bay Bridge is his. There's a lot of them that are all McCullough bridges. The
Huh.
famous one by Devil's Punch Pole that comes out of a tunnel right onto a bridge, that's his. But the Gold Beach, the Astoria, the Coos Bay, they're all
Uh,
McCullough bridges.
Now this one is Astoria, along with the one that's at Rainier and Longview, which is shut down right now. Um, these are some of the most terrifying bridges on Earth. Like within a single day, you can experience some of the world's most terrifying bridges because it starts this high because they don't want to draw a bridge. All the gigantic container ships, cargo ships, are going underneath it at this point. Oh my God, that's an ugly hotel in the way. If I could show people what I'm talking about, but as soon as you reach the sandbar area in the center, the bridge drops down and goes down to the water line. So you have this gigantic near vertical dive plunge, 10% grade thing. And then down here, if the wind whips up the waves, and if it's a stormy thing, the waves can crest the bridge and crest over the top of your vehicle and just about throw your vehicle off the bridge. It's the world's most terrifying thing. Like here you are down at the wave level, right?
Hmm.
And then there's Washington there to the north, but you turn around, you got quite a ways. So if you're stuck out here, like oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, there's a storm, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God,
I've gone
and
across the Coos Bay Bridge and had it pick up my car and put it back down
oh my God.
during the winter. I watched a semi truck, loaded semi truck in front of me, the back end of his truck pick it up and slam back down on the. He stopped driving that day. I still had 60 miles to go to get home. I was like, oh well, just another Oregon storm.
Well, this is the world's most deadly bar. Out there is like it's
Oh
called the
yeah,
graveyard of the Pacific.
The Columbia River Bar. That's where the U.S. Coast Guard does the rollover training for the Coast Guard members. That's where they
Hmm.
do all their surf training. Is the Columbia River Bar.
Oh yeah, because there's nothing worse in the world. This is the best place to train, and they're stationed over there. We're looking at Oregon again, and they constantly go out with their helicopters and stuff. There's more than 700 sunken ships out there, and you go to the History Museum, Maritime History Museum, which is right down there. But this is a lot more steep than it looks, and so you start climbing, and you start climbing. But when you're up there, and it just suddenly goes down to the water level, it's just terrifying. It just doesn't. You just can't get an idea, let me see, unless you're in the right spot. Let me get right here. So my aunt, who's terrified of heights, she just has to close her eyes every time we went over this thing, because you're this high. I mean, there's the tiny little cargo ship, right? Not tiny, but tiny. Look at that. You go up here, you just hope you don't lose your brakes, because the bridge is wet. It is that wet spray of the ocean, and as soon as you crest this point right up there, you start plunging down the other side. You're like, oh my God. And that's when from behind, if it's a south wind, starts pushing your car like 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There's a reason that there is no sidewalk on this bridge. You're going to be mad as a hatter if you want to walk this thing. Like, I don't think you're allowed to.
I
But,
don't think you're allowed to walk across that
yeah,
one.
no, no, no. But people
They
have,
don't even like you walking across the one at Coos Bay North Bend.
yeah. Well, at least the one at Coos Bay has got these girders where, like even if you're in a big rig, you're going to kind of bounce off of them and you can't fall off the bridge. But see the different wideness of separation? Look at this tiny little curb. You hit that curb going too fast, somebody else bumps into you, you're over the side. You're a splash. You know, your whole vehicle will go over the side. Maybe you'll land on top of a cargo ship and that's the end of you. Like it's freaking
It
scary.
is way high up there. I will agree with that. You
Yeah.
get way up there. And on the going to the Washington side, you drop off really quick too.
Right. One day I crossed this thing. I really wish I had a dash cam, but a bunch of seagulls flew from inside from here to the other side, and I almost hit them with the car. And so the car in front of me is slamming on its brakes. This van goes sideways. I'm going ah! It was like something out of Hitchcock's The Birds. And the guy behind me is about to rear end me, and I'm like, don't, 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 don't. And we ended up getting to a halt, like all 5 of our vehicles, without colliding, but in various stages of being crisscrossed on this bridge. And I was like, never again. Never again. Ugh. But you're saying one guy designed all this? That's pretty impressive. But
Those
there's,
Canyon Road, yeah, that's the one I never did. That part of the Rogue River where they
mm,
did. I'm pretty sure that's where the movie Sundance and them was.
Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid. Yeah. So,
I
yeah,
think that's Hell's Canyon.
what I'm worried about is why in the heck did they close the Lewis and Clark, the one here at Kelso Longview?
They're doing the expansion joints from what my brother who lives in Washington said, and they have a girder, a beam or something. The he's just like, well, why could Oregon do the same work and have it only down to one lane, but you guys do the work and you close the whole bridge?
WADOT? Who can
Yeah,
explain WADOT and their infinite wisdom?
I don't
Oregon.
think any of us can.
Oregon had this crazy idea a long time ago, I guess not that long ago in the 2000s, that they would tear up all the shrubs like the rhododendrons and hydrangeas or whatever that were like California has in the median of I-5 and other big freeways, right? And because they had so many car accidents where people went across and they got head-on collisions in the wrong way of I-5, right? So like, oh, bushes aren't good enough. Well, yeah, they were. They blocked the headlights from the other side. They were wonderful. Those were freak accidents, but they decided, oh, we'll tear them all up, and we're going to put this weird system in. That was a whole bunch of metal poles in the median with a
Yeah,
cable, with cables connecting the poles, and that was supposed to arrest the vehicles, tangle up under the tires, and yank them to a stop somehow, and it ended up decapitating people. You know, cars aren't meant to stop that quickly, and so they would just boom stop them, and these cables would cut the top of the car off. So Oregon, at very great expense, ripped these things out and said, okay, never again. That was a mistake. And then what did Washington decide to do? Can you take a guess?
the same thing that Oregon just said. Whoops, of
Oh,
course.
yes, and their infinite wisdom. So I
Well, come
just
on.
went, oh my
We aren't
God.
talking about a state with floating bridges, and 2 of the bridge sections are on the bottom of the Puget Sound, unable to be retrieved. But hey.
Oh, Galloping Gertie, right? Yeah.
Oh, and Galloping Gertie, that one was I occasionally go watch the footage of that. That was crazy how that worked. But it taught
Uh-huh.
us a lot about bridges.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't Magnavox, it was Pioneer. This is the world's best ad, and I'm going to show it. Okay.
Comaneros. Yep,
Sorry.
there it is.
I don't talk over it. Oh, man. Okay, we gotta go back. Watch.
Sorry.
There's the guy.
Yeah, sorry. That's just the best thing. So, you know what they did wrong with the Galloping Gertie Bridge? Tacoma Narrows Bridge?
Yeah, it was something about the decking. It acted like a plane edge or something.
Well, the original design wasn't that bad. They kind of took into account that the Tacoma Narrows is a big old wind tunnel, and that, you had to withstand these lateral winds. And so the media keeps saying like it was bad bridge design. No, it wasn't. It was one of those cases where the Great Depression happened, and so there was a lack of the money to complete it. So they're like, how can we cut corners here and complete the dang thing? It's half constructed. And they said, why don't we just replace the steel with wood?
Yeah.
And that changed the weight of it. But you know what? Let's also save some money by not recalculating the load and what the wind speeds would do. And let's not inform the original architect either. So yeah. Part of the
Yeah.
bridge doesn't move. If you look at see right here and at the other, that part of the bridge doesn't move. It's got the steel. It was the center portion that, they needed to complete.
I've just always been amazed at that guy right there in that picture that you're showing, that he was able to walk back off of that bridge. Not very easily, but he was
Yeah,
able to move himself away from his car. He couldn't get off the bridge.
yeah. You know what? Why he lingered is his dog is in the car.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, his dog was he lingered. He was on the outside of it. Can you imagine this going like this, and you're on the outside of your car? He's reaching in through the windows trying to grab his dog, and his dog is freaking out and bit him. So he had to leave the dog behind. So that was the only fatality that day. But I can't believe they allowed cars to travel on it that day. That's just completely nuts.
Well, they didn't know, and when the winds hit, it happened so fast. From what I got out of my grandparents, my grandpa was a
Oh,
engineer for Lockheed, and he's like, it actually. He used to laugh about it. They should have known, but what can you do? They
mm,
taught us a lot. A lot of stuff got taught from that bridge disaster. We now have a lot safer bridges.
right. Yeah, they learned, and I'm glad nobody died in the thing. But they had twisted around like this pretty frequently, and so they just closed it when wind speeds got to a certain thing. And I don't know why this day caught them by surprise, but they went, oh dear. And so that's why so many film crews showed up, is they were used to filming it when it did its twisty turny stuff, because it was like, heck yeah, this is footage gold, man. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
they're
There's even
all just
some,
waiting for the disaster.
but there were color films of it actually, and so I watched a documentary a heck of a long time ago that showed the color film, and that one was really sweet. Remember this collapse? When did Galloping Gertie collapse? Um, Coma Narrows Bridge. Check it out. I'm sure there's a wiki and stuff. So you don't have to colorize the film. You can just see the colorized version. I've been over the new one, and I was like, no way, man. And that was when I took my scuba diving, um, checkout dive was at Tacoma, and
Oh, really?
so
What level do you maintain?
Oh, that was a long time ago. I was trying to be Oregon's youngest scuba diver. I'd looked it up, and apparently the youngest PADI certified diver was, 13 or 14, and so technically you could become a scuba diver at 12. So I said, hey, I'll just break this record here, man. So um, my diving instructor didn't laugh at me. He was pretty nice about not laughing at me because I was this tiny petite 12-year-old that looked like I was 7. And he goes, look, all right, if you got a calm disposition, if you're rational, if you can handle all the mathematics of doing your dive tables, and you can prove yourself, and if you can hold your breath underwater, and I hold you upside down and stick you like this up and down in the pool, and you cannot panic and stuff, if you can carry your own scuba tank and put on your own stuff, then I'll train you, but no acting like a kid for sure. It's adult time here, and you need to be your partner's rock,
Yeah,
you know.
I learned to scuba dive as a teenager. My
Hmm.
whole family was some of the first divers on the South Coast. My grandpa's the one that did the Frankport demolitions.
Whoa,
So I actually have a dive master.
sweet. Oh, you a degree so that you can train, or the certification?
I have assistant instructor. I can be the extra that the teacher needs to
Cool.
boost his level of how many students he can have in the water.
Oh,
I
sweet.
did that for a few years as a young gentleman. I was doing it before I turned 18. I had to wait till I was 18 to be an official
Hmm.
assistant instructor. But I
Yeah.
did that for a few years going into Mexico. It was actually quite fun.
Well, that's really cool. Yeah, I only did open water, even though I was a kid and everybody expected me to drop out because I had something to prove. I was like the person getting the straight A's on the tests, and it didn't work out the way I planned because um, the weather was so dang bad. I think I was 12 when I was taking the classes, or 11 when I was taking the classes, and 12 was when I could check out, or I can't remember that there was some rule about when you could check out. I was going to be age 13 by the time the opportunity came, and so I wasn't going to beat the record, but I still pushed for it, and so I didn't have gear that could fit me. Nobody makes gear for 12-year-old scuba divers. I had to rent it. It was adult size. Um, it was like a whole bunch of people, more than 12, who did the checkout dive, and it was incredibly cold, windy, and stormy conditions in Tacoma. And because they did everybody else with their tests, they got to me last, and I went into cold shock and hypothermia. So I was just not having a good time down there. And then that's when my equipment failed, and we had been down long enough for me to get the bends, a mild case of the bends for an emergency ascent. I tried everything in the
Um,
world. Yeah, I looked down. I mean, I had just a little bit of warning from the regulator, kind of made real weird sounds. As I took the last breath, the end of it stopped, right? And so I went, whoa, and I exhaled, inhaled again, and I got a bit of a breath, but I couldn't finish the breath. It would just cut off and stop. I look down, look at the gauge, I take a breath, and the pressure gauge starts rocking back and forth, and I'm like, oh crap, that's not good. So I'm looking around
yeah.
for my dive buddy. I'm looking for the instructor, and he comes by. Nobody can hear me. I tap the side of the tank, tap, tap, tap. I'm in trouble here. Somebody freaking pay attention, please. Everybody was looking at the dive instructor, almost 3 feet of visibility, maybe. And somebody had kicked up silt, which wasn't fun. And so finally, I get the dive instructor's attention, and I tried to troubleshoot it for so long. He offered his octopus. I was still trying to communicate to him what was wrong when all of a sudden it was like breathing through a coffee stirrer straw, and then
Uh-huh.
intermittently it went cut out.
And then nothing.
I held my breath except for the tiny bubble things which they tell you to do, and I could do that for
Yeah.
a long time. But by the time I went and got my own octopus. I assumed my backup regulator worked, did not. So I
Oh,
purged.
because it works off that second stage works off the first stage, and if your tank
Uh,
has no air, it has no air.
well,
Yeah, I know the
yeah,
routine. That
So,
sucks that your instructor didn't pay enough attention to you. It was what it sounds like to
mm,
me.
yeah,
That's why I actually was there as more as a safety guy.
mhm,
You know, he'd have like 4 people, I'd have like 4 people that I focused on. That was my job. Anything
yeah,
looks like it's going wrong, you go over and find out what's going wrong. Worst comes to worst, you take them to the surface and find out.
yeah. So
But
I
it's
had to emergency ascent because by the time I looked back at him, and I really just was trying to show that my octopus isn't going to work either. He was motioning me to do it. Since this is a checkout dive, the one that proves you can get certified, I was doing what he said. And so by the time I showed him my octopus don't work, he had put his own away. So I'm like looking like, man, I need yours. Like, can you give me yours? And that's when I realized I'm blacking out. Like I held my breath too long here. So I'm uncontrollably shivering, and I'm starting to do that gasp thing where you start to your chest cavity wants you to get your air out to take a breath, so you start spasming. I said, oh,
hmm
screw this. So I just said, emergency ascent, let's go up for a second. And I lost consciousness and came back to consciousness on the way up as I was trying to exhale. And that was the sweetest breath of air I could tell you. I was about 4.5 minutes without really any air. I had the world's most raging headache. And then all of a sudden
hmm
the joint pain stuff started. And I'm like, God,
from coming up too quick from the
yeah,
emergency ascent.
yeah,
He actually took you too deep to do a checkout dive.
yeah, it
That's
did.
another thing I was there for, is to make sure that people didn't wander into deeper water, because you should be
Mm.
under 33 feet for checkout dives.
Yeah, we
And
were almost
so
50. So,
they tried to mess with me, and I went through it when it was really hardcore in the 80s, and they were
mm,
messing with me. I mean, my instructor took my mat, popped my mask off my face, shut up. I went through like the Navy style one, and it was like I dealt with every single problem, and they finally just, one day he needed another person. Nobody was available to go. I hadn't dove in the morning. He walked up and goes, "Would you do this for me?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "I'll pay you." Okay. And that's how my career started for like 4 years. And then I moved to
awesome.
Oregon and became a firefighter.
Yeah, it's not really good to scuba dive in the Pacific Northwest unless you dry suit. It's so damn cold. It's just it's awful.
Oh,
So
even on the south coast of Oregon, it's freezing.
uh-huh. And even if you do it in winter, it's better because people don't know that the water's much warmer because it comes from
But
Mexico in the winter. But
the Japanese current's
yeah,
warmer too. People don't realize.
yeah. So I ended up going to Jamaica with my dad. We wanted to visit my great uncle in Florida. We had planned. He was a World War II veteran and pretty elderly. Um, and it's one of those maybe it's the last time we'll get to see him thing. And then there was a really sweet deal on a quick flight to Jamaica, and a hurricane got in front in between us and my uncle. He was on his deathbed. As soon as we got in Jamaica, we needed to go back, but there was a hurricane. So I had the world's worst, most horrible, depressing time in Jamaica, but I completed my checkout dive there, and it was night and day with warm water. But I was so angry that I thought I should have been passed because I did everything he did. He did walk by and rip my mask off. I just calmly put it back on, cleared it, and I was good. Like his equipment failed that he rented me, and they ushered it away and took it away. I almost died because it was under, poor maintenance, in my opinion. And so when he took it away, I didn't have the ability to complete the checkout dive the next day.
That
So
sucks.
yeah, so I missed out on being Oregon's youngest diver, breaking records. But the sort of almost near death experience that was, the wake up call, as you call experience, let me know that I was doing things for the wrong reason. I was doing it out of a sense of pride and like, ooh, I want to be famous, and pushing myself uh, to do a thing which I really wasn't physically ready for. I wasn't big enough yet to handle a bad situation or really be my dive buddy's rock. Like, so it taught me a life lesson to don't do stuff to be famous and stuff. Do stuff because you want to do it and you're capable.
I learned to scuba dive in Southeast Arizona. I actually
Yeah,
did all my checkout dives in the Sea of Cortez.
sweet.
I've dove all the hot spots in the Sea of Cortez. I actually had high altitude because one of the lakes we worked at, we dove in all the time, was high altitude, and I didn't even know I was taking a class with the shop. Just next thing I know, I'm being handed a card for what I'm already been doing for 2 months, and I'm like, what?
Oh, that's
Now
cool.
I got rescue diver. They used to call it beach con. Right when I got mine, they changed it to rescue diver. I had equipment. I had like 8 specialties, but my career
Wow.
took me away from scuba diving all the time.
Yeah, I was
Can't
just
make
saying,
plans to go scuba diving when you don't know when you're going to get home.
right. And you have to be in the tropics or go straight dry suit. I was miserable. I mean, you know what? I saw a crab and a bunch of trash at the bottom of the Tacoma. It was nothing. It was all black and
Yeah,
white pretty much. And I just like, oh, there's another candy wrapper going by, and there's a crab that looks kind of white. There's a bunch of old crab pots and rope and nets and crap and
yeah.
beer cans and
A way different experience down
yeah,
south. I had a
yeah.
lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing it, but I was in warmer water.
What I
I
wanted,
actually ended up three
sorry,
years I worked for that shop.
what I wanted to do was to scuba dive the ghost towns that have been drowned by a bunch of reservoirs, like Whiskey Town in California. Prattville's underneath Lake Almanor, where the Dixie Fire was. And so we located it with a fish finder, the foundations of the buildings and stuff. My dad had these memories of being up there at Lake Almanor during the 60s and just looking down on the correct kind of a sunny day, and the old tin roofs of the town would be glinting in the sunlight. And so,
Oh, that's cool.
but that would be a high altitude. Let's see, what is the altitude of?
Yeah, I think
Uh,
they'd hit you with having to use the high altitude tables, which does change things.
Oh, it's also icy cold, and I think it's 90 feet. Right here's Prattville that they moved, to the higher ground, but it's right in between the peninsula and this little stick out spot right here, right around here. And
Yeah, and I don't have my chart. I mean, I know where to get it, but I don't have
mhm,
my paper charts anymore. But yeah,
yeah,
it's would be crazy.
but I'd have to dry suit and relearn it, and you
Oh,
know, what? Huh?
oh, I was just thinking, I got like 25 minutes. I have to go set up my show, Catherine.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry, mate.
thanks for that's all right. I had fun tonight. I just glanced at the clock. My son waved at me, gave me the he
Right.
watches. Thanks for letting me up, and I will definitely, if you want to talk more, let me know. You have my Discord.
Heck yeah, and come in. When we're streaming a lot more too. Well, I wanted to say there's a great alternative for us where we can still explore the depths, and you know what that is?
Uh,
They make the little remote control underwater drone things now.
yeah, I've seen those. Some streamer I watch on YouTube has one of those, the
Hmm.
remotely operated vehicles. It looks really cool, and it goes down to like 200 feet or something.
Yeah, if I can get some donations, I'll get that thing, friends. But
That that would be fun.
there's still a bunch of earthquakes happening right here under Lake Almanor, and I'm still not sure. After that crazy one earlier this year, was that early June? There's 3.4s and 4.0s occasionally going on underneath the lake, and nobody
Oh, I
nobody can
remember that
explain it.
swarm earlier, and nobody's really talking about it.
It's still
I
going.
remember it's still going. I haven't looked lately. I've been so focused on the fires and getting my Discord up and running right that I
Yeah.
sort of ignored it for a while.
Right. So if people are talking about it, could be a brand new fault, and that's super scary. Look at the volume of water here, and it's very much full. This is Canyon Dam, which is a dam.
Well, it's really close to that one volcano too, just north and west of it a little bit, isn't it?
Mount Lassen.
Yeah. Could it be a new underwater vent getting ready to open up? I mean, there's just so many things, and they're not talking about it. You're right about that. I do remember that they're not talking about it.
Well, usually there's different harmonic tremor signature for magma coming to the surface. However, just there's always, wherever you have a volcano in general, and tectonic plates colliding, you can always have new faults. Or just a fault is just a weakness in the ground. So there is this BS theory that I don't at all subscribe to, that the amount of meltwater during this big wintertime snowpack has put more pressure on the lake and it cracked it from the top down. BS. It's been
I don't
full.
know if I believe that.
It's been fuller before throughout the 60s, and nothing like this happened. But look at this. This is a dam, and when they had the larger one in early, it's just here's a picture of it with snow on it, but it's an earthen dam. There's really not that much holding back this entire dang lake, which is like 100 feet deep. I was
I
telling
do
people
remember them.
downstream.
Yeah, I do remember there's a concern about the dam and stuff.
Yeah,
All
not
right,
from
well, thank you
officials,
for
but
having me up. I
yeah.
better go get my show ready. I still got to decide what songs I'm playing and stuff. So thank you for having me up. And
Hey,
you have
absolutely.
my Discord. It's always monitored. I gave you my G Voice number.
Sweet, thank you. And I'll be sure to share that with the entire world.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. If people really
I'm
wanted to
kidding.
look, my contact, except for my G Voice, my
Hmm.
contact information's in my YouTube. My email is, but
Okay,
my Discord's in my YouTube constantly.
sure.
I have it there for the public. I have mods that that keep my channel. People ain't gonna get away with being nasty in my Discord because they won't put up with it. You know how
Good,
that
good.
goes.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I really admire the ship that you run on Discord there. And if we do end up deciding on Discord versus Slack and Microsoft Teams, then I'll definitely lean on you to set that up. But I'm gonna try the other
Yeah,
two.
I can help you set it up. I'm already helping one of my buddies do something similar to mine. There's a few things you have to do to actually get it community and it shared out publicly, but
Hmm.
they're real simple, and I just followed those rules. That's why there's so much in my Discord.
Sure.
You have to have a certain amount of this, a certain amount of that, and it's really easy after you do it, after you've done it a couple times and get it going, to add an extra channel under a category. We could talk about that later.
Sure. You have a great night. Thank you so much for being on
Yes,
the
and thank
show.
you for letting me up. I've had fun talking with you, and uh, I hope people think about things. And the biggest thing is have a plan, practice your plan.
Yes.
Because if you don't practice your plan, have a plan, an emergency drills, you won't remember it when you need it.
Yeah, you need a drill, baby, drill.
Yep. All
All right.
right. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you,
You have
Broken.
a
You
good
have
evening.
a great one. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay, friends. So I think the whole 20 of us here in the chat, one of which is me, I would imagine. Um, First of all, how you doing, Pacific Northwest retailer? Sorry I couldn't really greet you super properly. I'm glad that you came back here. You still with us? Does anybody have any questions? Because I don't think we're going to get any significant updates on any of the fires until tomorrow. So I was planning on, I keep planning on this, actually trying to move around furniture and stuff in the room to make a better stream setup. Knock on wood, so long as it's a somewhat calm day. But I was thinking of after 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. tomorrow, going live for another roundup of the fires. So if you have any questions, like it's the last call, and so I was wondering, Pacific Northwest reseller, you were Rebel Videos. You got a new what do you call it, direction for your channel or whatnot. But if anybody wants to go to his channel and check him out and subscribe, all you got to do is click on the three dots next to people's names, and then it says go to the channel. I think everybody has that ability. So other than that, nobody's said anything in chat for more than 20 minutes because I think everybody's asleep. I've been told I have a soothing voice, right? So I used to sometimes end the stream with things like Smokey the Bear, and I'm not sure how long we've been live anymore because 7 hours, another 7 hour stream. So I really hope I got some donations. Let me check out, see if I got anything on PayPal. To thank anybody if I did. I do thank everybody who has previously donated. Anybody who's listening to this, do hit the like button. That helps us reach more people and combat the bad algorithm that stacks up against channels like mine. Basically, when people subscribe because there's a fire they need to know info about, they tend to unsubscribe. And so the automatic algorithm assumes that I've offended people, and people hate me now. And that's why people mass unsubscribe. But it's just because their fire is over. So it's a struggle to keep the channel boosted. Like when people have a fire that says, say there's the sheep fire, that's making up a word here, and the moment the sheep fire is over, they unsubscribe. Well, dang. The algorithm punishes you so that if anybody, the next fire is called a sun fire, people might even type in live wildfire tracking sun fire. Everything else in the world that stays popular, remains popular, such as news outlets, that kind of thing, they're going to be up there, and we're going to be on page 25, and people don't find us. The terrible way that all this works. So, oh my gosh, we did get some donations. Wonderful people. Thank you, Brad and Just Cause on PayPal. So I was very, very worried that the only thing I made was $8 today. The last two broadcasts I made 0, and they were 7 to 9 hour streams. At the end of them, I was like, oh boy, maybe I got paid for what I did today, and I almost choked and had a heart attack, So thank you so much for keeping us on the air. Your donations now, even if they're $1 or just sharing this stream and hitting like buttons, is all really helping. And I do not want to be one of those commercial sellouts. I'd rather be a beggar than a sellout, right? I just don't want to put ads on things, especially when it's inappropriate, on somebody's. This is somebody's worst day of their life, Usually when we're tracking fires that get bad, I just want them to play without any dang ads. I'd rather not interrupt this life-saving message to bring you something from NordVPN, it's just, boy. So hopefully we could still have that sort of way of paying for the stream, and we won't have to resort to those things. But you guys are wonderful. I'm so glad that you're with me, and I really hope that the weather changes, we get some rain, especially on this fire in Southwest Oregon. It's looking pretty bad. I think they have a good chance of saving Agnes, saving Gold Beach, and anything else that might be threatened, especially in the near-term future. They're giving us positive vibes about it. But these places are in danger, and everybody should be prepared for something worse to happen, right? Because we've got no rain in the future. Every day that goes by without rain and pretty low humidity and these high winds, the vegetation's being baked like a hairdryer on high, right? Feels good for a while you have wet hair. After a time, you realize your scalp is on fire, right? It begins to feel bad. So every day that goes by, the danger increases a little bit. But I'm hoping that no big wind event happens before they can really get some good lines around this. Problem is, I don't see where the hell they're going to put lines in the south because there's no roads. So we've got the potential for this to wrap up in a couple of weeks is the best case scenario. We have the potential for this to burn right down to the California border, like the reverse biscuit fire of 2002, actually. This could cross the California border, the worst case scenario, and it's very possible. Just dead trees all the way to California. So fingers crossed on this one. I'm hoping that everybody's going to stay safe and everybody's going to stay vigilant and that the best case scenario unfolds. I'm sure if they get more people here, get a couple thousand people, get some rain in the next 2 weeks, that this could be a done deal with minimal damage to life and property and the really fragile wilderness that has some endangered species here. I really hope that that'll work out and the tourists can come back for at least a late season thing. But right now the communities are hurting, and we gotta pray that this gets over soon. You also have to pray that another big major fire doesn't peel away these resources, because these areas are abandoned, sometimes 100% abandoned, if worse fires break out elsewhere and threaten big cities or bigger communities. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that it keeps going okay for the near future. Wildfire is a big, frightening one, and it's of great concern right now. A lot of people may look and go, oh, that's pretty small. You gotta look at the history and just think about it this way. All fires keep burning until something stops it. So you have to think about what stops it. It's going to be hard work of the crews to the north here, but there's almost no way to make a line to the south. Rain would stop its progress to the south, because they'd have to go way further south to try to make lines. So even if they did that, we'd still lose a lot of land, a lot of the landscape, a lot of the fragile plants and ecosystem. So fingers crossed we might get some rain or Pacific storm or something. There's something kind of chugging out here in the Pacific. It's a low pressure system that would potentially be wet, but there's no indication it'll come inland, so we just gotta keep our fingers crossed. So, hey Galactic Jack, how you doing? How long you been here? Did you just shut up? I'm sorry. I'm trying to end this, what? How long have we been on? 7 hours and 13 minutes now. But how are you? Let's say hi and say how are you first. For some reason I wasn't recording this stream. I may have filled up a hard drive. I gotta check on that. But to make sure that I download the video from YouTube, that's it. I always usually record the stream. It takes a lot of hard drives. I've spent a lot of money on that. But I learned my lesson that sometimes YouTube will randomly delete somebody's channel or delete videos that go over 12 hours and they become lost forever. So can't have that happen. So anyways, friends, Galactic Jack, how are you? I haven't seen you in a bit. Are you the one in Australia? I can't remember. But the good news is I'm feeling a little bit better. I'll try to groom my living room and my, well, it was once a dining room here for a better stream. Gotta put up some more curtains. Kind of sagging right now. Gotta put in some new wall anchors. Gotta put up a couple of cabinets. Gotta move around a massive bookcase. Set it all up. Set up a bunch of lights, and hopefully we can have a way better quality stream. As John Bruno said, we were so lucky to have him as a guest tonight. Plus also Broken Fish. As John Bruno said, retired fire chief of Shasta area, this is the calm before the storm. We're just getting started with the summer wildfire season. So hold on to your butts. Right? So I know there's like a 20-second delay, but anyway, how are you, Galactic? You've got a little bit to respond before I adjourn here. But this is one of the busiest Julys of my life. I'm still trying to take care of a whole bunch of, I have like 6 months of a backlog of my life. Everything from opening mail, I've done most of that, to just corresponding with people who thought, where the hell did she go? To, all the birthdays and stuff I missed, and sending out 6-month late birthday cards, and just stuff in life, Gotta take my car into the shop and just blah 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 minutia, scrambling to get all that done because I want to be there for you guys the moment that a big one hits, a big fire. I want to be there. I'll be covering it every day. Galactic says, doing all right, just doing some late night browsing. Yep, night owls unite. So it's now 3 in the morning. If I want to get to bed by 5, then I better hurry up and get some of my stuff done. So I'm sorry, I'm still not up to date on my email correspondence, but I'll try to catch up. So hope you're good, and we'll see you tomorrow evening. So everybody, good night, stay safe, and good luck.